Well, here we are once again, floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we'd better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Safety first on these space flights of ours. Space Fams, beautiful to see you here on this Sunday. Fun day. Some shout-outs first before anything else. Hermeteorologist Man to the Pivot and Quaximus123 in the YouTube chat, HBX, a close fourth. Orbidaslo, also here. Bob Garmity. Arvin Trevino, Styxdragon, Sharon, Mozart, Fishbone, people in YouTube chat, Bernie Barbie, Mordant, Inky Cap, Mushroom, Blue Room, Hazemaker. Wait, that was messages from last night. I never closed that window. Alright, well, like I mentioned, hell of a lot to talk about tonight, boy oh boy. More Epstein files, revelations. Is Jeffrey Epstein alive and playing Fortnite right now? We will try and answer that question. All sorts of other stuff going on, ice activities. Super Bowl. Huge thing happening right now, literally. It's not even over yet. Bad Bunny performing at the halftime show. MAGA folk, triggered by the existence of music, having their own halftime show. United States booed at the Olympics, and much, much more. To the United States. And as we have for literally like the last 2 weeks, we will start off in the same fucking place. The Epstein files.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Whoa, the fuck? That's not. This is unacceptable. What? How did this happen? I fixed it. I solved it. Oh, and I gotta wear. I owe people a tinfoil hat again. Okay.
First, Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your Attorney General told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein. This guy, this great...
It's all a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously has some very serious problems, who died 3 or 4 years ago. And I would like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great...
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable. Our president calls it the Epstein hoax. Is it a hoax, though? He keeps saying it's a... Yeah, seemingly there's just a veritable trove of information. A goddamn swimming pool filled with documents and files and pictures and videos and It feels less like a hoax and just a thing that happened that Donald Trump was deeply involved with on a personal level. Being best friends and neighbor to the man in question, Jeffrey Epstein. Whoa, what just happened to my mouse? Unacceptable.
Oh hey, what's up? Hey guys, welcome back to the show. I'm your host, Trucker Carlston. I do my signature laugh.
Cut your meat.
You're terrible. Oh wow, that's hilarious. Anyway guys,
what the hell's going on?
what the hell's going on in the news? Let's check the news. Let's check CNN. What's going on?
Like it sees a shadow if it's winter or not. I mean, I don't even know what that means.
You see the shadow, that means 6 more weeks of winter. And you know, there's this whole idea of Puxatawny. It turns out.
Oh my God, there we go, man.
There's the news. There's some little rat or something. There's some little mouse or some rat or some shit. If he casts a shadow, that affects the weather or something. There we go. That's the news. Have a good one.
Our own team here at the War Room, that was a magnificent cold open and kind of lays
Showing
the
off.
framework for what we're going to talk today. Caroline Wren is riding shotgun. Dave Bratt is riding shotgun. Ben Harnwell is going to join.
Okay, man. So this is the second most important thing in the news, most trending thing in the news besides those dirty little possums staring at their shadows all day. This is the other one. The Jeffrey
Toilets.
file stuff.
Okay, so anyway, man.
This is still going on. If I open one of these social media things, if I do one of these on like Twitter or whatever, it's just all like, oh look what we found in the document, man.
Look what we found at Epstein files, man.
And you know, all these people are all wrapped up in this, but this is one of the stranger ones. This guy Steve Bannon. Oh, he's a high profile guy of some kind. Some interesting like emails came out with him involved. So I went and I watched some of his show. I was like, what the hell does he do all day? What the hell? Speaking of raccoons that look like they just came out to look at their shadow, what the hell does he do all day? And he does this show that I guess you have to watch on his website.
Great question.
Or Rumble or something. I couldn't find this on YouTube. But I don't think I've ever really watched his show before. This is the goddamn thing. It's the most Tim and Eric, the most Heideckerian show. Maybe even like more than like Alex Jones.
Is that a word?
Or because I laughed out loud at this. He's like, let's go to our correspondent here. The guy's name is Dave Bratt. Dave Bratt.
Dave Bratt is riding shotgun.
Dave Bratt. Bratt.
Let's go, Dave Bratt. Your thoughts about this, sir?
Dave Bratt.
Yeah, well, just rewind. I
there
agree
he
with
is.
everything.
I mean, is this real? Is this like a bit or something? Dave Bratt. And he looks like that. Okay, we got Dave Bratt on the line here. Go ahead, you little brat. So anyway, this show is, you know, it's like, we can't even be on YouTube or any of this crap because it's too hot for TV, man. But it's like literally like word for word, just Fox News. Oh, but anyway, man, this guy definitely, I mean, he's a wacky weirdo, you know. I think everybody kind of gets it. Okay, yeah, guys. You go watch a show, it's like, what the hell is this, a sketch or something? Dave Bratt on the line. Hey, Bratt. But a bunch of Steve Bannon stuff has come out in these files. And if you go look at it, you can find it. What it looks like is, you know, Steve Bannon knew this guy and he's like texting and messaging and emailing him. And he's basically like, I'll be your advisor on all this stuff. I'll be like your PR guy on all this stuff, man. It seems like he knows what this guy done, you know? He knows what he's dealing with here. He's like, I'll do PR for you, man. You know, I was thinking, like, you know how they always talk about, they're going to put chips. They're going to put tracking chips in people's brains, man. I'm against this kind of crap, tracking. I'm going to take a bold stance here. I'm against putting tracking chips in people's little butts. What? I'm against that unless you went to Harvard or like Stanford or one of these, because Steve Bannon is a Harvard guy. And I feel like a lot of these people, it's like, man, we might need to keep an eye on these people. Because Steve, what is this guy's life, man? Like, he's clearly like some kind of an intelligent guy of some sort. But what he's literally doing like all this time is he's like doing podcasts and all this stuff. And he's like the elites, man. The global elites. I'm going to hold their ass to the fire, man. These are good sicko global elites, yada, yada, yada. And like literally at the same time, he's like, here's the most worst version of a global elite. I'm gonna help him out. I'm gonna do PR for that guy. And he's like texting him. Like, I picture Steve Bannon, he goes on his podcast, he's like, these global elites, man, they're sick. I went to Harvard, by the way. They're these sickos. He's like, hold on a second. Just let the camera keep running. I gotta text somebody. Hey, Jeffrey Epstein. You know, it's literally, that's this guy's life.
It is weird. And you know what? The older that Steve Bannon gets, the more he looks like an overweight George Washington. Have you noticed that? It's weird. It is weird.
Weird.
So, you know, I tuned in. What is it called? His show is called The Pendejo Room. I was hoping he would, like, address this. I don't know what I was thinking. He's just talking to this little brat. I was hoping he would, like, address this in some kind of way, you know? Because it is, people are sharing this all over the place. Look at Steve Bannon. But, like, yeah, I guess he's, like, a little smarter than, like, I don't know, Tim Pool or whatever, who tries, he's like, oh,
Let's get the
Elon
files and
Musk
figure it out.
is still cool, somehow. How? I don't know. He just is. Shut up. Steve Bannon doesn't talk about this at all, which makes sense. That's, like, the only thing you could do. Because what would you say? Oh, hey, I know my whole show, you know, it obviously is one big scammy contradiction here. I'm fighting the global elites and helping them, the worst ones. So I was hoping there'd be something funny in here. Like, literally the only defense he could do is like, someone took my phone. Steve Bratt took my phone.
Yeah, Steve Bratt took all those
illegal
texts
and emails. Oh, Steve Bratt. Steve Bratt hacked into all my crap. That little brat. Okay, so on and on and on, and then Steve Bratt.
How dare you.
So then there's this other thing with Steve Bannon. He's like a media guy. I think he did documentaries at one point, like poorly edited documentaries. So he's like he's like, I'm a media guy, dude. Okay, he should do a documentary about Steve Bratt. But I remember hearing about this. They were like, oh, that guy Steve Bannon, he's got like hours and hours. You know, he's got a bunch of footage of this guy Jeffrey Epstein, you know, I don't know, talking to the camera. And that's all uploaded like drop site news.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird how Steve Bannon, Harvard graduate, elitist fighter, was hanging out with elitist cabal runner Jeffrey Epstein trying to rehabilitate his image. It's weird. Simultaneously fighting the elites and helping them. It is weird. It is weird. And Arum Brown making a lot of sense.
That's really weird.
You know who else is in the files? Donald Trump. Big time.
So why are Republicans so interested in Bill and Hillary Clinton? It's because they're trying to distract from the fact that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files thousands and thousands of times.
I did everything
In
right
those
and
files,
they
there's
indicted
highly
me.
disturbing allegations of Donald Trump raping children, of Donald Trump threatening to kill children. So I encourage the press to go look at these allegations. And I'm highly disturbed that Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche just got the law wrong. Yesterday, he said, essentially, that it is not a crime to party with Jeffrey Epstein. Well, that's actually not correct. If Jeffrey Epstein was human trafficking minors for these sex parties, and you show up and patronize the establishment at that party, yes, you're guilty, because patronizing is part of the law, the federal sex trafficking law. So Deputy General Todd Blanche just got that wrong, which maybe explains why they aren't investigating all these folks, including Donald Trump. He needs to read the law and investigate these people. He also needs to resign.
Yes, indeed, he does. Parkour's language. With a raid over on Twitch. Much appreciated. Thank you, Parkour's language. Hope the stream went well. Welcome, Parkoursians. We're just talking about the Epstein files.
Jeffrey Epstein?
Hope all your days was going good over there. Wasn't me with the bits. What is that, like 20 bits? Thank you, sir. Actually, I don't know your gender. Thank you, sir and or ma'am, whatever, however you self-identify. Once again, I think it was you, wasn't me? I think it was you who donated those sweet, sweet bits. And I appreciate it. So yeah, Donald Trump in the files. In the files. All over the files. Thousands and thousands. So many times. It's in those files. It's in those files. More than Harry Potter is in the Harry Potter books.
All right, so there's a big week ahead in the ongoing Epstein file saga. On Monday, members of the House Oversight Committee will depose convicted Epstein accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell. Also on Monday, members of Congress will get their first chance to review the unredacted versions of the 3 million recently released files. Meanwhile, some repercussions to the Epstein files are already playing out overseas. Former UK ambassador to the United States, Peter Mendelsohn, is retiring from Parliament's upper chamber due to his links to Epstein. He was fired as ambassador by Prime Minister Keir Starmer back in September over his ties to Epstein. Mendelsohn has denied any knowledge of or complicity in Epstein's sexual crimes. And now Starmer is also facing growing calls to resign since he appointed Mendelsohn. In countries like Poland, Norway, France, and Slovakia, we are now seeing a flood of investigations and resignations into people linked to the late sex offender. But here at home, the latest batch of documents are being slammed over questionable reactions. For example, take a look at this 2014 email addressed to Epstein. It reads, quote, "Thank you for a fun night. Your littlest girl was a little naughty." The sender's name is redacted.
Yeah, why? Why is this person saying this disturbing thing being protected? Super weird.
These people are perverts.
And it is a reminder of the sensitive matter being dealt with here and why the push for accountability is so dire. But getting full accountability appears to still be a long ways off under the Trump administration. Take a listen to this statement made by Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche about the people named in the files.
It is not a...
By the way, can one of the mods give Parkour's Language a shout out in the chat for me? If there's a mod in Twitch right now. I know we just started the stream like 10 minutes ago.
And so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And some of these men may have done horrible things. And if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we...
Green New Deal. Getting me some sweet new sunglasses. Thank you very much. Well, since there's no mods over in Twitch, just go follow Parkour's Language. Go do it now. Over there
immediately, if not sooner.
We will, but it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein.
Joining us now, California Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs. She serves on the Foreign Affairs and Armed Services committees. Congresswoman, it's good to have you here. So as we mentioned, we're starting to see some fallout overseas, resignations, investigations. But here, domestically, the administration seems to at least be stonewalling any credible attempt at accountability. And it's interesting when you see the names that are redacted, and I want to get to your thoughts on this whole redaction issue, and certainly going forward in the week ahead. Some of the people whose names are redacted had some of the most disgusting and vile comments that were made. It wasn't just about partying. There were clearly innuendos and references to young girls in very disturbing ways. And yet there are names that are not redacted in the Epstein files. What do you plan on doing this week with the redaction and being able to access it? Do you think we're going to learn the names of some of these individuals? How do we get to that?
Yeah, well, I'm glad that there is accountability in other countries, and we're going to keep working until there's full accountability here for anyone who committed a crime. And I am very concerned that the Trump administration's Department of Justice seems to have redacted a number of the co-conspirators while not protecting and not redacting the names of survivors, including even releasing naked pictures of them when they were girls, their addresses, other identifying information, which is blatantly against the law that we passed that said protect the survivors, but you cannot redact the names of the co-conspirators. But even with all the redactions, we know that Donald Trump is mentioned 38,000 times in the Epstein files. Donald Trump is literally mentioned more in the Epstein files than Harry Potter is mentioned in the Harry Potter books. And so, yes, I'm glad that we're making progress and we're going to get more information and more of these names are going to come out. And we don't need more information to know that Republicans should be holding Donald Trump accountable. They should be dragging him in, making him answer questions. And if they don't do it when we're in power, we will.
Yes, indeed. Republicans should find a backbone and get Donald Trump in Congress to testify to his knowledge of all of these crimes. She seems to have been, to some degree, a party to. And if they don't do it, Democrats better do it when they get back in power. Okay, let's keep talking about the Epstein files. Here's a fun one. Did you know that Jeffrey Epstein enjoyed comedy? Yeah, that's right. Even creeps apparently like to laugh.
Obviously, the Epstein files are incredibly heavy, but can I just be petty for one moment? Because it looks like Jeffrey Epstein's favorite stand-up comedian was Whitney Cummings. This email says, "Hi, Kanya. Jeffrey is asking how many tickets did you purchase for the Whitney Cummings show on Sunday night. He wants a total of 6. I love this for her so much. The unfunny anti-vax climate denier who defended her predator friend Chris D'Elia no matter what happened, and who said that Miss Rachel is for deaf morons. You will be the preference of every pedo when your material is just hack anti-feminist crap that thinks that being raunchy is somehow edgy. You're the Margaret Thatcher of pussy snatchers. You're the Santa Maria for dudes that think that baby Jesus is hot. You're the #1 influencer on Only Predators. Congratulations.
Damn, Francesca Fiorentini. Coming in hot. Coming in hot after that Whitney Cummings. Apparently Jeffrey Epstein's favorite comedian. That's super weird. Super weird, Whitney. That's normal. Enjoy that. Embrace it. Embrace it. Embrace it, Whitney. I hear those Epstein guys got a lot of money. Could be good for your career. I mean, you might have a smaller audience, but still.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report. It is a real pleasure to welcome to the program Brace Belden, co-host of True Anon, the True Anon podcast. I think I feel comfortable saying we're all fans that have watched the show or listened to the show. So it's a real pleasure to have you here. Thanks for joining us. You guys started your show basically around the Epstein files, what, like 7 years ago, maybe? What is so enticing about the Epstein story?
There's a couple, well, they're not caveats, but there's a few things I need to get out of the way first.
Sure.
The show is called True Anon, and we named it that because it was sort of a send-up, because, you know, this was during, we started the show in 2019. There was all like the Pizzagate, the QAnon stuff. And my firm advice to anyone out there who's ever going to name anything, no
give
puns.
us pizza or give us death.
Don't do it. And no timely
This
names.
show was supposed to be sort of a joke.
I know,
It
but
was supposed to
Majority
be-
Report, you're not thinking Minority Report, which maybe it
Well,
was
a lot
not
of people
named after
do.
that.
No, it was not after the Minority Report, but a lot of people call it that. But nevertheless, go ahead.
But it works. It works without puns in mind. TrueAnon, I think, has become increasingly difficult when I meet people to explain to them the genesis of the name, and so sometimes I just. Hell, maybe I'll start saying I do the Majority Report. But we started the show sort of as a I don't know what. Me and my friend
You see Sam's face when he said that. I feel like Sam was like, yeah, I guess we can work out some kind of a licensing deal or something for real life interactions. $1.50 every time you want to tell somebody you
the
work
show
at the
we're just
Majority
talking
Report.
about the Epstein stuff a lot, and then he got arrested and then died in jail. And we did not really intend for it to be a long-term thing, but it sort of just became one. And we talked a lot about Epstein in the beginning, and we covered him a lot over the years, but we talk about a lot more than that. However, we definitely got I have read a lot of stuff over the years and talked to a lot of different people, and boy, I could not have predicted that it would turn into what it's turning into right now.
Well, I would say that, like, I didn't think I was interested in it until obviously his death in prison. And of course, then you start to, like, there's a lot of liberal messaging that kind of teaches you not to be that conspiratorial or think about things in this manner when you're, and that facade, I guess, has broken a lot for me, especially when you see these emails and you see the extent of how connected he was. But like, I'm back to the beginning of your show, like QAnon and that whole phenomenon. I'm curious if you look back on that in a very different manner here, given the revelations that we've had, like the extent of Steve Bannon's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein makes me think about that time period very differently. I think about how, obviously Trump went on the offensive against Hillary Clinton and brought Bill Clinton's accusers of sexual assault to the second debate, and that they were both kind of embroiled in the Epstein scandal. And it's like Trump went on the offense on that and tied the Democrats to that with the Pizzagate conspiracy and all of that. But now you're seeing that Trump was even maybe more connected than Clinton himself. So the question is like, was Pizzagate a psychological operation, basically, that the Republicans engaged in?
It's interesting. I have kind of had suspicions about the Pizzagate QAnon stuff from the beginning because it was pushed by certain people in Trump world a lot. I'm thinking about Jack Posobiec and Steve Bannon, of course. The Steve Bannon thing, I think, is really interesting. It's hard to know how much of his like bullshit mythos to buy and how much is him kind of like putting up a front of how like he's this Machiavellian character. But to see how much he was kind of pushing that angle of stuff or that sphere of stuff, sometimes a little subtly and then sometimes much less subtly, and then to have these revelation after revelation or document after document come out of him coordinating with Jeffrey Epstein, not only about Jeffrey Epstein's like reputation rehabilitation, but also about things that are going on in Trump world in the government and things that are going on with Steve Bannon's sort of like international dealings. At one point, it seems like him and Epstein are coordinating meetings with Sebastian Kurz, the prime minister of Austria. There's a sort of a lot of rumor trading and information trading about what's happening in the Trump White House or within like sort of Trump land in general too. It is hard. And then I haven't actually looked into this part yet from the new.
I don't know why, but I love this lamp. I love this banana lamp behind him. I'm just noticing it right now. The banana lamp is fucking just awesome. I don't know why. I love it.
Seen documents, but it is kind of crazy in this sort of like I don't know what kind of way, maybe even in a new way, to see that Epstein himself was meeting with the guy who founded 4chan at one point in like 2014. I got to be honest with you guys. I've never used 4chan. I hope I never will. I'm 36. But
that's where QAnon came out of 4chan. I mean, this is just where I want to emphasize this, like the fact that Republicans were quite aware, and the Trump administration or Trump campaign was quite aware that this was a conspiracy theory that was brewing. They co-opted it effectively for years and years to be just about Democrats and used it to their advantage. And now we see that, of course, he was just as embroiled in it. So it
was an incredibly cynical move when you think about it. Like for the, the Epstein adjacent Republicans, especially Donald Trump, to be using this, like to be using this horrifying crime to his advantage, when in fact he was in the files the whole time and best friends with Jeffrey Epstein for years. And the more and more that comes out, it would seem that he knew what Jeffrey Epstein was up to and was seemingly fine with it. Shocking. I know that both Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump would be committing sex crimes at, say, pageants or fashion shows. It's super weird.
They were quite successful, it seems like, in deflecting, and I don't know. I mean, I just wonder how far back it goes.
No, I'm with you on that, and it is interesting about the Bill Clinton stuff, right? In that Bill Clinton had, and we sort of have a shape of his involvement with Epstein. It took place over like 6 or 7, 8 years.
Not crazy about the shirt. It's not the best shirt, but the lamp is great. Nice cans, though. That's what pros call headphones. I actually have the upgraded version of those headphones. I got the old ones. The ones I've been talking about last 48 hours because they're breaking down because I've had them for like 15 years. At least I think these are Bayer Dynamics. They certainly look like them. I think they're the 770s.
A little bit when Clinton was in the White House, and then definitely some afterwards. Trump and Epstein had, from all appearances, a pretty similar relationship where they hung out. Epstein flew on the Lolita, or excuse me, Trump rather, flew on the Lolita Express. Seemingly, there's pictures of Bill Clinton meeting some of Epstein's young ladies during the trip to Africa. There's now, looks like quite a lot of evidence that Trump had met and it certainly was aware of Epstein's recruiting from Mar-a-Lago. The funny thing about this, though, is that like Trump is able to, and also like, Juanita Broaddrick, I think the one we were talking about, who was brought to the State of the Union. Oh, was the State of the Union or whatever was brought? Yeah,
the debate.
The debate. Yes. Yeah. Obviously Trump has also been accused of sexual assault by multiple people at this point. There's a lot of mirrors in their relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, but I think the big difference is this was really popular on the right, and this was, talking about Jack Posobiec, it's a little less so Steve Bannon. This was something that was hammered over and over and over and over again, that Jeffrey Epstein was like a uniquely Democrat sort of I don't know what problem. And he was friends with quite a few Democratic politicians and donors, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I think especially from the Bannon stuff and like the Ehud Barak stuff, although he is, I guess, on the liberal side of Israeli politics,
that's a good joke
compared to Netanyahu, or I guess in the Israeli context. He doesn't really have, I would say Epstein is relatively nonpartisan in many ways.
Yeah.
And certainly, his relationship with Bannon shows he is really willing to be friends with anyone. And he sort of cheers on Bannon's European exploits and seeks to help him wherever he can.
I maybe we should, I guess the only other question to talk about this, and then I want to go back and get into this sort of trove and where that takes us. But how much of the idea of, sort of teasing out Emma's with potential theory that this was a psyop. I mean, in the
who
sense,
was Q, by
well,
the way?
in the sense that, like, we know that one of like sort of long-term, I think, sort of conservative.
If people don't know what Emma was getting at there, is suggestions that Epstein himself may have been Q. Or that like him and Steve Bannon may have like cooked up Q themselves in the creepy laboratory.
These people are perverts.
Is to attack people at your own weakness, and attack their strength, et cetera, et cetera. And how much of the idea that Donald Trump is coming in, according to QAnon, to clean up the very thing that he is about as much of a part of as really anybody short of Epstein. How much of it also,
about Jeffrey Epstein?
I think the fact that QAnon, and this gets to Emma's point about conspiracy, the fact that QAnon was harping on this, in many respects, sort of acts as, classic rat F, which is you do a limited hangout essentially with a untrustworthy narrator that everybody agrees is untrustworthy, and then what is released, that whole story becomes fanciful and too fantastic and fabulous, and we're not going to believe it. But now we're looking at this, and it's like, I don't know if there was a network of child trafficking, throughout, but it sort of looks like it, and certainly, like, I don't, like, who's missing from the list of people who are powerful over the past 20 years from that list, outside of like maybe some celebrity stars, but in terms of politics, like, everybody seems to be there, short of like Robert Rubin, I guess. So what is your sense of that? Like, how much of what, I don't know, how much of this was out there as a way of just sort of like making any stories about this stuff seem ludicrous?
They make me vomit.
Well, I think it doesn't help in that QAnon. I mean, QAnon was so fucking. Excuse me, I don't know if I'm allowed to swear. Was so crazy that I think it kind of like infected not only the way like a lot of right wing people think about stuff, where they're willing to believe literally anything. I mean, I think there's a lot of conspiratorial thinking going around, but like, I mean, some of the stuff that I've talked to Republicans about, I mean, it's just it defies belief that you could believe in these things and still go about your day-to-day life. But also
I feel like to some degree when I listen to Republicans talk about certain things, especially this, but like there's other places for sure. But I feel like Republicans are like living in like a permanently suspended state of what's it called? Oh, it's a movie term, or it's a storytelling term. Suspension of disbelief, I think, is what it's called. It's like a permanently suspended state of disbelief that they're living in. Like, they saw National Treasure or something like that, and then just like something like snapped, like something like fried in their brain, and they just were stuck forever. like in this permanently suspended state of disbelief, and just kind of going about as if anything's possible. I'll believe anything. Tell me anything, I'll believe it. Med beds
serves to sort of make everything seem pretty absurd, and there's so much kind of like fake stuff out there about the Epstein stuff, and so many kind of unreliable people who, especially like Posobiec or any of these people who are sort of like given that binder by Pam Bondi at the beginning of the second Trump administration, that kind of that have added so many layers of just bullshit to all of this, that it makes it hard for, I think, the layperson to parse through what's real and what's not, because they've been giving so much information and some of it's true, some of it's fake, but it's all kind of like blurred together on social media, where like really lurid stuff, and like I'm talking about some of the stuff that's like in the FBI tips that were just put out in this new stuff. and then some of that is like, which is just like clearly not true, is mixed in with stuff that like does seem to be true. And you know what it's, I think what I've sort of been interested in is I never thought that like Epstein was trafficking girls over email, although it looks like in the case of Jess Staley, that might have been the case. And there are
like
sort of
he was. Yeah, I mean everything. That's what's crazy about this particular thing, about this particular sort of traipse down conspiracy lane. It's like all of the craziest shit you can imagine. That actually happened. In almost all cases, that actually happened too. It's like you can go down the list of shit, like with Epstein. It's like, oh yeah, no, actually, they may have been doing cannibalism.
Some oblique references, certainly in the message notepads taken from his house in Palm Beach in the original investigation, there definitely seems to be some references, especially in the phone calls from Jean-Luc.
The med beds were over the top, but that's the thing. That's literally what I'm saying, though, right now. To you, right? That's like, is that not what I'm saying right now? It's like a permanent suspension of disbelief. They're over the top, and yet a whole host of people, including the president of the United States, thought, and some actually still, I think it's real. It's not clear to me that there aren't some number of people who still think the med beds are coming, right? Like it's insane. It's insane. They're living in a fictional world. They have suspended disbelief permanently. They're just willing to accept anything that sounds awesome. Like, that sounds great. I'm big into that. Let's do that. Yep. Like, with no skepticism at all applied. It's incredible.
But what's more is Epstein's sort of place in the international business world. I think what we're almost beyond any of the trafficking stuff, really that's what we're learning from these new tranches. He was so enmeshed in these worlds. And, you know, I just want to take an example, and that's just because I was looking at this right before we went on right here, is Elon Musk, right? You know, in 2012, it looks like he's according to emails, and God knows what other messaging was used. And of course, you know, there's phone calls and things like that obviously are not recorded here. But he's having lunch with Elon Musk and Boris Nikolic, which was like Bill Gates' sort of secondhand man who introduced him to Jeffrey Epstein. And within a month, he's hanging out with them again, and Nicholas Pritzker, and they're introducing Kimball Musk, Elon's brother, in the mix. And then a month later.
By the way, I had to look this up because I was like, wait. There's no way. But it turns out, I mean, I was right. Nicholas Pritzker. That's gonna be governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker's daddy. And then I think J.B. Pritzker's cousin appears in the files. Like I mean, they're billionaires. It shouldn't be shocking to anybody that a bunch of billionaire dudes were hanging out. I mean, this is part of the problem with us having a bunch of rich people in the, you know, not just rich, like exceedingly wealthy people. What was I saying? I got thinking about the Epstein files and I got lost.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Oh God. Right, in politics. That's what I was saying.
Jeffrey Epstein appears to arrange a relationship between Kimball Musk, Elon's brother, who's on the board of Tesla and all these things. All these kind of like a little bit of a loser brother.
Honestly, the only thing that drove me to Google it is I was like, Pritzker. That's a pretty uncommon name. Honestly, JB is the only one that I know of, right? And I was like, what's the likelihood of the billionaire family, the Pritzkers, being at all involved with Jeffrey Epstein? Turns out it's a 100% likelihood. Perhaps.
to a woman that that Kimball Musk gets in a relationship with. Shortly after that, Elon's asking about partying in St. Barth, and
Boris is in there a lot. Which Boris? Boris Yeltsin? Boris Johnson? Boris the... You're going to have to be more clear about which Boris. I mean, there's 6 million files, at least, if not more. Hard to say. You got to be more specific about which Boris you're talking about.
Island. And it does, I have to say, appear that Jeffrey Epstein and Elon Musk, two of the worst emailers of all time, Elon does not really seem to understand what Jeffrey Epstein is offering, and
the coded language.
He's because at one point Epstein's like, I don't know if your wife's gonna like the ratio, and he's like, my wife doesn't mind the ratio, but it doesn't appear that Elon did go to the island in 2012, 2013, where those emails are from. Although I think that they might have partied on St. Bart's, I don't know. But then shortly after that, Elon Musk is arranging a private tour of SpaceX in Southern California for not only Jeffrey Epstein, but 3 other women that Jeffrey Epstein brings. And then according to some schedules that are in there, this I can't say for sure, but Elon had just moved to Bel Air, and Epstein's schedule for the day shows that he's going to Bel Air with
some
the
of the things that I say will be incorrect.
And so that's just like, and then later, both the girl and Kimball are emailing Elon are emailing Jeffrey Epstein for advice in their relationship. And so like that's just like a small nugget of how enmeshed he was with his people. Remember this.
Okay, that's a perfect spot to end it right there. We could have watched the whole thing. I'm just like, there's no way. It's an hour. It's over an hour long. Honestly, it was a great clip. I missed it live. If I think I missed this one live, but it was I mean, they got deep into the files. But we can't do that. We can't just do all files all day. We've been doing the files just so much. We've been talking about Jeffrey Epstein.
We're still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Talking about him and talking about. We can't have it to completely take over Sunday Fun Day. So I'm going to have to keep this moving. I am afraid. I am sorry to say. But we're going to keep talking about the files. Just moving from that clip. I still got more. I mean, we still have more to talk about right now. Oh boy. Let's talk about a video clip that has been circulating in the internet. A video clip which would seem to point to the possibility that, in fact, Jeffrey Epstein might be alive, running around out there. I know it sounds crazy, but we got new video. Remember that undoctored, quote unquote, the undoctored, very much clearly, obviously doctored video from outside the Jeffrey Epstein cell? Like the one that was so obviously doctored they left behind, like, it was like I can't remember, it was part of the editing software, like on Adobe. It was like a photo, it was like, I don't think it was Photoshop. It was like, what was it? I can't think of the product, but it was like an Adobe product, and they like left behind like aspects of like the editing tools, like it literally for everyone to see. Well, we've got a new clip. It's very suspicious. This will be one of the only CBS News clips we go to.
CBS News has uncovered new evidence that appears to contradict the official account of what happened in Jeffrey Epstein's jail the night he died. We've studied surveillance video showing a glimpse of what may be a person in orange near Epstein's cell. FBI and Justice Department logs refer to it. Authorities have insisted no one entered Epstein's cell.
Very weird. And you know what it looks like to me? Watch that again with me, would you, folks? You know what that looks like to me? It looks like somebody taking off a shirt. I could be wrong. I mean, an orange shirt. What is most likely a prison jumpsuit, or you know what I mean? Like, watch the way. Look how high the orange goes.
A glimpse of what may be a person in orange near.
Do you see it? Do you see what it does? The way that moves. It looks like a shirt coming off.
FBI and Justice Department logs refer to it. Authorities have insisted no one entered Epstein's cell tier at night before he died. Scott McFarlane has covered this case for many years. Scott, good morning. What are we learning?
Hey, Vlad, good morning. More than 6 years after the death of...
Am I wrong about that? We're going to watch it again. People in chat are saying, please, again.
Contradict the official account of what happened in Jeffrey Epstein's jail the night he died. We've studied surveillance video showing a glimpse of what may be a person in orange near Epstein's cell. FBI and Justice Department logs refer to it. Authorities have insisted no one entered Epstein's cell tier at night before he died. Scott McFarlane has covered this case for many years. Scott, good morning. What are we learning?
Hey, Vlad, good morning. More than 6 years after the death of Jeffrey Epstein in a federal prison, the mystery over how he died remains very much alive. A new analysis of surveillance video by CBS News shows a partial view of what may be someone possibly headed up to Epstein's cell tier the night he died.
Notorious sex offender Jeffrey Epstein was found dead in his cell in the early morning of August 10, 2019, inside this since-shuttered federal prison in Manhattan. And this was the vow of then Attorney General Bill Barr.
We will get to the bottom of what happened, and there will be accountability.
Epstein's death was quickly ruled a suicide, but a technical failure that left only one working camera near his cell that night has created conspiracy theories about what happened leading up to his death. At the time, the Attorney General...
Yeah, and it's quite interesting. I mean, you look at this. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cameras in this cell block, and only one of them's working. Only 20% of the cameras are working, and it's the one basically furthest away that does not. It's like the one with the worst possible view of this stairwell over here and his cell itself. Like every single one of these has a less obstructed view of the cell than this one. It's a little too convenient, in my opinion. It's weird. It's weird. That's what I would call it.
About what happened leading up to his death. At the time, the Attorney General said no one entered Epstein's housing tier the night of his death. But there's been scrutiny of a particular moment on the cell block surveillance footage where an orange-looking flash could be seen at 10:39 p.m. A report from the Justice Department Inspector General notes the flash, quote, "It is possible someone is carrying inmate linen or bedding up the stairs." And the final report refers to it as, quote, "an unidentified corrections officer." But now, newly released Justice Department documents reveal an initial...
Why is a corrections officer wearing an orange prison jumpsuit?
The review of surveillance video on the cell block says the flash could possibly be an inmate. And independent video analysts consulted by CBS News say the movement was more consistent with an inmate or someone wearing an orange prison uniform than a corrections officer. And prison employees or someone wearing an orange...
I just want to hear that one more
time.
time.
The movement was more consistent with an inmate or someone wearing an orange prison uniform than a corrections officer. And prison employees tell CBS News it would have been highly unusual to move an inmate at 10:39 p.m. Jeffrey Epstein was found dead at 6:30 a.m.
It is unusual. It's all very, 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 very unusual.
That's really weird.
Oh,
following morning. And last year, then Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino insisted.
There's video clear as day. He's the only person in there and the only person coming out. You can see it.
A separate CBS News investigation last year also cast doubt on how the prison preserved the crime scene and why Jeffrey Epstein's body and some object were moved before the FBI arrived. This does not change the assessment Epstein died by suicide, but these new details raise further questions about the...
It doesn't change that assessment? That's weird. It's weird that it doesn't change your assessment on that. I would say for me, I must be using a different calculus. I must be a different mathematics over here. But for me, it makes a lot of questions. I've got so many questions. And with that, we might as well go here next. If Jeffrey Epstein is in fact alive, when the hell is he getting up to?
Is Jeffrey Epstein actually alive and in Israel playing Fortnite? Well, in this video, I will dive into this claim that internet sleuths are apparently...
I love this story. I don't know why it's hilarious to me, though.
Yeah, have apparently uncovered that Epstein is actually not dead. He's alive, escaped to Israel, and is big into Fortnite and Rocket League. So, look, I know it's hard not to laugh at the claim, but there are reasons why people are believing this. So I'm going to honestly deal with the claims that are being made. I'm going to get to the ties that Epstein had with the Israeli government, which would have to be present for him to escape to Israel in the first place. I'm also going to get to a photo that some are claiming shows Epstein in Israel. I'm also going to get to emails that reveal a username that Epstein often used and how that ties into Fortnite and Rocket League. So first, let me start with the ties to Israel, because this part of the claim is really important. If he escaped to Israel, then he must have ties with the Israeli government. Well, this...
Hold on. Okay, we're an hour into the stream, so I better do this now before I forget. Start a galactic content goal on YouTube. And one on Twitch. Manage the goals. All right, one has been started on YouTube. Okay, why is my trackpad doing this? It's so stupid. I don't understand. Global fried quesadilla stands. He's running a chain of fried quesadilla stands. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, totally. I'm trying to think of a funny name for an Epstein run fried quesadilla stand. Trying to work cabal into it, like Cabaldia or something, or the case of Lolita. I'm close. I'm close to it. I almost have it. I almost have it. I got it. Fried quesadilla, extra pizza. No, too long. I'm so close. Okay. New goals started officially on the Twitch, on the YouTubes.
WSNT_me gifted
Oh, shit.
subscriptions to the community.
Wasn't me immediately gifting one sub to the community. Who got it? I can't see. Flex Sweat Meat. Enjoy it. Much appreciated. Wasn't me. I think it was you. But I won't bother everybody with that.
Is absolutely
that whole thing
true.
right now.
So there's a great breakdown here from Zateo on Epstein's ties with the Israeli government. As they write, the Epstein files, which have still not been completely released, have countless indications of Epstein's ties to Israel, some of them cheekier than others. In a 2018 email, as Epstein sought to arrange a meeting between former Prime Minister Ehud Barak and former Qatari Prime Minister, he appeared to joke, quote, "You should make clear that I don't work."
How is pizza beside the point? It's clearly a reference to Epstein, right? When I say fried quesadilla extra pizza, we're not talking about pizza, right? We're talking about pizza. We're not talking about pizza. We're talking about pizza. We're talking about Epstein pizza, right? You see what I'm doing here? I'm trying to play a game, a tricky quesadilla-based game.
Mossad, smiley face. Mossad being Israeli.
Q's quesadilla stand. That's it. Q's quesadilla. Look, Bovine did it. You hit the jackpot. Q's quesadilla. That's it. That's the one. That's the one. We're incorporating that. Call the
former Prime Minister Ehud Barak and former Qatari Prime Minister. He appeared to joke, quote, "You should make clear that I don't work for Mossad." Smiley face. Mossad being Israeli intelligence. So, the exchange is one of thousands of documents linking Epstein to Ehud Barak. The former Israeli prime minister was not only in constant contact with Epstein, Barak repeatedly visited Epstein's homes in New York and Florida. He traveled to Epstein's island. He even asked Epstein's advice on writing op-eds. So clearly Epstein had deep ties to the Israeli government. It goes on and on, by the way. I'll link to this below the video in case you want to read through the whole thing, but some more pieces worth mentioning here. The pair exchanged various ideas for business ventures and partnered up to invest in a security tech startup. At another point, Barak had asked Epstein to invest in another tech firm run by veterans of an Israeli weapons company. Palantir. Yes, in 2013, as Barak was departing his role as Israel's Minister of Defense, Epstein encouraged him to look at two companies, including Palantir, the tech company that since aided Israel's genocide of Palestine and helped Immigration Customs Enforcement ICE terrorize people in the U.S. Epstein suggested that Palantir co-founder Peter Thiel could place Barak on the board of the company. He also has ties to Israeli intelligence, helping Israel build a back channel to Russia by connecting Barak with Russian President Vladimir Putin. So you've seen you may have seen headlines about how Epstein was potentially a spy for Russia. But it's interesting how a lot of these major outlets aren't diving into the obvious connections first to the Israeli government that led to the ties to the Russian government. So he welcomed an Israeli spy to stay at his apartment for weeks at a time as well. I mean, the ties go on and on. There's also an allegation that Epstein was involved in the Israeli Mossad. An FBI document citing contact with the confidential human source, CHS, an informant who leveled similar accusations. And that email is here, where it goes on to say, Mossad, this is from, to be clear, the FBI document from the source, saying that Epstein was close to the former prime minister of Israel and trained as a spy under him. So the confidential source claimed that about Epstein. All right, so the ties to the Israeli government are obvious, yet maybe we should believe Netanyahu, the war criminal wanted by the ICC, who said Epstein's unusual close relationship with Ehud Barak doesn't suggest Epstein worked for Israel. It proves the opposite. I mean, when you go all out to try and claim, no, all these thousands of emails, no, these obvious ties that these two had doesn't mean they were close. It actually means they were really far apart. It's such obvious bullshit. What an insane defense. Saying he's stuck on his election loss for over 2 decades, Barak has for years obsessively attempted to undermine Israeli democracy by working with the anti-Zionist radical left in failed attempts to overthrow the elected Israeli government. Such a stupid claim, also considering that Epstein helped open doors for Netanyahu as well. As Dropsite reports, an investigation by Murtaza Hussein and Ryan Grimm documents how Epstein facilitated a 2011 meeting between Netanyahu and senior JP Morgan executives at a decisive moment in Israel's offshore gas fight, the same day the Knesset was voting on tax rules that would determine the future of the Leviathan gas field. Emails show JP Morgan thanking Epstein directly for securing the meeting. So the ties weren't just to Ehud Barak, it was also to Netanyahu. But no, it's the far left. Like, it's so stupid that before I get to this piece, it's worth mentioning. People in the Epstein files, conservatives, liberals, Zionists, imperialists, billionaires, tech bros, presidents, people not in the Epstein files, Antifa, unionists, Palestinians, communists, drag queens, transgender athletes, workers.
Oh, God.
Arguably
It's
the
so
greatest
true.
work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
It's so true. Real lack of these over here. But oh boy. Oh boy, are these guys in the files. They're all over the files.
A movement. The idea that Epstein was deep with the far left is so absolutely insane. Worth noting as well, Epstein helped broker Israeli security agreement with Mongolia. This is somebody who clearly had very incredibly deep ties to the Israeli government. Also worth mentioning, Epstein files contain financial documents proving that Epstein funded the Israeli military through the Friends of the IDF charity. I mean, you can't get any deeper than this. All right, so that part of the claim is absolutely clear. Yes, Jeffrey Epstein had deep ties to the Israeli government. No doubt about that. But now let's get to the other claims that are being made. So, BBC reporting here, details of Jeffrey Epstein's post-mortem released in latest files. So before I get to the claims made, it's worth establishing what recently came out. This is a couple days ago. So previously unseen photos showing Jeffrey Epstein's body lying on a stretcher and being attended to by medics in the immediate aftermath of his death have been released by the U.S. government. 20 images, many of which are too graphic to show, were published as part of a declassified FBI report into Epstein's death in custody, as well as a post-mortem examination and internal prison documents. So there are photos of him not alive, many of them. And it, as we get to the claims of him being alive, I guess it's possible to have a fake dead body, but I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. We're getting a little too deep there. As they mentioned, in a meeting with a psychologist the following day, Epstein said that he had no interest in killing himself and that it would be crazy to take his life. The document states.
Honestly, I've seen the photos. There was a video that was taken down, I think, because of the images that were shown. Now that I'm going through this again right now, I'm realizing what's probably happened here. But I think it was a Sheila Zolnor video was taken down that had those images up that honestly, like, I looked at those photos and I was like, is this guy dead? He didn't look dead. He didn't look dead. Like, she was going through all these images and honestly, he didn't look dead in these photos. It's bringing up questions. Those are the questions that are coming up for people.
On July 25th, he stated he was too vested in my case to fight it. I have a life and want to get back to living my life, according to the psychologist report. So this gets to the idea, did he kill himself or did someone else do it? I think those claims are a lot more credible to look into and suggest that, in fact, he didn't kill himself. But we'll get to the claims of him being alive. On the night of August 9th, the prison guards also failed to conduct checks scheduled for 3 and 5. Prison documents show, and the camera system in the unit was also down. His body was discovered during a morning check carried out by staff. So a lot of coincidences leading to Jeffrey Epstein being found dead in his cell. All right. Here he is in Israel. He's fine. There he is. So that's not him. This is an AI image. This image is going around.
Yeah, it's definitely
saying
AI.
that.
Yeah, I've seen there's multiples of this. There's like multiple shots, like multiple angles of this. I've seen it. It's bad. It's bad AI. Anybody being tricked by this? Come on. Come on. Come on, get it together. This is fake. There's a lot of tells, actually. Lighting. It's really close to these guys, you'll notice. There should be more shadowing right here. Considering, right? You got these two guys who appear to be like CIA or like Mossad or something. You can see they got like the little earpieces on. Like, there should be more shadowing here, and there's not. Also, like, he just, like, proportionally, something looks wrong. It just looks off. As well as blur. Right? If you look at blur, there's, like, some weird shit going on that shouldn't be happening if it was an actual camera taking the photo. In fact, there's probably a bunch of things we could pick out right now. I'm just not going to do it. We don't have time for it. We don't have time, but there's clearly some things, like, weird shit happening in here.
This is an AI image. This image is going around saying that this is proof. There he is in Israel. As pointed out by readers, the image is AI generated. So there is the Gemini logo in the corner there. It was originally posted to Hard AI Images on Reddit on February 1st, whose description reads, "Post your funny hard AI images free. Feel free to screenshot." And we can go to that post. Here is the original image with the Gemini logo. And people that are sharing this online claiming it's real, conveniently don't have the Gemini logo in the image, but the full image does indeed show it. There it is. It's AI. It's not real. He's not walking around in Israel. Also worth noting, the Hebrew on the signs is gibberish. All right. That's not him. So that part of the claim, of this photo at least, not real. This is where we get to Little Saint Jeff 1. So this is the account that Jeffrey Epstein apparently used. It was tied to his email address here for YouTube. So if you go through YouTube receipts or you search up Little Saint Jeff 1 in the Epstein library, many links, almost all of them, if not all of them, are tied to YouTube receipts. Many of them for, UFC fights. So this is an account he used on YouTube.
Oh my God. Remember that. Little Saint Jeff appears in the files over and over again. Twice in dataset 9, 3 times here in dataset 11, twice in dataset 10, and I assume more times.
Many of them
considering
for, UFC fights. So this is an account he used on YouTube. This gets us to how people are connecting this to Fortnite, because there is this email that states, "Alert, the $25.95 charge was for V-Bucks on Fortnite." Now, for whatever reason, the to and the from are blocked out. We don't know who sent this. I assume it's to Jeffrey Epstein, or maybe it's him sending this out. Again, we don't know. But regardless, there was apparently a charge on somebody's account. People are assuming Jeffrey Epstein for $25.95. Now, I'm going to get back to this email later because there's more I want to say about this. But it's also worth noting, Fortnite is mentioned many times in the Epstein files. Worth mentioning again, this is what's been released. There are many more that have not been released. But a lot of the mentions.
I mean, these are weird, though. He wanted to play Fortnite, but I said no. And he didn't argue. Love him. Let's be you too. Didn't see you much. Sounds like they've integrated the Battle Royale a la Fortnite format into the latest COD game. I would start with. And honestly, this is, fascinating because he was actually talking about with the guy who owns this guy, I forget what his name is, but like talking about how they should start using COD points, and they did. Like there's like all this, like this is honestly, I think I'm less skeptical about this than David is. The picture is clearly fake, but not all of this is the same, and I think this could be real. And
Fortnite are tied to potential investment opportunities. For example, this one where someone's messaging him, Paul Barrett, saying that he thinks he should invest more into Activision because they are launching Call of Duty Warzone, which sounds like they've successfully integrated the Battle Royale, the Fortnite format, into the latest Call of Duty game. So I would start with $1 million investment. So just discussions of Fortnite deal with that. There are no actual emails, at least so far, showing a Fortnite account attached to this Jeffrey Epstein email address that has of the emails that have been released. So we don't have, receipts, for example, from an Epic Games account showing the connection to the Fortnite account. But with that said, people have connected this little Saint Jeff 1 to Fortnite. If you search this account on Fortnite Tracker, you can see there is an account with that name. So this is indeed true. Now, worth pointing out, according to Fortnite Wrapped 2025, the alleged Jeffrey Epstein account played 10 hours that year, 74 matches, and won 7 times, showing the account has been active since Jeffrey Epstein died. And since that was found, the account has been privated. Now, some are this leads some people to believe that, Jeffrey Epstein was found out and he set his account to private. It could also mean it's someone else's account.
You see what I mean about David? He's being skeptical, and I understand that. But, I mean, because there's so much going on around this, and who knows what's true and what's not. But this is a very specific little St. Jeff 1, and Jeffrey Epstein clearly used that in multiple places. I struggle to be as skeptical as David in this particular case. I'm like, dude, as somebody who has used the same username in places, I know people do this all the time, right? And I find it weird that somebody else would have that exact same username independently. Little Saint Jeff 1. I don't know. It's possible. I'm not saying it's impossible. Of course it's possible. I feel like it's more likely that somehow he did have an account.
And
I also find it weird that the profile will be privated immediately. The account only played 10 hours, clearly not a gamer. Exactly. Epstein is clearly he's a casual gamer, right? He's probably played video games, from time to time, but he's not a serious video gamer. And so, it's just details like that. Amy G with the super sticker on YouTube. Laughing pear. Not sure what that pear's laughing at, but thank you very much for the dono. Oh, wait, I can't see it. Why can't I see it? What is going on? Oh, boy. And it looks real weird. Cut off. Look at this.
WSNT_me just shared 100 bits.
Thank you for the bits. Wasn't me. It was you, I'm pretty sure. Once again. Good to see us making progress on the Galactic content goal tonight. We got a lot of Sunday Fun Day action here. We're really not that far into it. Really not that far into it. And this might be one of our more value-taining shows, I'm not going to lie. I mean, we've got a lot, considering we got Super Bowl, we got Olympics and stuff like that. We got a lot of actual fun stories to talk about today, finally. Finally. It's not all fun. I'm not going to pretend like it is, of course, but we actually have some slightly more fun than normal stories. Now, I would actually include this in it, because talking about Fortnite is somehow less depressing than talking about the depravity of the Epstein files themselves. I feel like it's somehow better.
Started getting messages from people, and we're like, this is too weird, and set their account to private. It's worth noting that just because this account exists doesn't mean it was Epstein's. And even if maybe it was Epstein's, it's possible it's not anymore. So there are also some claiming, after people realized this, the page was swiftly deleted from the whole internet archive, claiming that you can't even find it anymore, that they must have deleted the page, when in fact that is not true. It was just having issues apparently loading the page, at least for this person, because you can find it on the Internet Archive. Here is Little Saint Jeff 1, and their Fortnite Wrapped. Was not deleted. It's still there. But this gets back
This
to
is
the
not
email.
a serious player. This is not a serious player, whoever this is. 74 matches, 7 wins, 10 hours, 132 kills. That's a noob. That is a fucking noob right there, is what that is. It's 2 kills per match. Less than 2. That's bad. That is bad as somebody who does game. I mean, not much anymore, considering my schedule, but somebody who has gamed very heavily in the past. That's trash. It's garbage.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
It's still there. But this gets back to the email. $25.95. One thing is clear. This does not appear to be a receipt. People are claiming this is a receipt. No, this appears to be an indication that, hey, there was an inquiry about what is this charge? And someone came back saying that charge was apparently for V-Bucks on Fortnite. I'm saying this because if you look at the date.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. David's right. I mean, he breaks it down, and you know, they're actually. Hold on. Well, it's not actually clear. It's not 100%
Epic Games.
Clear. Because really, I mean, this is 3 months later. Who knows exactly how long this security thing was going on for? It's not clear. But it's possible that his account was hacked. But what that means, if his account was hacked, the thing about this is if his account was hacked, right? Then that would mean that he owns Little Saint Jeff. That's the way I interpret it, right? At least that's how I understand it. You'd have to have a credit card linked to your Fortnite account for it to get hacked and to have an accidental V-Bucks charge get hit, right? Like, and that to me suggests that he had an account that he barely used, and he like $30 maybe got hit to him, and he was like, okay. Like, do you see what I'm saying here? Like, in order for that security flaw to have affected his account, he would have had to have had an account, a Fortnite account, called Little Saint Jeff. One. Right? Do you see what I'm saying? I'm just laying it out here. That's how I understand what just happened. And so, you know, I think it's entirely possible that somebody, not necessarily Jeffrey Epstein, but somebody is playing on Little Saint Jeff. Somebody just made that account private. I mean, it could be Jeffrey Epstein's lawyers for all we know, or his brother. But I'm just saying, it would seem that account is live and probably was Jeffrey Epstein's. That's how I see it. People can come at me and be like, "Oh no, you're wow." Exercise some skepticism, StreamLord. I'm trying, but that's how I understand what is going down here. All right. Well, Sunday fun day. Let's go to Normie Jesus. That's right. Moistest of Charlies. Penguinzo. YouTube's golden child. Video from 2 days ago. 3.1 million views. Jesus Christ, Charlie.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Oopsies. What's happening?
I wanted to give you a brief little follow-up to the latest batch of Epstein files that dropped. Over 3 million files came out, and it's been quite a few days now of people coming through them and finding tons and tons of alarming things. New allegations, new names, a ton of new information. I highly recommend you check out CoffeeZilla's 2 latest videos covering this new Epstein file drop. I think he does a great job at cutting through the bullshit and delivering the clearest coverage and highlighting some of the most important takeaways from all of this new information. This is a huge deal, and don't let any of the NPCs on Twitter convince you otherwise or try and minimize the importance of this. And crazy enough, I know it's not just these faceless homunculi on Twitter that have this administration's cock buried deep into their throat that's trying to convince you to just let this all go. The administration itself is doing that as well, which is the main thing I want to talk about here. Since this release, the official narrative from the administration is they've finally complied with the law and release these files, and now we can all just move on. Which is crazy because there are still no arrests and seemingly no investigations either, despite all of this overwhelming evidence that now the public has access to and can see some really fucking terrible things in. Raping children, trafficking children, possible cannibalism, torture, murder, all of this now just openly in the public. Of course, with tons of redactions to protect the perpetrators, naturally, which, of course, violates the law that they're right now gloating about following, by the way. All of this is now out there in the public, and yet still, no investigations, and the administration is proudly just saying, time to move on. Before showing you some clips here, I want to do a little experiment here with you to try and activate a few neurons, God forbid. Let me dust off your brain here for a moment. Let's say that you have drank the Kool-Aid to such an extreme degree that you believe all of these Epstein files are a bunch of hooey when it comes to the Republicans that are named in there, like Howard Lutnick or Donald Trump. Let's say that you think that all of those are make-believe, there's nothing in there that holds any water, it's a fucking, wild goose chase, it's all fake. But you believe that all of the information in regards to Democrats in there, like Bill Clinton, is legitimate, and Bill Gates. All of that's real, but all the stuff on the Republicans is fake. Let's play ball with that. Let's say you're right. Why are the Republicans that are in charge right now in this administration not pursuing an investigation on the Democrats in these Epstein files? Let's go into a little bit of chess theory here. Everything about Donald Trump and the Epstein files is totally innocent. He's been absolved of all wrongdoing, like he says he is, and like a lot of other people are trying to regurgitate, despite the numerous times his name appears. Let's say he's not compromised by Israel like the FBI was investigating. Let's say all of this is wrong, but all the Democrats that are named in there are actually guilty. Those are the actual evil perpetrators and the real culprits. Why the fuck aren't we arresting the Democrats, or at the very least, investigating all of this information in the Epstein files? Ask yourself that question. Let's use someone easy, Bill Clinton. I think most sane people on the planet, after combing through the Epstein files and seeing all of these allegations and the pictures and everything with Bill Clinton, can agree there's enough here to at least start poking around and see what's going on with Bill Clinton's relationship to Epstein and everything that happened on the Epstein Island, right? Well, why the fuck is Trump defending him so adamantly right now? He just put out a statement like, man, I hate that people are shooting spitballs at Bill Clinton. I like that guy. I love that guy. For a second there, I thought he was going to request a group hug in the shower with Bill Clinton at the very end of that fucking segment.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Normie Jesus. Oh, my God. It's true. I love Bubba. Bubba, great guy. That nasty, crooked Hillary Clinton. Took him away from me. Lock her up. I blew Bubba once. Putin has a photo of it. Oh, boy. Well, it's that time. You might know what I'm talking about. It's been an hour and a half. Which means it's time for our first galactic intermission of the night. Do not fret, because, of course, we will be back after these brief messages. All right, everybody, I hope you're enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch with the bits and the power-ups, the subs, the gifted subs, the Prime subs. You got Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Amazon and or Google. We've got the new edition, of course, Throne. I think it's a great one. Because technically your money goes further there. You can buy stuff for me, directly for me. Throne technically takes less than Twitch and or YouTube. So you can go shopping for me, get me drinks, snacks, things that I actually need in life. I add them directly to the list. It's like a baby shower or something, except for your favorite streamer. But of course, as it continues to remain the very best way to get the very best, the most space benefits for your Earth dollars, continues. Number 1, Patreon. Where for your Earth dollars, three of them to be specific, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So many great benefits. Go check it out. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right All right, everybody. The break is now officially over, and it is time for you to get back to your seats, as the second half is about to begin immediately, if not sooner. All right, people, we are back. Second half about to begin. Just want to say thank you to Michael Reich for the sweet contribution. Contributors like you are the ones who produce this show. Especially with super chats like that. Much appreciated. That gets us, I mean, that makes huge progress on the galactic content goal. I think that gets us to nearly 70% if I'm doing the math in my head right now. Oh, boy. What else do we got to talk about here? Bunch of stuff. The files, that's right.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Now, apparently, some people are being threatened by people in the files for talking about their being in the files. It's just weird.
Weird.
It's weird, if you ask me.
These people are perverts.
People like, I don't know, Francesca Fiorentini, dealing with legal threats from billionaires like Richard Branson.
Right to jail, right away.
This message is for Richard Branson and his PR team, and I just want to offer my sincere apologies. I was contacted by the PR team regarding my comments about Richard Branson being in the Epstein files on my podcast, The Bituation Room, and I said this. Richard Branson, a big Democratic donor, you know, former Virgin Air owner.
Also island owner,
advising Epstein on how to make a comeback after being a convicted child sex trafficker. And then they, doing just incredible handiwork there and name searching, emailed me and said, hello, I'm reaching out from the Virgin Group regarding yesterday's episode, which referenced Richard Branson at 2756. Not that they're keeping track. We understand the reference to Richard was brief. We felt it important to place our full statement on the record, and then a little bit of light threats, and then any contact Richard and Joan Branson had with Epstein took place only a few occasions more than 12 years ago, limited to group or business settings, such as charity or a tennis event. When Epstein offered a charity donation, the Bransons asked their team to carry out due diligence before accepting the donation, which uncovered serious allegations. As a result of what the due diligence uncovered, Virgin Unite did not take the donation, and Richard and Joan decided not to meet or speak with Epstein again. Had they had the full picture and information, there would have been no contact whatsoever. Richard believes that the Epstein's actions were abhorrent and supports the right to justice for many other victims. And I just...
What a great guy, that Richard Branson. By the way, what's up with all of his companies' names? Did you ever wonder about that? I mean, honestly, I've been thinking about it way more lately than I ever have. Anybody ever think, what's up with those names there, Richard? Why is everything named Virgin? Just trying to figure that out. Why? Virgin Records? Virgin Mobile, Virgin Airways, Virgin Galactic? What's your obsession with virgins, buddy? Trying to figure it out.
Weird.
Trying to figure it out why Richard feels it necessary to name all of his companies in his billionaire empire, multi-billion-dollar empire. Why are they all named Virgin? I'm just trying to figure it out. Why does he like that word so much? What's up with that noun? Why does he seems to have a real obsession with that?
Really appreciate that. I, for one, I believe him after this statement. So just in case you were wondering, this Richard Branson, who emailed with Jeffrey Epstein in 2013, is clearly a different Richard Branson. Notice there's no sir, so it's definitely not the same Richard Branson, because this Richard Branson actually seemed to know of the allegations and sort of suggests, I think if Bill Gates was willing to say you were a brilliant advisor to him, you slipped up many years ago sleeping with a 17-and-a-half-year-old girl. Illegal. And were punished for it, that you've more than learned your lesson and have done nothing wrong that's against the law. And since, yes, as a single man, you seem to have a penchant for women, there's nothing wrong with that. Anyway, something along those lines. And obviously, this is someone who's clearly trying to...
There's nothing wrong with that, dude. It's fine. It's fine.
Out of a little bit of a bind there. And this, Richard Branson also says, it was really nice seeing you yesterday. The boys in water sports can't stop speaking about it. Anytime you're in the area, would love to see you, as long as you bring your harem. Yeah, this other, again.
Now, the word water sports, I noticed, is capitalized. I don't know if that means anything necessarily, but if I'm not mistaken, there is, I think there's some kind of, sexual kink. I'm not entirely sure what it means. I haven't, but I'm fairly certain water sports can mean two things. It can mean, I don't know, jet skiing around the bay, or it can mean something else. More sexual nature. It's not clear what he's referring to. Who the boys in water sports are.
Different Richard Branson clearly knew what was going on. And of course I replied, and I said, sure, I will ask the harem to add it to the show notes. Bitch.
A fucking bitch.
Oh. Go for him. Go for the throat. Go for the throat, Francesca. Ah, God. All right. Well, I think that's it for the files. We're not done talking about Jeffrey. Well, I don't know. Let's go here to Minnesota. Figure that out. I'm confused.
Frosty the Snowman has nothing on Jeffrey the Snowman. In this week's Finding Minnesota, John Lawrence shares the story behind a massive snow sculpture that has become a winter destination.
It's a good group of people around here.
Winter is coming.
Each winter, Milltown, Wisconsin adds one more resident. His name is Jeffrey. He lives by Highway 8, and he never stops smiling. Because of that, he gets a lot of visitors.
You never know if it's going to be a little kid or an old man, or you never know who's going to come.
The first Jeffrey Craig Carlson and his crew built was 19 feet tall in 2019. They brought him to life as part of a holiday decorating contest, which they won.
He is very solid now. He is very solid.
Each year, he grows a little more, from 19 feet to 32 feet to 58 feet. And this year, Jeffrey downright sprouted, reaching 67 feet, or 6'7", as the kids like to say.
Every time we got snow, we were hauling snow. We ended up having a crane come and help set it.
Plywood and cables also help hold Jeffrey together. But this year, Craig and his family encountered a new problem. Because this version was so tall, Jeffrey started to go sideways. December rain didn't help either.
Yes.
Unfortunately, the limbo led to a meltdown, and it could have ended there. But the community missed Jeffrey so much they pushed for a January rebuild, even donating money to make it happen. So the Carlsons went back to work.
The snowmen that were in the front yard, you would just roll a ball and then stack them on top with your own hands. This, we have to use heavy equipment with skid steers, telehandlers.
It took 3 weeks to build the 6'7" Jeffrey. This one only took 3 days, and it's just under 40 feet, but it's as strong as a linebacker. The head of the first snowman weighed about 25,000 pounds. This one actually weighs even more, about 30,000 pounds.
We had about 1,000 gallons of water stuck into one behind us.
The hat is made out of cattle panels and tarps. The nose is 10 feet long and made out of steel.
The pipe is a 4-inch pipe with a 55-gallon barrel drum on the end.
Jeffrey's arms are full-grown trees, and his tie is courtesy of an old fire truck.
This is out of control. Oh, God. Oh, there you go, people. A different Jeffrey attracting the community, the children, basking in the winter glory. Hopefully this Jeffrey hasn't committed any crimes.
Right to jail, right away.
That is one big-ass snowman. Did I not say that you would be value-tained today, chat? Fun day, we're doing it. Swear to God. All right, well, let's move on from the worst journalistic outlet, CBS News, to talking about journalism with one of the best. Democracy Now!
We're going to stay on the media right now. In what's been described a bloodbath, the Washington Post has laid off more than 300 journalists, about 30% of all its employees, dismantling its sports, local news, and international coverage, including all of the newspaper's Middle East correspondents and editors. The Post's Ukraine reporter, Lizzie Johnson, wrote on X, quote, "I was just laid off by the Washington Post in the middle of a war zone," she wrote, from Ukraine. On Thursday, fired workers rallied outside the Washington Post office. This is the reporter Ben Brash, who was fired Tuesday.
These layoffs are shameful. The fourth richest person in the world, Jeff Bezos, owns the Washington Post. He could run it at a loss for the rest of time, and yet he refuses. And instead, he's spending tens of millions of dollars buying a documentary from Melania Trump to curry favor.
Be best.
Of the United States. When people show you who they are, believe them.
Whoa.
Billionaires only get rich by stealing from us.
Jeff Bezos bought the Washington Post in 2013. Last year, the paper lost over 250,000 digital subscribers after the paper announced it would not make an endorsement in the presidential race between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Bezos' Amazon later donated $1 million to Trump's inaugural fund. We're joined right now by two guests. Karen Attiah, former global opinion editor for the Washington Post, was fired last year over social media posts made after the killing of far-right activist Charlie Kirk.
This is ridiculous!
This is insane, dude.
All right, I'll be right back.
Nilu Tabrizi is an investigative reporter who closely covers Iran. She was just laid off from the Washington Post yesterday. Nilu, let's start with you. What's being termed a bloodbath. 300 employees of the Washington Post, about a third of the Washington Post. You write about Iran. Talk about what happened in Iran, and talk about what happened with the Middle East coverage overall, and what's happened with all of your colleagues.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad to be here to discuss what happened at the Post. So our entire Middle East staff was laid off. Most of the international desk was dismantled as well. And this is something that we heard was coming down in the newsroom a few weeks ago. And we also heard that when this plan was presented to Peter Finn, who is the head of the international desk and mentor to many at the Post, he said to them he would rather be laid off than deal with this horrible gutting and reconstruction, as it was, phrased. So it's been incredibly depressing. Everybody is grieving, and it's a loss for our readers. It's a loss for everyone. And the way the company is framing, that we want to focus more on national security. Well, international reporters and national security, these two desks collaborate so much with each other. And so it's a deeply grim moment. And, as a member of the Post Guild in the union at the Washington Post, we're lucky to have the Guild fight for us. But international staff, they're not members of the Guild. And even worse, there's so many local workers that we work with at the Post. We have local drivers, translators, reporters that collaborate with our bureau chiefs and with our correspondents. Those people are not protected in the same way that I am. And so it's incredibly awful. There's no words to describe the dismantling that's happening at the Post.
Awful. And Neil, I wanted to ask you, especially this whole issue of the international reporting, with so few U.S. Media companies still having even a skeleton staff of reporters reporting on affairs outside the United States. What does that turn the Washington Post into? And also, what does that say about the ability of the media in the U.S. to let people know in this country what's going on in the rest of the world?
Right. It's a complete disservice. We do this job because we want to be in service to the public. This is the main intention for so many of us. And taking the ability away to do this type of reporting, to communicate what's important, it's a disservice to our readership and to anyone who wants to engage in these issues. My last story that I did for the Post, which published on Monday, the day before I got laid off, was about the buildup that we're seeing of vessels of U.S. military equipment in the Persian Gulf. And potentially there might be some type of strike, and now the Post is not well placed to cover that, and it's incredibly heartbreaking.
Yeah, I'd like to bring Karen Attiah into the conversation as well. Karen, your response to these layoffs and Jeff Bezos?
Democracy really does die in darkness. It's true. Oh, it's sad but true. We're witnessing it right now. The death of journalism, the death of democracy going hand in hand as we traipse our way down the fascist
was while they were happening, was actually in Paris at a haute couture week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I joined the Post, and specifically the opinion section, right after Bezos bought the paper, so in about 2014. And I was, there when we were kind of riding high, basically. We had not only Bezos cash, right, but we had the permission in a lot of ways to be able to be creative in order to be able to be swashbuckling, provocative. And for most of my time, a good chunk of my time in the opinion section, I was the global opinions editor. And we had a direct mandate, basically, from Bezos saying that he wanted the Washington Post to be a global newspaper, that he wanted us to be the English-speaking newspaper that the rest of the world turned to. So that's why, I got to work recruiting writers and building up that section of global writers, including Jamal Khashoggi, who was very brutally murdered in 2018. Jeff Bezos, we thought, shared the same values that we had, particularly when it came to international coverage and for standing up for journalists who weren't able to speak freely in their areas of the world. And now to see him butchering the Post, or at the very least, partying in Paris and in Europe, while so many of my colleagues are being unceremoniously kicked out of their job at a time when America desperately needs to know what's going on in its own neighborhood and in the world. It's unconscionable, frankly.
And Karen Attiah, you were the former global.
Yeah, it's unconscionable.
Disgusting and probably illegal.
It's disgusting and probably illegal.
Illegal.
Opinion editor for the Washington Post, you platformed many courageous voices, including Jamal Khashoggi, who would be murdered in the embassy in Turkey, and all the intelligence reports from the agencies of the United States government pointed the finger at a dear ally of President Trump, Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Your thoughts on your ousting? It was the time of the assassination.
MBS did everything right.
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
Of Charlie Kirk, but what you represented at the Post.
You know, what so much about this is breaks my heart still to this day. What breaks my heart is, yes, having the ability to give writers a home in times where they couldn't. And now when they ask, well, where can we be heard? Where can our voices go? And I can't in good conscience say that they have a safe place in the Washington Post anymore. You know, I think for me, you know, I was illegally, I will say, fired for posting posting the facts about gun violence in this country, about race in this country.
What? Gun violence and race? Oh, dare you, a journalist talking about gun violence and race? My God.
Basically, you know, fired for doing my job. But the signs were all there. The censoring of the opinion page when Bezos said that opinions that were outside of his scope of free markets and personal liberties, that was a red flashing sign that censorship and purging was going to come for the Washington Post. I tried to hold on for as long as I could and do the work that I was, you know, paid to do for as long as I could until I couldn't. I mean, I'm still continuing to fight that termination as well. So I think if anything, showing that we need to stand up to this purging is even more important. So I'm definitely fighting back with the assistance, and not just the assistance, but the Guild has my back. So I'm grateful for that. But this is a bigger moment. There's a reason why this is an international news story. I think the Washington Post stands for a lot more than just a media company. It stands for a lot more than even just journalism, I would say. For a lot of people around the world, they're looking at the Washington Post as a proxy and a bellwether for what's happening to America and democracy.
Yeah, the Washington Post is the canary in the coal mine, as chatters have alluded to it. Democracy is literally dying in darkness as we speak. We're watching it happen. All thanks to people like Jeff Bezos, all these tech oligarchs who are cozying up to Donald Trump, all the law firms and multinational Fortune 500 companies that are blowing him relentlessly. All while he does a full-on fascist takeover of our government. It's like they don't care at all. In fact, it's almost like they prefer fascism to democracy. So long as it makes money.
Follow the rich white man.
Damn, that's loud. Why is that sound shot so fucking loud today? What the hell is that? Hold on. That's too much. Way too much. I'm confused. Where is this filter?
Follow the rich white man. Follow the rich white man.
That's better. Sorry, everybody. All right, speaking of journalism, let's quickly go to Canada.
Oh, Canada.
CBC News, where, according to them, last week, the Canadian news, could return to Facebook.
Zuckerbucks.
One social media platform that has been under scrutiny for disinformation is Meta. Canada's federal government is in talks with the company about returning online news to its Canadian platform. Meta banned news from appearing there after Ottawa launched its Online News Act in 2023. It required tech giants like Meta to pay media outlets for news content they share on their platforms. So for more on especially these conversations that are apparently going on between the federal government and this tech company, we've brought Carmi Levy onto the show, a tech analyst and journalist as well. Carmi, thank you so much for being with me this morning.
So great to be with you, Chris. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so give me a sense of what you're hearing from sources and in your world around the state of these negotiations between Canada and Meta.
Well, they're still fairly early stage, and we're not really hearing a lot of detail about precisely what is being discussed, if there's any kind of dollar figure being thrown around, what the framework might look like. But the federal government's been telegraphing very clearly that they've always been open to these conversations, and now it looks like we are in those initial stages.
Well, there you go, Canada. You might get Facebook News back. Honestly, I find Facebook to be a terrible place for news. I've never liked it, but if some people use it, and there you go. Not a guarantee, but preliminary talks going on between the Canadian government and Facebook book. Well, let's move on from Facebook, where your racist uncle posts all the worst memes, to talking about racists in the streets recruiting children. That's right, the Patriot Front were confronted by one Walter Masterson, the Master.
Yes, I have had sex with a woman. One sex, please. Is that how you do it? Yeah. What's your body count? What's your body count? 6 million. Body count? Body count? Well, here, it's legally touched a vagina. Oh, yeah, so running now. Run. I mean, if you're here, then where's Ice? Behold the master race, everyone. You know why you only see us during the daytime? Because we have to get home to dinner. My mom was like, oh, you have to go to dinner now. You can't pause an online game. That's not how that works, Mom. Everyone get in the U-Haul. Everyone get in the U-Haul, yes. Yeah, good boy. Everyone get in the U-Haul. We're gonna do the clown car. It's the clown car, everyone. The banner says, I have never touched a vagina. Legally. I kissed a woman once. I showed her my Tamagotchi collection. Illegal. And I said, one sex, please. She undressed right in the middle of Dairy Queen. Wait, who are you guys? These are the imposters. We know you're not real police because the real police are right here. After this, we're going into the back of the U-Haul again, and we're going to do some real man stuff. This is your invitation to meet us at the back of the U-Haul. Hey, are these real men?
Yes. Well, I actually started my own splinter group because I don't think these guys are quite white enough, actually.
Oh my, wait, do you also meet in the back of a U-Haul?
100%. I think meeting in the back of the U-Haul is a critical part of all of our organizing. It's how we're going to take back the nation. We have a lot of fun back there, so if you want to come by, please join.
What are our list of demands today?
We just want to say that 4 inches is enough.
Yes, 4 inches is more than enough.
What
Thank
now?
you. What's wrong with 4 inches?
Nothing at all.
The average is like 2 inches, right? Yeah. We don't need to fact check that. Let's not look that up and ruin the moment, okay? Thomas here is going to pretend that he's with a populist movement. He's not populist. It's a white nationalist movement. It's white separatist. Why do you have the Democrat flag? It's the Democrat flag.
Walter Masterson. Incredible. There's some Sunday Fun Day valuetainment for you folks. This guy going in, as always. Truly a master. Son. Okay, I couldn't not say it. I was trying to keep myself from, I couldn't prevent it. I really did. I'm sorry. I couldn't prevent it. It's too weak. All right. Well, while we're talking right-wing psychos on the streets, might as well talk about ICE and how some people feel about ICE. Minnesota.
I think we're on the eve of a civil war that I think eventually the people are going to start shooting back.
What the corporate media covers up.
I think we're on the eve of a civil war that I think eventually the people are going to start shooting back because, I mean, they pulled the man CCW off of him and then shot him and then clapped afterwards and then said boo-hoo to the crowd. It's like, that's crazy.
This is ridiculous!
And there's a lot of gun owners in Minnesota. People think that no one in Minnesota owns guns, but they do. Like big guns. I know a lot of Republicans, a lot of former MAGA people that are fed up with this too. I mean, it's not just the left out here. There's a lot of right-wing people here in these protests. So.
And where do you typically lie on the left-right spectrum?
I'm gonna be honest. I voted for Trump twice, and the first 2 times, and then I didn't vote the 3rd time because I just thought he was a buffoon. But I only voted for him because I was just fed up with the economy. I voted with my wallet because I never used to be that much into politics. But then I watched them straight up execute a guy on the pavement, and then it's like, maybe I ought to pay attention. So
was Alex Pretty's death really a catalyst for you?
Yeah, it was.
Wow. It took watching somebody get murdered on the street for this guy to be like, maybe it was wrong. Maybe I was wrong, said this guy. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. It's shocking it took you this long, but hey, glad to have you aboard. Don't forget to vote Democrat this year. Let's talk about the rhetoric around immigration and other things like that in the Trump administration. John Ossoff had some stuff to say. Oh, wait, actually, I want to do this in a different order. You know what? We'll go to John Ossoff after this. Before we go to rhetoric, let's talk about actions of the Trump administration. Like, I don't know. Erasing history. Erasing incredibly relevant history to the exact moment that we're all living through right now. I'm talking about the internment of over 100,000 Japanese Americans, most of whom were American citizens already, who were stuck into internment camps in a racist and horrifying campaign. happened only 85 years ago. But the Trump administration wants you to forget about it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I'll try to do my best. Our country's history is complicated. Our country's history is at times uncomfortable to confront, but that does not make it divisive or offensive to preserve and to learn from. Japanese American incarceration during World War II stands as one of those uncomfortable chapters that Trump and his administration are attempting to erase. More than 125,000 Japanese Americans, including my parents and grandparents, were rounded up and placed in desolate camps at the hands of their own government. There are dozens of these camps memorialized around the country for people to visit and honor these experiences. But at the Manzanar National Historic Site in California, content is now being censored because the words on the plaques there make this administration uncomfortable. And as the saying goes, those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. This administration wants us to forget that our government is capable of rounding up entire families and upending their lives, as they did to my family, without any due process. They want us to forget the past while they perpetuate yet another legacy-defining human and civil rights abuse on a national scale. Will Americans, generations from now, visit Alligator Alcatraz and think to themselves, how could our government do this? How could our leaders do this? Will students on school trips one day walk through cages behind razor wire, trying to comprehend the brutality that took place there? And more importantly, these future generations of Americans will look to us, the Congress, to see what we did to try to stop it. We cannot stop it alone. We need Republicans like you, Mr. Speaker, to join us. Think of our future. Think of how history will remember this government you are a part of. Executions of Americans on our streets, demanding papers from Americans to prove that they belong, mass federal agents acting with impunity. One day, everyone will say that we were against this. One day they will say that you should have been against this, that we should have been against this. I yield back.
Yeah. It's a horrifying chapter in American history, where an entire group of people based upon ethnicity were rounded up indiscriminately, in totality, and thrown into camps, surrounded by barbed wire fences, with effectively no real, human decency. Stuck in barracks and surrounded by snipers. And the same thing could happen again. It's unacceptable. It's already happening right now, essentially. But literally tomorrow, Donald Trump could, decide everyone from Iran, because maybe, Iran, last week, Iran sent a drone towards it was supposedly not a military drone, but a surveillance drone, but nonetheless, you could use any of these sorts of things as justification in the same way that Pearl Harbor was used as justification to round up Japanese Americans. And just to repeat myself, but I keep saying Japanese Americans because most of them were already American citizens. But the U.S. government did not care. It's a shameful chapter in our history. Same thing could happen. Maybe everybody from Yemen. Maybe the Houthis do something next week. And Donald Trump says, okay, everybody from Yemen. We're going to have Yemeni camps in Idaho now or something. They're already building camps. They might as well, start designating each one for different ethnicities. I mean, that's where we're headed right now, folks. If it's not clear to you, people are being indiscriminately picked up on our streets right now for their, outward-facing characteristics, right? What language they speak, what they look like. It's stop and frisk. It's stop and frisk, a policy that's been dismantled because of how bad it was, and in terms of a civil rights violation, is just across the country, from sea to shining sea. But instead of a jail, You go to a detention camp where your human rights are going to be violated. At least in a jail, technically, they're making the attempt to, observe your rights, your civil rights, your human rights. These detention centers, none of those things are being, neither your legal, your civil, your human, none of these rights are being observed in ICE detention facilities. And Americans are winding up in them. People with legal status and citizens and non-citizens alike are all just winding up in these camps because of the indiscriminate nature of what's being done. And it's absurd. All right, now let's go to Georgia. Well, actually, I don't think this was in Georgia. This might have... Actually, maybe it was. I'm trying to remember. This may have been in Georgia. Yeah, actually, this was. Yeah. This was at a rally. So apparently, I think John Ossoff is up for election this year. This was in Atlanta, Georgia. John had some stuff to say. Go Web go.
Tell you what, you know what would make Tulsi Gabbard really mad? Are you ready to take your first action right now, all of us together, to get out the vote? Are you ready? Okay, listen, I want you to take out your phones. We're gonna do this together. If you're looking for something to do, this is something we can do right now. I want you to take out your phones. You got them? Hold them up, let me see them. All right. New text message. Hold the phone up when you got the new text message open. Okay, listen. You are going to text JOIN to 51015. I'll tell you again. The number is 510.
Hold on, I'm skipping past part of this. You don't need all this. Part of this, it's a campaign rally. I forgot. Where does this start? Oh God, how long does it take him to get through this? I think he gets back on topic around here, maybe?
Decades of deepening political corruption, growing inequality of power and wealth. These are the failures of an ancient and visionless political class entrenched in a system built to keep them in office forever.
Oh, shit. I got too far ahead of myself here. God damn you, John.
Text JOIN to 51015. I'll tell you again. The number is 51015. 51015. Everybody watching online, it's 51015. Text JOIN.
Is this an MLM?
All right, you got to hold that phone up when you're done.
Yeah, I was trying to skip past this. It's not. I don't think it's an MLM. I think it's just a campaign. What do you call it? There's like a word for this. It's like to get people in the door at the, like in the campaign web, if you will. I can't think of the right word.
Atlanta, say vote. Say vote. Now look, defeating Donald Trump and his allies is essential, but it's only part of the job ahead. Because Donald Trump is a symptom of a deeper disease. Decades of deepening political corruption, growing inequality of power and wealth. These are the failures of an ancient and visionless political class entrenched in a system built to keep them in office forever. Members of Congress who just sit idly in their seats, collecting lobbyist checks, trading stocks, saying whatever the polls tell them to. And on their watch, the national spirit that defeated fascism, that landed men on the moon, that passed civil rights laws, was replaced by a small and selfish politics. The politics of legalized corruption defined by corporate PACs and bundlers and lobbyists. It's a system designed to serve donors and protect incumbents. And then Citizens United came along. The worst court decision in modern American history, flooding the airwaves with ads paid for by secret donors who bankroll both parties. All of this bent Congress to serve the powerful and forget the people. And that's why you still pay a fortune for prescriptions. That's why your insurance company gets to keep denying your claim. That's why hedge funds get to buy up all the houses in your neighborhood. That's why that ambulance costs $3,000 after you just had to get a choking toddler to the hospital. Our democracy stopped serving the public, and the public lost faith in a system that was failing them. But it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way. Everywhere I go across our state, people tell me they are desperate for change and for new ideas. The South Georgia farmer whose costs rise and earnings fall each year, whose kids have left the family farm, who's still waiting for federal aid long after the storm. The student working through college who still needs food stamps to make rent, whose conscience can't stand their tax dollars being used to lock up immigrant children here at home or kill innocent children in the Middle East. The young couple expecting their first child who wonder how they'll afford a crib and a stroller, let alone a first home. And their health insurance just went up $1,000 a month. There are so many problems we should be solving together. Guaranteeing all Americans great health insurance and great health care no matter our wealth. Unleashing an affordable housing boom, saving our family farms, making America the world's human rights leader. It should excite us to imagine what's possible. But none of us will be possible if we forget what America stands for. See, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, Stephen Miller, they offer a small, closed, menacing vision of America defined by fear and scarcity and exclusion. They imitate the blood and soil rhetoric of history's worst regimes.
Okay, well, there you have it. Jon Ossoff. Sorry, I'm having a problem over here. Okay, we're fine. Yeah, Jon Ossoff, coming for the entire Trump administration, basically calling them Nazis. Blood and soil rhetoric is what he said, is what they're engaging in. Accurate as fuck. Accurate as fuck, John. Gotta give him credit for that. There's times where I've thought John was a little too milquetoast for me, but that one was on point. Points for John. Also, points for me, I guess. Logan Hill, thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated. You were 48 minutes behind on YouTube. Sorry if this came up since. What if the Fortnite account was a gift to a child or young relative? I suppose it's possible. I suppose it's possible. Hard to know. Honestly, that's an interesting thought. I couldn't say for sure. It would be weird for a child to be continuing to use the same username, Little Saint Jeff, right? Why do people keep saying Epstein is alive? Because there's some amount of evidence and other sorts of things that was suggested it's possible. No one's saying it's definitive, but it's possible. And we're all just trying to figure out what the hell's going on. That's what's happening, C. Smith. If you're still wondering. Anyway, thank you, Logan, for the super chat over on YouTube. That gets us to... We're over 70%. We're almost like 3/4 of the way through the Galactic content goal right now. We still got like an hour and a half to do it. I think we can. The very best way right now to contribute to the Galactic content goal is by also contributing to the financing of the Galactic deficit. And the ways for you to do that is over on Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. But you can always, as always, you can contribute on YouTube with the super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Twitch, bits, subs, gifted subs, prime subs. Yeah, but one thing I think that adds to this blood and soil rhetoric, all right, that makes people susceptible to that kind of Nazi talk is the fact that America's society, the society is crumbling. You know, unfortunately. Hate to say it. But, you know, things are bad. Not a lot of jobs out there right now. It's getting worse and worse by the day. AI is taking over. All of our social spaces have disappeared. Everything's been privatized. Including the fucking sidewalk. You know, it genuinely feels like that. It genuinely feels like that. And, of course, here's a social space we no longer have. The mall.
NBC4 was the first to show you this destruction inside a vacant mall in Orange County. And tonight, we are getting an exclusive look inside with the new owner of the Westminster Mall site.
Eddie Chang gets his response to the ongoing security concerns and what he envisions now for the future.
For the first time, we're getting an exclusive tour inside the old Westminster Mall property with a new owner, Bill Shopoff of Shopoff Realty Investments. This after the mayhem at the mall led to nearly 90 arrests for vandalism and graffiti and grabbed national headlines.
That's the old Macy's store. You can see that construction crews are tearing it down, preparing for the demolition. We're told this entire property is going to be stripped down to steel and concrete. And this was the old Victoria's Secret store. You can see across the way was the Wetzel's Pretzels. And you can see that the people who broke into the mall, they pretty much got to every inch of the property.
This new picture shows someone appeared to be living inside.
Were you aware of the serious...
The only evidence is a screenshot showing a different URL that could have easily been typed into the address bar without hitting go wake the fuck up, says an average American. Well, the fact that I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about leads me to believe that you're wrong. Because clearly there's more than that. Because I have no idea what the shit you're talking about. What URL? What? We were talking about emails today. We weren't talking about URLs.
Concerns, the security concerns that were happening inside your new property.
We were aware of it, but we did not own the balance of the mall at that time. But we were working with the other group and trying to secure the building as quickly as we could. But, well, the place got completely thrashed, as you can see, as you walk around here. Broken glass, people just tearing things up, just general vandalism. So now we're cleaning that up.
You envision something very different than what was here before.
My job is to make the invisible visible. This was a failing mall 3.5 years ago when we bought the first piece.
Well, define failing.
I think the pattern of shopping is different. Like, retail is definitely not gone. But this type of retail is very expensive to operate. We saw the vision of what it could be. And what it's going to be is a vibrant new community. And that's, 2,250 residential units. Then we've got about a little over 200,000 square feet of new retail. So reimagined, vibrant new retail.
I'm down for new community, new housing. Probably good. We need the housing right now. Benny back in the vertical chat. Hello again to you. I guess some people do just prefer the vertical, don't they? Find that interesting. Now, while you might not be able to get a job at the mall, there are other opportunities other than ICE agent. Okay, and one I just found this is like, honestly, this woman's got plans for you. If you're an ICE agent, or you're thinking about becoming an ICE agent, there are other options. Just remember that. Stella Mags from last week.
A lot of you guys may not know this about me, but I used to work as a career counselor for men who can't regulate their emotions at a company called The Missing Link Band. And it really got me thinking that this whole time I've been using my voice to call out ICE agents for the they are, and it's not really productive. I think I should be using my expertise to help these agents find another job. Because having an agency filled with men who took a break from terrorizing their own families to terrorize other families isn't a good idea. Now, the good news is a lot of these agents share the same qualifications as a lot of the men I used to work with. For example, specializing in being out of breath while standing still, couldn't pass a reading comprehension exam, but still tell others to speak English. Never satisfied a woman, but deeply concerned about traditional values, and owning more tactical gear than they have actual life skills. This is gonna be easy peasy. Let's see what we have for you. You can be mall security at a store that already closed. Your main duty would be guarding a Claire's that went bankrupt in 2009. You could be a TSA agent at LaGuardia Airport. Nothing will help you get out that pent-up frustration than yelling at everyone to take out their laptops. I think that's good. You could be a medieval dungeon guard at a Renaissance fair. You still get the silly little costume and fake authority, but nobody will take you seriously there either. It's okay. You could be a super for your mom's basement. You already live there rent-free, so now you could pretend it's a job. We have Walmart greeter, but only at 3 a.m. You have the body, the posture, and the closet yard stare of someone who's been rejected by women and society and hasn't seen a bush since George W. was president. These are great.
Oh, God.
Now, granted, these don't pay as well as the jobs you currently have to murder your own citizens. But think about how much better you'll sleep at night. Not because you have a conscience or anything like that. We already know you don't. In fact, that was one of the requirements of you becoming an ICE agent in the first place. But you'll be able to sleep better because when the time comes for you minions and pawns to be thrown under the bus, you won't have to go to trial. Because they're going to be really, really bad.
Thank you, Stella Mags. She's got some great opportunities for you ICE agents or aspiring fascists. Great ideas she had. I thought the best one was perhaps security. Landlord, or was it maintenance? Superintendent for your mom's basement. That's there's a great job opportunity. I think it's got a lot of room for growth. Now, I don't think any ICE agents are going to be getting jobs at Jiffy Lubes, because apparently it takes like 7 of them to put on a tire. Mercado Media with this fascinating clip.
You should be proud of yourself, boy. But they're the communists. Like, I don't, like, that doesn't make any sense at all. We're gonna keep accumulating people. Oh, yeah. I know.
These guys suck. These guys suck. Look at these fucking idiots. Look at Curly, Larry, and Mo over here. How do we... I can't figure out how to get the car up.
Buy a new tire.
Look how many ICE agents it takes to change one tire. You need 7 of them to wave traffic on? Look at this big boy over here. My God, talk about being out of breath while standing still. Stella's right. This guy, I'm shocked this guy is upright. God, so it's like 5 agents to wave traffic on and 4 of them to fail at putting the tire on the vehicle. Now, they're doing it in the wrong order. That's part of the problem. But, you know, whatever. Should have already had the car up. After you've already removed the bolts from the tire, besides from one, right? You just here's some life lessons for everybody, okay? You leave a little pressure on the tire while the bad tire is still on the car. Okay, it has to be still on the ground, otherwise you're not going to be able to get the leverage to get the nuts off of the car with your weak, scrawny arms. Hopefully they're not too weak and scrawny. Hopefully you've been working out lately. Because somewhere else a fascist is working out. But, so you leave the car, you do that. You leave one on so it doesn't fall off. Right? Then it'd be loose. You leave it on but loose. And then you raise it all the way. And if you need help, if you're too fucking stupid to figure it out, you bring the new tire over. And you see how high is that tire. And then once you're at the level with the hubcap so that you can put it on the hub, right? Oh God, it's so simple in my mind. Like then you take off that tire that's on the car, the bad one. And then you put the new one on, right? And then you can lower the car again. And then you can put it's a simple process that a child could literally do, because I literally learned this process when I was a child. But apparently we need a dozen ICE agents to get it done. Your tax dollars hard at work. Would have been more efficient just to take it to a Jiffy Lube. All right, let's talk about people over the last couple weeks who've been standing up to ICE. Whole list of different people. First in Minneapolis, to a comic book store owner who's apparently quite angry, as it turns out. GSL, audio only tire tutorials. Yes, exactly. You're welcome.
Okay. I'm fine.
That was free.
I didn't breathe anything. I'm just angry. I'm 7 years old. Get angry.
The raw emotion of that man from Minnesota touched a nerve with many.
Photojournalist Nick Luneman and Aaron Hassanzadeh found him today at his bookstore.
Hello, Dreamhaven Books. Can I help you?
Most days at Dreamhaven Books and Comics sound like this. Ha! No peanuts spilled. Boxes to fill, orders to sort, and a phone that hardly rings.
Careful, peanuts.
Oh, you're welcome.
But today,
I'm afraid our website's down at the moment because there's been so much activity.
69-year-old Greg Ketter and his staff are being flooded with orders on a scale he has never seen.
We got Patton Oswalt and Canadians here. It's been insane. I never pictured anything like this. It's gone truly global.
Greg will tell you he didn't do anything special.
People have been amazingly kind and they just want to help.
Others disagree.
Thank you. Okay, bye-bye now. Take care. Wow. Oh, just a woman from Memphis.
This all started when he heard about the killing of Alex Preddy, just minutes away from his store.
Stop! This is personal, being right here in Minneapolis. I mean, this is the U.S. government attacking its own people, and that's what just got to me.
With temperatures in the negatives, air filled with tear gas, Greg says he stood up for his community.
I was just doing what I felt was necessary was right. There are other people who have done a lot more.
Like the covers of his comics,
I'll say I wasn't even running, I just walked.
Greg was caught with his own superhero moment.
When I saw the photo of Greg running through the tear gas and looked into who he was in the community, I told Rachel we have to come and support him.
Maybe drawing a little inspiration.
He's a hero to me. Like, he's so brave.
From these pages.
Oh.
Have we seen this already before? Yes, we have. But it's Sunday Fun Day. This is a good story. And it's a segue into my next story. From comic book store owner to real-life superhero. Batman at a city council meeting.
Batman and then Lucila Ortiz.
What the fuck are we doing here? Seriously, you have had months to prepare for this upcoming event. I don't give a damn if this is outside of decorum. People are dying on our streets every single day in this country because we allow this federal government to walk all over you. Look me in the eye. Can any one of you go home to your children and tell them that you did everything you could to protect their classmates, to protect their grandparents, to protect them? I don't think you can, with the exception of Park. Thank you. This needs to have happened 2 months ago, but you can still make it up and make every single policy on this little sheet of paper here happen right now. Happen before the Super Bowl. Happen before potentially hundreds of masked men come into our city and kill people. I am disgusted by each and every one of you, with the exception of Councilmember Park, that you have not done something more. You need to affirm that no city resources will go to ICE, that no cooperation will be given to them. You need to affirm to the country, to the world, that you are not cowards. Because as of right now, I stand in front of a council of cowards. And if you do not act, you're not just cowards, you are traitors. Traitors to each and every individual you serve. To each and every individual that lives in this country, legal or not. You need to do something about getting these policies into writing, ensuring that your officers do not cooperate with ICE, ensuring that they cannot use city resources, that they cannot tap into city data before more people die. Yes, more people die. I don't think I need to go into how many people have been shot, how many people have been taken, how many children have been abducted and used as bait. I don't need to tell you that. You see it on the TV every single day. I don't want you to sit back and watch. I want you to fucking do something. Each and every one of these people who have came up has been very polite, very earnest, very kind, pleading you, begging you to do something. I'm not begging you. I'm fucking demanding that you act with some semblance of a fucking spine. Do something.
Thank you, Lucila Ortiz. And after Sheila, we're going to have Sheila.
It's kind of hard to follow Batman. Thank you. Hi, Councilor.
Yeah. There you go. A great American patriot.
All right, let's.
Batman. Now, for some people, you know, superheroes, not their thing. They find heroes in other places. Like in sports. I mean, tonight we're going to be talking sports a whole lot. Super Bowl, Olympics. We're not there yet. We'll get there. But while we're talking heroes, let's talk about Twiggy Alien Frenchman Victor Wembanyama of the San Antonio Spurs. He had some stuff to say about ICE.
All right, let's do Wemby. We're far enough out from the Celtics San Antonio playoffs. I mean, championship games, I should say, series.
Jesus Christ, Sam.
For me to give credit
to a Western Conference player.
Exactly. This guy is arguably the best player in the league.
Yes.
After Jaylen Brown. And
Koopa Flag.
and Hugo Gonzalez.
Tatum.
And Tatum when he comes back.
Exactly, Matt. We get each other. Oh, God.
Victor Wembanyama, he's like 8'3", right? He's like 14 feet tall.
I think listed at 7'5", but yeah, he's probably taller than that.
Yes.
And it's also,
yes, 1 million
it's also
feet
just
tall.
he's incredibly athletic for a guy that size too.
Yep.
Absolutely.
But this is my favorite thing about him. Now, Jaylen Brown also has great politics, but
yeah, don't let that be overlooked.
Yeah.
And Bill Russell.
You know, PR has tried, but I'm not going to sit here and give some politically correct, you know. I know, every day I wake up and see the news and I'm horrified. I think that it's crazy that some people might make it seem like, or make it sound like it's acceptable. The murder of civilians is acceptable, you know. Every day, I read the news and sometimes I'm asking very deep questions about my own life. But, you know, I'm conscious also that saying everything, you know, that's on my mind would have a cost that's too great for me right now. So it's, I'd rather not get into too many details.
Is that kind of a big factor in this, that people have that fear that if they speak openly about an injustice they see, there can be repercussions?
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's terrible. It's and you know, I know I'm a foreigner. You know, I live in this country, and I am concerned for sure.
Is that part of your hesitance, being a foreigner? Does that play into your?
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's yeah. I'm not getting into too many details, but yes.
I mean, is there any doubt if this guy was an Uber driver in Minneapolis?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That he wouldn't already
be targeted?
He may be gone by now.
Yep.
I'm muted? Oh my God. Son of a bitch. I'm not even doing it. I'm not even going to say what I was saying because I'm not even going to say it. I've gone too far now. I've gone too far. Just assume I said some really great stuff. I was like totally on it that whole time. All right, well, it's not just comic book store owners or Batman or Victor Wembanyama, NBA stars. They're not the only ones who are standing up to ICE. Nope. Even white ladies.
What?
Baby, the white ladies are fighting. The white ladies are fighting on behalf of their neighbors. Check this out.
Hey, let's hear a goddamn answer. And there it is. Yeah, nothing.
And the silence is deafening.
So I think I'm just taking a pause. Like, no, don't take a pause. Come on, you came here to silence teachers to make sure everything was bad. I've never seen your fucking face in 10 years of practicing and being coming at the studio. Don't take a pause. Be loud with corporate answers. Let's fucking go. What do you gotta say? Okay, just turn that. There's a lady. Vanessa in the back. Oh, what is it? Why? Why are you having one of our best teachers quit? You can't stand behind her.
Why won't it pause? I just thought that that sip of coffee. I mean, so many words said. That one sip of, like, you know, like, yeah, like I feel like an entire message being sent by this one sip of coffee.
Don't take a pause. Be loud with corporate answers. Let's fucking go. What do you gotta say? Okay, I was just sharing that. Louder, Delaney. Vanessa in the back. Let's go. What is it? Why? Why are you having one of our best teachers quit? Because you can't stand behind her. Answer that. Okay. Person with the glasses, you have a good answer? Delaney can't seem to cough it out. Sorry, I mean, we're being berated right now, and so you're not being berated. You're being asked hard questions that you should have done that answer. This is not berated. Okay. Trust me. Berating is what our neighbors are living through. Yeah, I stand corrected. You are absolutely correct. That's right.
Yeah, exactly. This is a yoga place. That's correct. This is not so much namaste vibes going on here right now. It's even more angry. Less well, maybe no. This is actually very mindful. Actually, I take that back. I can't think of it right now. Less ohm, more oh, you get the fuck out of here.
I apologize. Okay, what's that? Why are you support company operations of the studio today, and to hear you and to listen, right? We want to hear you and listen. If you want to talk, let's talk. You know, I really personally care about all of you and what you have to say. So if you want to go sit down and chat, I'd love to hear what you have to say. You gonna put the ice up sign back on the front door? All your feedback. We don't want to chat. We want action. Like, we chat all fucking day long in this state. Are you gonna put the ice outside on back on the front door? Is that the ask?
Yes.
Yeah,
100%.
I think the biggest ask here, please let me know if you guys feel differently. The biggest ask here is that Power is a major corporation. They're all over this country. The fact that they are staying silent about what is happening in Minneapolis, not only staying silent, but trying to silence us and speaking out. And by us, I mean the people who are working for Power, your guys' teachers, your guys' people who are presenting you. The fact that is being silenced, the fact that you guys are staying silent, that is complicit. That is not okay. People are being murdered and abducted and attacked here, and it is heinous. I am a nurse. It kills me to see people getting fucking hurt in our community. This is our community, and this is bullshit. Like, that's what it is. It's silence. It's not putting a fucking sign on the door. It's the fact that you guys don't seem to give a fuck, and we're giving you fucking thousands and hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars, and we can take our fucking community elsewhere. And I can talk about other people around the country to take it fucking elsewhere. So if it's in the hip in the wallet, is that the only way that you guys are gonna fucking see it? Then so fucking be it. We can fucking get a yoga studio someplace else. Woo! Amelia.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So
Period. Such bullshit. Like,
You guys did
I could
not
give a shit.
invent yoga. Yo. Preach. You guys did not invent
Arguably
yoga.
the greatest
So
work
true.
of nonfiction of the 20th century.
It's so true.
Yoga. So, period. Such bullshit. Like, I could give a shit if you personally care about what is happening here. The fact is, you guys are here to resemble and, like, to be the face of corporate for us, to give a listening ear. This is the ear.
The ear is everybody's mad. The ear is this community needs help. The ear is that, like, just saying, okay, we'll put the sign on the door. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for more help. We're looking for the corporations that we give our dollars to stand up for what we believe in.
Right. Correct. Thank you. Thank you. We do really care. We do appreciate all of you. And we want to be here to support you as a community. I will personally take this back and see, like, what are we going to do? What can we do? And we'll circle back. Wow, a circle back.
This has been going on for a month. There's been meetings, multiple meetings with corporate. This isn't the first time corporate's been here. There's been tons of meetings and chats. They know exactly the teachers' demands. They just won't do it. And instead.
Now, this isn't my video. I came across this video scrolling over there on TikTok. And based on the caption and the comments, I gathered that this core power location had a no ice sign in the window. And these two ladies from corporate came down and removed the sign. And when one of the instructors, clearly a favored instructor, saw what was going on, that favored instructor said, oh, I can't work here. If you aren't going to be in support of the community, if you aren't going to put the safety of this community first, then yeah, I can't work here. And as a result, all of the members of that location hemmed the two ladies up from corporate and got into their ass. And from what I understand, it's not.
That's exactly what it sounds like happened. Okay. What do we got next? Sorry, I'm doing some editing over here on my list because things are happening as we speak. That's one of my jobs. You know, I try, honestly. I honestly, I often try not to do this too much, but I do look at my lists from time to time to be like, hey, any updates on this story or this story while I'm streaming? Just giving myself more work. All right, well, we're over 3 hours into the stream. We still got so much to talk about tonight. Oh my God. So much to talk about. We got a big, long list today. 140 plus videos, in fact. And we've only made it through... Geez. Like a fifth? Somewhere between a fifth and a fourth. 20 and 25%, I would say. Just a reminder to everybody. We, still trying to finance the galactic deficit. And you could be contributing to both that and the galactic content goal. 2 goals. 1 dono on places like Cash App or PayPal or Patreon. But you know what I want to do right now, just real quick, since it's not clear to me that everyone has... wait a second. Wait a second. I just said the word Patreon. Did somebody just become a new patron? Somebody just became a new patron. Hey, that gets us a little bit closer to completing the goal. That gets us over 75%, I think, if I'm doing the math right in my head. That's very exciting. Thank you very much. You know who you are. Just becoming a patron. Remember, I will be sending, just so you know, I'll be sending you a number of messages asking you about your patron benefits. Make sure to respond to that so you can take advantage of all of your benefits as quickly as possible. Otherwise, some of them may go unused. If you're not already in the Patreon, I believe I have it properly linked right now. But if it's not working, let me know. I'll try and solve that for you as well. Okay, real quick, I just want to do something because we have a new way of donating to the Galactic News Network, and that is thrown. Fancy new way for you to donate. They take a small cut. They take 7%, but that's actually a lot less than Twitch, which is 40%, and still less than YouTube, which is 30%. And I've been doing the math on some of this stuff. Like, I buy these things on the regular. Green tea, Arizona tea. I literally live on this stuff. I buy little snacky bags of chips at the corner store down on Earth. And these cost less. These items cost less than what I'm paying for them right now in stores, as people are trying to make profits. And since it's only 7%, technically, if you buy these from me, it's cheaper than me buying them with your money from YouTube, essentially, and or Twitch. I was doing the math on that. But you could buy me snacks, you could buy me drinks, all things that I need. I just add them on here. And since we have the e-bike, since we just got done crowdfunding the e-bike, I've added a number of e-bike related stuff down here, maintenance stuff, security stuff like a lock and a helmet for safety. You know, if I bunk my noggin too hard riding the e-bike, this show might change drastically all of a sudden.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Quit the ginseng. Give me toe cramps. My toes are fine. They're a little cold right now. That's because it's freezing on the space station. Okay, everybody, quick break. We'll be right back. And since I've already done the messages in a slightly different way than normal, no more messages. Just enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. We'll be right back. right, everybody. You know what that sound means. That's right, the beeping in your ears is of course intended to alert you to the fact that the break is over and the third half is about to begin. So you'd better get your butts back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. All right, folks, here we are once again, back at it. Third half beginning
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, I did some math over the break, and I've realized that we are even closer to completing the galactic content goal than I thought. We are less than $10. It's like $8 or $9, I think, away from completing the galactic content goal. That could be a couple of super chats, super stickers on YouTube. That could be, 800 bits on Twitch. It could be, $8 over on Cash App or PayPal, or a couple more Patreon memberships. And that would do it. That would get us done. That would get us there. Very, very close. All right. Back to it. I'm fairly certain we're going to complete this thing. I'm honestly excited for this stream. I'm not going to lie. This is a great Sunday fun day for me. It's been a very tough start to the year. I needed a Sunday fun day that was actually value-taining to me. To some degree, I feel like that we have some possibility of that here today. Oh God! And I also splurged, since it's the Super Bowl today. I splurged. Spent a whole $5 at Little Caesars. Got myself a. This is not sponsored. This is not sponsored by Little Caesars. I'm just saying this is something I did in real life, down on Earth. I went to the Little Caesars, bought myself a $5 pizza. I just reheated it for this moment because we're getting close. We're getting close. We're not there yet, but we're almost there. All right. We're gonna keep talking about ice. For now, here's Ben Palmer, one of Walter Masterson's buddies from back in the day. Although I'm not sure they collaborate anymore. They may, I'm not sure. But he's been up to his own things, starting websites, stuff like that.
I have my own hotline for reporting illegal immigrants, and people call it thinking that it's legitimate. I talked to a kindergarten teacher that wants to deport the parents of a kindergartner at her school. And it looks like they have a child who was born in New York, which makes them an American citizen.
Yeah.
So we're looking to deport the parents and leave the child.
Right. Like I said, I don't know if they're here illegally. I just think it's odd, It's very odd.
What did you say was odd?
It's just odd for them to even be here. Like, I'm a teacher at a school. Okay, I know schools. I know the whole law about schools. I mean, they seem like nice people or whatever, but I looked them up.
That statement, I know schools, I know the laws about schools, is very similar to like a Charlie Kelly. It's like, I know birds. I know the law. I know bird law. I am a bird lawyer. Okay, I'm well versed in the law, in bird law. That's what she's saying right now.
In our file,
she's a bird
I was
lawyer.
like, oh, she was born in Honduras and he's born in El Salvador. So right there, it's like, okay, maybe I'm on the right path. They drop off their kid every day.
So their kid is their kid a student at your school?
Yes. Yes.
One of your
I love how that's suspicious to them, to this woman. That dropping your kid off to school is suspect. Who drops their kid off to school? It's crazy.
Okay, so now you want to get his parents deported?
Well, I'm just saying if they're taking up resources from our county,
Okay.
I'm not into illegal people being here.
I mean, if the son's in kindergarten, what, is 6 or 7,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, he's probably like 5 or 6.
And they was born in New York, so that means, assumingly they've been in America for 6 or 7 years.
Yeah.
And now we're going to go ahead and just remove them.
Are you like questioning that, or what do you know?
Yeah. Sorry, no, I'm just writing this down for my own
Okay.
personal notes, and my supervisor teaches at school, wants kindergarten child's parents
You
deported.
make it sound terrible. You make it sound like it's terrible, but
Oh, well, I'm just
I love how he's just repeating the words that she's saying, and she's like, "You make it sound terrible." It's like you're just responding to the words you just said. You psycho. You fucking psycho.
Bitch.
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Are you kidding me right now? You're just hearing your own words being repeated to you, and you're like, that sounds terrible. Why are you making that thing that I said sound so bad?
know what you're telling me.
okay. Well, yeah, okay.
Sounds terrible. Let's see, I can write that down too, I guess. And that's Hispanic in an area where you wouldn't normally see Hispanics. Okay.
Right. Like people that are born in another country.
Yeah, because you normally see those people where?
Like in the cities.
Got it. Okay. Hispanics out of place, now in country, not where
Wrong
they
place.
belong in city. So we were able to confirm that they are documented citizens along with their child.
Oh, good.
So yeah, it's good because we don't have to deport a 6-year-old. And yeah, I mean, you know, that little fella could have been a threat to our national security.
Why are you talking to me like this?
Say again?
Why do you talk to me like this?
I'm sorry, what are you referring to?
Like you're like sarcastic.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I
God.
just thought that maybe you'd be okay and just happy that the people that you reported were actually here legally and that they belong. Just like you and me.
Should I talk to your supervisor? You said you had a supervisor.
Yeah, I just thought you were going to be happy.
Yeah, I am happy, but
Oh, God. Mecha Hitler Nazi Karen over here. Can I talk to your She needs a supervisor for her immigration support right now. Yeah, I feel like you've been a little rude to me. I need to talk to your supervisor right now. I don't feel like the customer service. I don't feel like your immigration, your hate line, customer service has been very rude, actually.
I'm not happy with your attitude. You just said to me, this 6-year-old won't
What
be
a
a threat
Karen.
to national
Oh my
security.
God.
Yeah.
This woman is wild.
I would think that the people that were deporting, especially 6-year-olds, that there would be a good reason for it.
I was talking about the people who I thought they're illegal because they were born in a different country. I can't help that they have a 6-year-old. That's on them.
You know what we'll do? I'll get in touch with the supervisor. I send
That's
him a
on
text. When he
them,
gets
she
back to me,
says.
I'll see if he
That's
can
on
follow up
them.
with you.
Don't you see, folks? That's on them. It's not on her. She's just the one making the call. This woman is fucking deranged. It's not on me. What? How? What? Not my fault. I'm just the one literally reporting them or trying to report them to the Gestapo. Thank God she found. Thank God she found Ben Palmer's line instead of the actual ICE reporting line. Jesus Christ, this woman is deranged. Eva Braun over here.
His name is Brian. But yeah, thought you'd be happy to know that they're documented, but we'll have the
I am happy. I'm super happy. I'm super happy. I'm glad. That's wonderful.
Well, it's good. The 6-year-old can stay in the school, and I know it's tough looking at him, and but yeah, we'll get on my supervisor. Just he can give you a call back in a little bit. My understudy here said you were having some issues with him about some out of place Hispanics.
Something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
You sound exactly like Greg. Okay. I just didn't like his attitude.
I really do apologize for that. Looks like Brian said we did confirm the document status of these individuals, and we're happy we were able to do that for you despite the sarcasm and the things that you're complaining about.
Okay, yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad that they're fine folks and belong here and all that good stuff. But he was criticizing me because there was a 6-year-old boy involved. You know what I mean? But he's like, I'm this terrible person because I'm going to deport a 6-year-old. And in fact, he goes today, because a 6-year-old would be a threat to national security.
Yes. Right. Wow. It's incredible that people like her actually exist. Honestly, though, Ben Palmer there, he's doing some great work. I'm not gonna lie. It's a public service is what he's doing. I mean, we've now following this series of the fake ICE reporting line for some time now. But honestly, I think he's been doing it for months. Oh my God. And just somehow they keep getting more and more deranged. I don't understand how that's possible. But they somehow seem to top each other. Like each installment in the series somehow gets crazier and crazier. And they find even more deluded, deranged people. I don't know how. It's quite fantastical, really. Christopher DeBlante, thank you for the sweet, sweet super chat on YouTube. In 1996, intelligence agencies stole correspondence disclosing information gathered by high-ranking criminal hacker Sarah Layla that proves the GalacticStreamLord is in fact Bruce Wayne, aka Batman. What?
What'd you drum about?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about right now. You sound crazy. All right. While we're talking about ice, how are you doing on time? Yeah. Let's go here. Why not?
Hey! Oh, hey, guys.
Hey, you goddamn guys, sorry.
Hey, guys, sorry. I was just showing honor and respect to my sensei. His name is Joe.
Adult baby.
My sensei, Taekwondo Joe. I love you, Taekwondo Joe.
I love Taekwondo Joe. I watch his show. If you don't know, now you know. We'll be right back.
I'm glad you're a gun guy.
Me too, Joe.
I wanted to bring up this whole thing with this guy.
Okay.
That whole thing.
Right.
There's a lot of people that don't understand what's going on. And why riots.
There's a lot of people that don't understand what's going on. Some of them have yellow hoodies on, sure SM7Bs, giant neon signs behind them, not naming any names. Oh, God bless you, Taekwondo Joe.
Congratulations to my man, Joe.
He honestly may have uploaded, quite possibly, his stupidest episode. The guy who he has on is probably most known for having basically a tantrum, like a meltdown. He's like a debate dweeb. He's like a 2014 debate weirdo. And the guy had like a meltdown, just got totally tilted by this young woman on the At Whatever podcast.
I mean, this woman
By the way, the
dangerous,
At Whatever
ladies and gentlemen.
podcast, that's kind of false advertising, that name, because it's usually the same old crap over and over again. They'll get an Instagram model on, they're like, you're an idiot. It should really be whatever on that show. There's a dog, they let a squirrel loose in the studio. That would be actually At Whatever. Okay, I'm wasting time, sorry.
There's a lot of people that don't understand what's going on.
Not you,
and,
Taekwondo Joe.
Why riots only in Minneapolis.
Right.
And why riots in the place where there's an ungodly amount of fraud that has been discovered.
Coincidentally, right around the same time.
Exactly.
Shut up, man. Let Joe.
I gotta say, for Joe Rogan to describe what's been going on in Minneapolis as riots is laughable. It is fucking laughable. I mean, we all know how perfectly peaceful protesters have been. Even considering the circumstances, incredibly so. And yet Joe Rogan's calling them fucking riots? Really? What will he call it when things get to the level of the protests in Minneapolis and, you know, other places during Black Lives Matter? What will they be then? An insurrection? Because he's already claiming that they're riots right now, when it's perfectly peaceful protests. So, I mean, there'll be, an insurrection or something like that. The apocalypse, maybe.
Instantaneously afterwards, the narrative completely changes. Everybody forgets about the fraud. Now, all anybody cares about is the idea that this is an organic protest. These riots are organic is nonsense.
Oh, God bless you, Joe. Please put a time limit on these goddamn podcasts eventually. 3 hours of this crap, you know? But anyway, 1 million people watch this in like one day. And really, this is probably, you know, for this high profile of a thing and this many people watching it and this like serious of a, you know, topic and all this, this really is one of the laziest / stupidest things I've ever seen. No offense. I don't mean that personally. But these two guys are going to go on and on with this for a while. And basically the whole premise, I mean, they could just cut this way down and just be like, the government's good and anybody against it or what they're doing is bad. That could be it. That's the whole thing. I mean, really, in a deeply, like, I would say, like, shockingly lazy, no offense, way, that's pretty much all they're doing. What the government's doing is good and ICE is doing is good, and the other ones, guys, are bad. That's literally it. And they're going to try every angle. This is a bit of an unpopular position. That's okay. So this is the first thing Joe tries, and whatever the hell goddamn Joe's doing here, this is the first thing he tries. He's like, this isn't even organic. These protests aren't even organic. What the hell does that mean? Like, does Joe even know what the hell that means? I mean, this wasn't super widely reported, but here's some video of downtown Minneapolis, just days ago. Okay, so there's a lot of this kind of thing, like people kind of filling the streets of Minneapolis, yada, yada.
I want to show you this video from Chopper 5 from earlier today in Powderhorn Park. That's where people first gathered.
Whoa. I was just saying Chopper 5. That's my favorite of the, I'm guessing, 5 choppers. Okay, sorry.
But seriously, who actually believes that these are paid protesters? I'm talking about thousands and thousands and thousands of people. I'm talking about people are shelling out millions of dollars to get people to go out in the cold and protest. It seems weird. And it's every single day. So it's millions of dollars every single day. You know, you got 10,000 people in the streets. $1 million a pop. Is that truly what anybody believes? How dumb do you have to be to believe that? It's a question I keep asking myself. All right, well, we're talking about ICE. Let's talk about one man who vowed to fight ICE. The new mayor of New York, Zoran Mamdani.
If faith offers us the moral compass to stand alongside the stranger, government can provide the resources. Let us create a new expectation of City Hall, where power is wielded to love, to embrace, and to protect. We will stand with the stranger today.
You know, I just realized that we completed the Galactic Content Code. What's happening? Yay! We did it. That's right, everybody. All of your contributions have helped us complete the Galactic content goal tonight, ensuring us getting all of the sweet, sweet Galactic content that I have planned for us tonight. We got a hell of a lot to get into. So much left on my list. So I am glad that we've got that out of the way. All right, everybody, bask in the glory just a moment longer. Bring it right back to the show.
If faith offers us the moral compass to stand alongside the stranger, government can provide the resources. Let us create a new expectation of City Hall, where power is wielded to love, to embrace, and to protect. We will stand with the stranger today, tomorrow, and all the days that are still to come. And that is why this morning, right here in this moment, I shall sign an executive order that will uphold our city's protection not just of our fellow immigrant New Yorkers, but of all New Yorkers from abusive immigration enforcement. This order is a sweeping reaffirmation of our commitment to our immigrant.
I love that Zoran brought out, decided to bring out the old executive order book.
Illegal.
This order is a sweeping reaffirmation of our commitment to our immigrant neighbors and to public safety as a whole. We will make it clear once again that ICE will not be able to enter New York City property without a judicial warrant. That means our schools, our shelters, and our hospitals. That means we will protect New Yorkers' private data from being unlawfully accessed by the federal government and stand firmly against any effort to intrude on our privacy. No New Yorker should be afraid to apply for city services like childcare because they are an immigrant.
Well, there we go. Zoran Mamdani making a beautiful announcement. Executive order intended to fight back against ICE. No problem if you don't want to say it, but you're curious about what state I'm in. I am in a state of despair. Oh, I'm in a great state of despair over everything that is happening on the planet. I'm in a state of remorse over the loss of democracy. Although on this Sunday Fun Day, I'm in a state of at least a little bit of joy that we can all be hanging out together, doing this, doing the value-tainments and such. But when I'm not in low Earth orbit doing the stream, I'm back down on planet Earth. Living in a New York state of mind. See what I did there? Okay, I can't just sit here listening to Nas all night. New York state of mind. That's right. I live down on planet Earth. I live in the great state of New York. The Empire State. Well, let's stay in New York. Minority Report has a theory. Zoran Mamdani might be trolling Donald Trump.
Mamdani gave a press conference today. We don't know the exact details on this, but he's making a very distinct. This was at the interfaith breakfast, but he's speaking specifically about ICE. Here he is making it very, very clear where he stands in terms of, what steps New York City is prepared to take in the event that they see any type of ICE surge like we've seen in Minneapolis. And we should say, well, let's play this first.
And that is why this morning, right here in this moment, I shall sign an executive order that will uphold our city's protection not just of our fellow immigrant New Yorkers, but of all New Yorkers from abusive immigration enforcement.
Pause it for 1 second. Is that me, or is he trying to sort of subtly either mock or emulate Donald Trump? Because I don't ever remember executive orders being held up with this, except for Donald Trump. Now maybe it's happened in other places. I did everything right, and on some level, he may be thinking it's an he can sell it to Trump like it's an homage to him in some way. I mean,
well, he didn't use the Sharpie that Trump would normally use. No. That is a very
that would be upstage.
Don't respect
signature.
that pen.
No,
right.
You can't. That's
you have a very thin pen. You knew you didn't upstage.
That's mine. Copyright.
I can't read that in 480p.
Copyright.
But let's listen to what he it's tough to glean exactly what this means, but I think there are some clues in there, at least to how he intends to carry this out.
This order is a sweeping reaffirmation of our commitment to our immigrant neighbors and to public safety as a whole. We will make it clear once again that ICE will not be able to enter New York City property without a judicial warrant.
I'm just going to skip ahead of the speech. Since you already
Can't
watched the
enter
speech, we'll just skip
places
ahead.
without judicial warrants. And again, sort of like the implication is that New York City police are going to uphold these laws. Schools, shelters, hospitals cannot be entered without a warrant. They're going to protect data. In other words, they are not going to share any information. I mean, this is key, particularly across the board. But when you're talking about public safety, you do not want large segments of the population to be afraid to report a crime, to report a fire, to get assistance that they are legally entitled to get an education for kids, because it's bad for the entire city.
Well,
when these people don't, are discouraged or afraid to engage with these services.
It's bad for public safety. He said this before. I'm trying to restore trust in government. And what when he was saying, why we should abolish ICE, what the Trump administration is doing is creating people to be afraid of their government, where they show up to their immigration hearing and they could be, even though they're trying to do the process the right way and they're interacting with government, they could be nabbed up and kidnapped and thrown into some sort of concentration camp on that basis. And
And Emma is absolutely right, as usual. Yes, indeed. Now, one immigrant who's not being targeted by ICE currently is, of course, the First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump. And if you forgot about this, I just want to remind, it's Sunday Funday, so I just want to remind you that Melania was in theaters last week, and it completely failed.
Here we go again.
You can come in. Good morning. My proudest legacy will be that of peacemaker.
Peacemaker in the fire.
Peacemaker and a Gagaya. The Peacemaker and the Gagaya.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Together with like-minded leaders, we have a voice. Is it safe?
It is safe.
Is it safe? It is safe. This is so stupid.
Everyone wants to know. So here it is. Hi, Mr. President. Congratulations. Did you watch
Hey,
it?
Mr.
I did not.
President.
Yeah, I will see it on the news.
I did not, no. I see it on the news. I did not, no. You win? Good.
Be best.
Everybody based. I still have to watch that movie. It's got to be so bad. I got to find a way to get a copy of that thing. It's got to be terrible. Unfortunately, for the immigrant first lady, the Slovenian first lady of America, some people are apparently not her fans and not excited about the movie at all.
Buses carrying ads for the new Melania Trump documentary after some of the posters were vandalized at city-owned bus stops. Our McCullough Medina live tonight at one of those stops along Venice Boulevard. And you just heard from Metro, Mac?
Yeah, we heard from Metro a short time ago. This is, as you mentioned, Venice Boulevard. We're actually in Culver City. Take a look behind me. This is one of the posters that was hit. You can see a mustache on the First Lady and the word deport up top there.
What kind of
Metro
mustache?
says-
What kind of mustache, NBCLA? Is it a like a handlebar mustache, or perhaps I'm trying to think of the other mustache of options right now. I'm struggling. What kind of mustache though, NBC? It's just a mustache, just a normal mustache. It doesn't look normal. It looks like a Hitler mustache, actually.
Interesting. It's just crazy enough to work. Yeah.
Decided to reroute some buses to prevent them
Seems
from
like a
being
Hitler
vandalized as well.
mustache.
But supporters of the First Lady who are attending the LA premiere tonight
Deport
say
Melania.
the move is politically motivated.
Oh. Oh, God, how dare they target the First Lady with mustaches? Oh, God.
No!
Why isn't everybody being based? Why are you not being based? This is a problem. So Obama deported 3.6 million people during his term, most ever. Why does nobody remember that? Who is nobody? Exactly. Who is nobody? Stunna. It's not me. I remember. It's weird. It's weird how anybody would come into this chat and say such a thing. I'm fairly certain everybody in the other chats remember. We're not Obama. This is not Obama Central, okay? Just so you know. All right, we got a lot of problems with Democrats around here, actually. I disagree with him doing that. I disagree with what Donald Trump is doing. It's called consistency of ideology. It's called integrity. Get familiar. All right, people. Well, it's time. We're going to move from the big screen to the television sets of almost every American. That's right, from the Melania documentary to the Super Bowl. And you've got a choice, according to one particular company who posted this Super Bowl ad last week.
You're not the only one. This can be heavy. Tell me about your mother.
I want to break free.
There's the choice, according to Pepsi. To Pepsi or not to Pepsi? That is the question. Even polar bears abandoning Coca-Cola, according to Pepsi. Oh, now they pine for Coca. Now they pine for the Pepsi. Oh, God. That's the choice you have to make this Super Bowl Sunday, according to Pepsi. I mean, what is the Super Bowl without the commercials, really? I know people who just watch it for the commercials. You got another choice. You had another choice to make this Super Bowl Sunday. Whether to be a triggered, MAGA snowflake, or to just participate in the social phenomenon that is the Super Bowl. It's a tough call, whether to be cucked by yourself and your own weak inadequacies, or just to participate. It's tough. It's a really tough choice. Will the MAGAs succumb to their basest, what's the word? Point is, Republicans needed a fucking safe space this year. Super Bowl triggered them so hard, they were like, fuck, we gotta get out of here. I know we've been complaining about safe spaces forever, but we gotta run. Please don't make me listen to someone speak in Spanish. That would be too much.
It looks like the Patriots and Seahawks won't be the only competition during the Super Bowl this Sunday. The group, founded by late conservative activist Charlie Kirk, Turning Point USA, said they plan to put on an alternative event called the All-American Halftime Show. It'll feature Kid Rock, a vocal Trump supporter, and country singers Brantley Gilbert, Lee Brice, and Gabby Barrett. The website says it'll celebrate, quote, faith, family, and freedom. The halftime show's Spanish-speaking headliner, Bad Bunny, has criticized President Trump on everything from his hurricane response in his native Puerto Rico to his treatment of immigrants. On Sunday night, he blasted ICE while accepting an award at the Grammys.
We're not savage, we're not animals, we're not aliens, we are humans, and we are Americans.
Trump has said he doesn't plan to attend this year's Super Bowl and has said Bad Bunny is a terrible choice. Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville of Alabama called the Super Bowl, quote, the woke bowl on Newsmax last week.
I do declare the woke bowl is unacceptable. Oh, God, Spanish? How am I supposed to live through that?
Honestly, Stunna7807 over on YouTube vertical chat. You should be ashamed of yourself for this comment. If you watched the Kid Rock show unironically because you were so triggered, you were so busy melting like a little snowflake over the existence of Spanish, a language spoken by hundreds of millions of people across the planet, if not more. I don't know the exact number. Fuckload of people speak that language, and just the existence of that made you run for the safe space of the Turning Points USA halftime show.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
You should be so ashamed of yourself right now. Honestly, you should run with your tail tucked between your legs from this
immediately,
chat.
if not sooner.
That is sad. That is sad and pathetic. That is sad and pathetic. You need help. You need like actual help. I could recommend therapy. I wouldn't recommend anybody I know because, ugh, who would want to deal with a person like you? But somebody out there could help you with your problems, I'm fairly certain. Oh, you weren't triggered at all? You just ran away for a different show in the middle of literally one of the world's biggest events? You decided to go watch some bullshit on TPUSA? Come on, you're pathetic. Oh my god. What a fucking loser. Have some balls and at least admit it. I mean, come on, how weak and sad are you? Just admit that you need a safe space. It would be more brave of you to do that than to be like, oh, it was just bad performance. Oh, I couldn't watch it. Bullshit. Bullshit, you fucking liar. J'accuse, monsieur.
Welcome to the Super Bowl experience.
It's amazing. Yeah, it's super cool. It's really
like
cool.
these
All the
helmets,
yeah.
like the experience.
I feel amazing. This is such an amazing experience. You know what I love about sports is it brings everybody together.
Everybody excited about the Super Bowl, it would seem.
Well, he was in the city this morning, but tonight, more than 24 people who look like Bad Bunny competed in a Bad Bunny look-alike contest.
Yeah, the winner got $100, a gift card, and of course, bragging rights. Ground Force Sarah Stinson has more from the mission.
It's so packed inside the Bad Bunny contest, the party has spilled out onto the street with people dancing to his music and excited to see who will get first place. It almost sounded like Bad Bunny himself stormed San Francisco's Mission District Thursday night, with his music blasting and crowds cheering. But instead, it was a parade of lookalikes. And do you get told you look like Bad Bunny when you go out?
Pretty often, like a little too often, but hey, that's a compliment to me.
Each one tried to represent the Grammy Award-winning artist best during a contest at Tacolicious.
I think it's a vibe. I think it's the way you present yourself, how you walk your aura.
I think Bad Bunny is the modern man.
I can't get over that. I need that. Tacolicious. Look me up
I think
with
it's
some tacos.
the way you present yourself, how you walk your aura.
I think Bad Bunny is the modern man. He's confident, he's charismatic, he's emotional. He's got the people in the palm of his hand.
The crowd of mostly women went wild as each contestant strutted through the restaurant, many explaining what makes Bad Bunny so irresistible.
He's just so good looking. Also, just like hearing him speak and him at the Grammys, he's just so hot.
Benito stands since day one. Love him. Judges say it takes more than just looking like the megastar.
You gotta have the Bad Bunny swag, baby.
Out of more than 24, the winner ended up being a singer from Colombia who goes by Abdul Bunny.
Bad Bunny is singer. I'm the same.
Okay, the hat's really selling it though. The hat is doing a hell of a lot of lifting for this guy. He's killing it. The hat is taking it to the next level. God, if you he's actually looking kind of like Bad. He's smaller than Bad Bunny, I think, but he's
Bad Bunny is singer. I'm the same. I feel the music in my heart.
He says he's traveling the world on a Bad Bunny tribute tour and is performing this Super Bowl weekend in Oakland. Contestants like him say having a Puerto Rican artist perform during the Super Bowl halftime is about more than the music.
It's like a win, Bad Bunny win for all Latin people.
I'm a Latino and immigrant myself, so the fact that he's up there is really just shows like the support for us, you know, especially right now with the ice and everything, like it's very important.
A lot of people say they were hoping Bad Bunny would stop by the lookalike contest, but He did not, unfortunately. I can only imagine how chaotic that would be. Now fans say they're just looking forward to his big performance at the Super Bowl.
My God, that one guy's on the Bad Bunny Lookalike World Tour. Oh God, that's wild. That's wild. What are the economics of the Bad Bunny Lookalike World Tour? It's a question I keep asking myself. All right, let's go here now to NBC Bay Area.
Also getting
2 days ago.
They're getting ready for a very big pregame partying. Starting tomorrow, the city will play host to 2 street parties that are sure to have thousands of fans moving and dancing. And it all starts with a performance by Grammy winner Kehlani. She just won a Grammy this past Sunday, followed a day later by global star DJ Dom Dolla. NBC Bay Area's Robert Honda joins us from downtown San Jose, where crews have been working very hard building the massive stage and centerpiece in downtown San Jose. You're right at City Hall, right?
That's right, Janelle. And you know, this street stage is an attraction in and of itself. And even at night, you can see the size and scope that's being set up for the stars to perform. So let's give you a little look backstage before the front stage is done. It is immense, and it kind of has to be, with about 15,000 people expected here downtown to see the big stars performing tomorrow and Saturday. About 100 workers and technicians will put together a stage about 70 to 80 feet wide with a light system about 60 to 70 feet high. The construction project has tied up downtown from 4th Street to 7th Street with lots of equipment coming in.
I think we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 7 semis worth of equipment that came in for this event, and that's just for the production. If you see all of the rest of the stuff that's not speakers, lights, or anything like that, there's probably an extra 3 or 4 semis.
And the workers won't be done when this stage is finished because each star requires a different kind of stage.
Well, there we go. Parties in the streets in San Jose, California, hosting the Super Bowl this year. And the party is apparently in full effect. All right, now let's talk about the politics of Bad Bunny's Super Bowl halftime show. With Canadian news outlet CBC News.
Hello, I'm Matt Galloway, and this is the Current Podcast.
Oh, Jesus.
If you're watching the Super Bowl this weekend, that is who you will see in the halftime show. The Puerto Rican superstar Bad Bunny will take to one of the world's biggest concert stages on Sunday, coming off an historic win at the Grammys for Album of the Year, the first Spanish-language record to claim that title. And in his acceptance speech, before any thank yous, Bad Bunny said this.
I'm going to say, eyes out.
You loved Green Day? Wow, did ya? Did ya, Stunna? That's great. You know, you sound like a real lame guy. Like a real dinosaur. Oh, God, I can't stand the young people's music. Oh, it's terrible. I gotta go watch the Charlie Kirk show over on Turning Point USA. I gotta watch a bunch of washed up old 50-year-old rock stars. Oh, God. I can't possibly be introduced to anything that would expand my horizons. That would be terrible. Oh, God. Let me cuddle up to the warm embrace of some more Green Day. Oh,
We're not savage, we're not animals, we're not aliens, we are humans, and we are Americans.
Bad Bunny has long been a political artist. The decision to have him perform at the Super Bowl halftime show, especially now in the political climate that is unfolding in the United States, has sparked mixed reactions. Enthusiasm from fans. U.S. President Donald Trump calls it a terrible choice. The NFL held its ground and is expecting viewership to spike for the performance. Richard Villegas is a music journalist, creator and host of the Song Mess podcast, focusing on Latin American music and community. He is in the Dominican Republic. Richard, good morning.
Hello, Matt. Good morning.
So glad to have you on the program to talk about this. There are a lot of people who will tune into the Super Bowl and may not know one thing about Bad Bunny. Give me the 101. Who is Bad Bunny?
Oof. I mean, look, if there's one thing you need to know about Bad Bunny is that you're going to have a great time. It's going to be a great show. It's going to be great fun. Bad Bunny is the biggest star out of Puerto Rico easily in the last 10 years. And at this point of all time, he came to prominence as a trap artist on SoundCloud, of all places. Everybody's been doing the 2016 challenge and what have you. 10 years ago, Bad Bunny was bagging groceries at a local supermarket. I mean, he is quite literally the embodiment of the American dream. And so from trap, he just went into reggaeton, which is, again, one of the biggest musical exports of Puerto Rico of the past 20 years. And then with this record that he put out last year, Debí Tirar Más Fotos, he expanded that into like a really beautiful, loving sort of overview of Puerto Rican musical history, also going into bomba, plena, folk music, just salsa. It's a love letter to all aspects of Puerto Rican culture and music and tradition.
One of the amazing things about him is that he has had success on his own terms, right? That he has not had to move to the mainstream. The mainstream came to him.
That's correct. Yes. So there's been a lot of discussion about like his record deal because he's not signed to a major label, your Sonys, your Universals. He is signed to Rimas, which I believe is a label that he co-founded. And I believe he has like a 90-10 licensing deal with a major label. But he owns all his masters. He has all creative control, which has allowed him to really push the boundary, not just sonically, but even visually. A couple years ago in the pandemic, he put out this video for a single called Yo Perreo Sola, where he was in full drag. Which was unheard of in reggaeton. And it's often, masculinity, not only in Latin American culture, but hip hop culture from which reggaeton is derived, is something, is a totem pole that you don't really touch. And so it was really quite, transgressive. But again, the fact that he, has all of this creative control. He can be provocative and he can be, he can propose fresh and new ideas and be boundary pushing. And that's really like kept him ahead of the curve.
And sing in Spanish, not have to sing in English to be a superstar.
Oh, absolutely not. No, I mean, it was actually when he joined, what was it? Was it Cardi B or J-Lo? No, when he performed at the Super Bowl with J Balvin, he sang a little bit of in English from that song that they had with Cardi B. And again, that was really quite unusual, that like it was like the first time he'd ever performed in English. He has not had to change his language. No, I mean, he started learning it when he like really started breaking into the United States. So he would go on the Tonight Show and really speak in broken English. And you can actually see the improvement of his domain over the language over the last couple of years. But he hasn't needed to do that. I mean, he just went to #1 in China last week with a whole Spanish record. So it's one of those things of like, people forget that in the United States, upwards of 50 million people speak Spanish. He doesn't need to speak English. I mean, there's more people that speak Spanish at this point.
What does it say to you, given all of that he's performing at the halftime show?
I think it's wonderful. I think it's so exciting. I mean, it's not, he's not the first Latino to perform at the halftime show. Gloria Estefan did so in the 90s. Just a couple of years ago, we had Shakira and J-Lo, which, again, it's widely held belief that either of them could have headlined solo because they really, truly have the hits and the performing chops. So it's exciting to have a Latino there, especially at such a charged political time for Latinos in the United States. But also, like, it just is the global rhythm. I believe for many, many years, if YouTube stats have shown that like out of like the top 10 videos every year, 8 are by reggaeton videos. So this is the global beat of the past 20 years. The US has a hard time seeing outside of itself, But around the world, people recognize this beat, the tumpa tumpa. The first time I ever heard Despacito, I was walking around Stockholm. So it's just, this is just the beat that is playing everywhere. So it just makes perfect sense that like the biggest name in the genre would be at the Super Bowl.
And yet he arrives in this moment where you have ICE raids in the United States, mass deportations. He didn't tour in the United States for this superstar, this enormous record, because he was worried about ICE showing up outside of his concerts. And so what do you expect to see and hear from him on Sunday in this moment?
I don't know. And that's what makes it the most exciting, because he doesn't even really have to do anything anymore. People are already up in a tizzy. People are already mad. People have been mad since it was announced. So that he just has to show up and do a good job. That's really all he has to do to make people, again, the detractors upset.
But is there an expectation on him? I mean, at the Grammys, he did make comments. He wasn't allowed to perform, but he did make those comments when he was on stage. Is there an expectation that he will do or say something explicitly to comment on the political moment that we're in?
Look, I certainly hope he does. I don't know if there. I think that culturally speaking, yes, there is an expectation in that. We keep talking about like, well, you have the platform, please use it. I mean, during, J-Lo and Shakira's set, J-Lo had this allegory for children in cages, right? So like I'm sure that there will be something to that effect, certainly about the ICE raids. But so much of this last record had to do with colonization. It had to do with gentrification. It had to do with how Puerto Ricans are being driven from their homes, being priced out by Americans fleeing the mainland U.S., buying land because Puerto Rico is technically cheaper. And so I think he will comment on that because, again, he's been riding the Puerto Rico train all the way. And Ricky Martin penned an open letter to him just this week, not only congratulating him, but underlining how he has really bet on Puerto Rico and won. And that's really what's most important for Puerto Ricans. It's just like, we don't have.
Honestly, Bad Bunny is a hugely important symbol for an underappreciated group of people, especially in the United States. Because none of us should forget, ever, that Puerto Rico is an American territory. It's not. It doesn't have full sovereignty over itself, and they also don't get to vote in Congress. They're basically taxed. It's basically taxation without representation, right? Puerto Rico is an American colony, and everyone in Puerto Rico should be seen as an American, right? And to some degree, under the law, they basically are. But I feel like they're otherized in our culture too frequently and not celebrated enough. Puerto Ricans, are a hugely important part of this American society that we live in. They live across the country. I'm fairly certain we all know Puerto Ricans, whether or not you know it or not, but they're all over the goddamn place, and it's great to see Bad Bunny. Honestly, his music is good. Even if you don't speak Spanish, it's good. It's good to see, him getting this recognition. It's good to see somebody with some good, honestly, it's good to see somebody with good politics getting recognition in such a big spotlight. That's the other thing, especially in this moment where we need it more than ever. We're going to keep listening to this. Honestly, this is big. It's Sunday Fun Day. This just got done. This is like hours ago. This is breaking news, basically.
Aspire to the mainland U.S. I mean, there is
the way,
matter of citizenship, which it seems most Americans do not realize that Puerto Ricans.
There it is. Also, just want to say thank you to Logan Hill for the super chat. Much appreciated. Have to sleep, but hope you continue to have food, air, and water in orbit. Keep it up. It's very thoughtful.
Important for Puerto Ricans. It's just like we don't have to aspire to the mainland U.S. I mean, there is the matter of citizenship, which it seems most Americans do not realize that Puerto Ricans are U.S. citizens. And from the Grammys, I thought that the biggest, for me, the biggest takeaway was when he was bantering with Trevor Noah.
Yeah.
And, Trevor made this joke about like, oh, if things continue like this in the U.S., can I move to Puerto Rico? And that he said, Bad Bunny said, well, Puerto Rico is part of the United States, but he put that in air quotes because that brings into question the matter of sovereignty, of like Puerto Ricans see Puerto Rico and refer to it as their own country rather than, and it's a colony. I mean, it's the legal term is that it's a territory of the United States, but, it's a colony. Yeah, and so exactly. Puerto Rico doesn't have much agency when it comes to like political matters and even its own economy. So I think he'll bring a lot of that sort of like Puerto Rican suffrage to the stage. I'm sure he'll address ICE for sure.
The Latin American diaspora is huge and diverse and vast. But what do you think it means right now to see themselves reflected on this stage? I heard people say that him even being there is a victory.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh. I mean, with everything that's happening, I mean, and again, this is not new. Everything that's happening now is not new. I believe previous to what we're seeing now, I mean, the top head of the top head count for deportations was held by Obama, actually. So like this, the migratory immigration crisis in the U.S. has been long. It's prolonged. It's protracted. It's horrible. And so like this is not new, and so like we have been embattled for a very long time. Again, the U.S., even though it's a nation built by immigrants on stolen land, it is also incredibly xenophobic, and we don't necessarily need to get into that. But, again, having Latinos at the forefront, not giving them a lick of English. That's my biggest hope, is that he doesn't say a word of English throughout the whole runtime of the show.
What would that mean to you in front of 100 million people in the United States in this moment if he doesn't say a word of English in his halftime show?
It means he doesn't have to genuflect. It means that he doesn't have to bend to to the overlords, if you will. It's just like, take me as I am, take my people as we are. This is what we have to offer, and we contribute. I mean, his residency in Puerto Rico.
Oh my God, are you hearing yourself right now, dude? You're just proving to me how detached you are from reality right now, Stunna. It's stunning. It is stunning, Stunna. How detached you are from reality. It actually makes me a little sad. Everybody needs to see this comment. Why don't they be their own country, says Stunna. Stunna, I'm stunned. I'm stunned by your ignorance. Are you being serious? You don't think they've mentioned it in the past? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me right now, pal? You're really in here listening to this and you're this stupid. You're really this dumb. Oh, the United States is just, we're just magnanimously, it's philanthropy. That's why we still have a colony in 2026. It's because Puerto Rico doesn't want independence. Why don't they be their own country? Are you kidding me right now, pal? Are you kidding me? They want independence. They've been saying it for a long ass time. And for at least, the very least, full voting rights and statehood. The fact is the fact that you don't know that and that they've been disenfranchised this long and you're still going on about this is incredible to me. You don't seem to be at all educated in anything. What are you proposing Puerto Rico do? Exactly. Actually, I'm kidding you. They need the cash. Dude, you're a despicable person. I might have to time you out because there's something genuinely wrong with you. And you just keep going on and on about just ridiculous, just ignorant things. Oh, you're such a bad person. You need help. You need help. I've said it multiple times. You can look it up fairly easily. I think ZocDoc, probably. I'm not fun. I've heard of it because of podcasts that I listen to. They have like sponsorships for this. ZocDoc, I think, it help you find a therapist, something like that. But this isn't the place for you.
Again, as you mentioned before, he did not tour the United States. He did a 31-day residency in Puerto Rico, and that generated about $733 million for the island's economy, which is not it's not a small take, you know. And so it's this idea of like, you know, Latin Americans contribute like everybody else, you know. And again, you know, we are bilingual. Most Americans are not, you know. And so like that is such an interesting thing of like we are sort of segmented by language, you know, and it's just like we don't have to compromise. It's not an if, it's an and, right? Like we are more than just like English. It's so silly, and I'm so happy that so much of this is questioning the status quo and this very bitter, polarized reaction. And again, at the end of the day,
you think you're the only person posting because you're in vertical chat right now, stupid? Haven't you even been looking at the screen during this? Like I've been like clicking messages all over the place. Like people's super chats. Have you not seen the super chats going by? Have you not noticed any of that? Stunna? Have you? Hold on, I gotta switch over from this to here. It's weird. You're a weird guy. Do you really think that the vertical stream is the only stream going right now? There's 3 different streams going simultaneously. There's like 85 something. There's like 90 people watching this right now across platforms, or something like that. You really think you're the only person here? It's weird. You're weird. Honestly, anybody who types in the vertical chat is almost guaranteed to be weird. Not everybody, but it's like 80 to 90. It's like 90% of anybody who actually like shows up in the vertical chat, and you're proving that to be true.
I think it's just going to be a really good fun show.
That's what he said. He said in his press conference that the world is going to be happy this Sunday, and they're going to have fun. There will be dancing.
That's on YouTube. Yes, I mean, and there's so much to dance to. I mean, again, reggaeton has been the club beat for the past 20 years, but there's also going to be salsa. I mean, you know, I was in Korea this summer, and I wandered into a bar, and they were having a bachata class. You know, just like music transcends, you know, language. At the end of the day, you can usually tell what Latin music is through percussions and maybe horns, you know, that sort of cocktail that is ultimately Latino identity. You know, and so, you know, just to see that, I expect to see a full salsa band on the stage. I expect, again, there to be reggaeton. I don't think there'll be any trap. I mean, he's been talking about how we're going to dance. Yeah. You know, I expect to see lots of like folk, Puerto Rican, Caribbean folk music on stage.
Richard, we will be watching. Great to talk to you. Thank you very much.
There you go. That was the take from CBC News leading up to this Super Bowl 2026. You're on YouTube. You're on your phone. Yes, and you're on vertical chat right now on YouTube. We have 2 different streams on YouTube right now, vertical and horizontal chat. The vertical is where you find it in the shorts when you're scrolling mindlessly through the shorts. Horizontal is for thinking people, unlike yourself. And we're also on Twitch. It's crazy. You're not the only person. Okay, but the person we are talking about right now it shouldn't be you. It should be Bad Bunny. But I kind of expected trolls tonight, considering the discussion. I thought it was a given. I was right. All right, let's go here. To the green carpet. I don't know. What do you call it? What do you call the Super Bowl related red carpet? The green. I feel like the green carpet is what you go with, right? The AstroTurf carpet.
I knew how to speak Spanish because I want to sing it, but the way I be dancing to it, I be ready. You ain't thought I was, you know, I'm getting popping, but no, I'm so excited to see him perform. Again, I am a fan. My makeup artist is an even bigger fan. I'm so happy for him. Seeing him get that award at the Grammys and see him getting emotional, I won't even go deeper into details, but him in that moment, him in his speech, him in everything, and how long he's been in the game, you know what I'm saying? How long he's been going. I respect him so much. I love him. I'm a fan, and I'm just genuinely happy for him and everything that's happening for him.
There's Teyana Taylor. Celebrating. Telling the AP about how excited she is for Bad Bunny to be performing at the Super Bowl. Why is this political? I just didn't like the music. Dude, Stunna, you literally came in here saying that you watched the Turning Point USA halftime show. And you're telling me it's not political? Are you that dumb? Are you really that dumb? Can you explain that to me? How is it not political? You watched a political halftime show and you're saying it's not. Why is everybody making this political right now? I don't understand. That's you. That's you right now. Why is everybody making this political? I just came in here and said I was watching a political halftime show, and then everybody's making it about politics.
How rude!
It's very rude. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. This isn't a safe space. You might want to go find another Turning Point USA stream or something, because this is not a Republican space. I'm sorry. That's why we're coming at you over it, because you just got done watching a political halftime show, and you're here talking about it on a political podcast.
It's science.
But I'm really excited. I've been seeing him as an artist grow and scale and start off indie and get to this point. So I'm just excited to see somebody with that story and that lineage make it. He representing for his people.
Well, when I first heard he was performing, I listened to his music, and he's got some fun, upbeat party stuff. And I like to party. I don't speak any Spanish, so I don't know what he's saying, but I'm sure we'll have a good time. Yeah, we're gonna dance. We're gonna have a good time. So
his music is absolutely amazing. I love doing my makeup to it. I love getting lit to it. I love working out to it. So I'm really excited to see the performance.
I don't care how people feel about Bad Bunny's music. None of my business how you feel, because what you eat don't make me go to the bathroom. Now for me, Bad Bunny's music is energetic. It's good for working out. It inspires me to keep moving, and I'm learning another language at the same time. So now I'm bilingual. Mi mucho gusta bailar, me encantan las hamburguesas y los tacos, papi chula. Camaradita. So, but don't play. I
Okay. Tiffany Haddish, learning a new language while also getting her dance on. Jesus Christ, that came out of nowhere. Ooh, Jesus. Okay. Wow. It's educational and fun. See, people. That's why this guy is getting paid the big bucks. That's why. What just happened? Play. What is happening? Hold on. What is going on? What in the hell is going on?
Siento que es un gran
There we go.
artista por posicionarse políticamente. Eso para mí lo hace un grande, porque estar allá arriba y
Shit.
él podría recibir mucho.
Shit, I gotta do subtitles. I totally forgot. Here we go. I'll do subtitles for everyone, as I always do.
Siento que es un gran artista por
I feel he's a great artist because he takes a political stance. For me, that's what makes him truly great. Being at that level, he could receive a lot of hate. And he doesn't care. He defends his country and Latinos, which is important. So for me, he's incredible. He deserves everything. It was a very big moment for the history of Puerto Rico, not just for Bad Bunny's career. I feel this album represented what it means to be Puerto Rican. There you go. Messages directly from Puerto Rico about people's feelings on Bad Bunny performing at the Super Bowl. People see it as a moment of pride for their little island. No, seriously. Orb Rumor's making this is exactly the point I was about to make. Orb Rumor's already made the point for me. Are you telling me that Kid Rock isn't a political statement at this point? You can't tell me that you listen to Kid Rock just because you love the music. It's got nothing to do with the fact that he loves, I don't know, taking an M49 to a box of Bud Light just because trans people exist or whatever. Like, don't lie. You don't, just honestly, I've been saying this the whole time. Just be honest. It would be more brave. You know, I'd respect it more if you would just be honest about who you are politically, rather than pretending, like hiding behind this veil of, oh, I'm just trying to have fun. Why is everybody bothering me while I'm trying to have fun? Don't fucking lie. You like Kid Rock because he represents something to you, politically. No one actually still loves that music to the level you're talking about right now in 2026. And it has nothing to do with politics. Fuck off. Don't lie. It's pathetic. You're not even, you're anonymous right now. Just be honest. You know what I mean? Like, it won't even, nobody will ever know. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, let's go to the Associated Press once again from yesterday. We're going to join the AP crew for the Super Bowl edition.
The AP.
Just a quick disclaimer on the AP. Everybody, let's not forget that Donald Trump banned the AP from the White House because they refused to call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America.
Fuck yeah! Awful, awful, awful. Weak. On Football Podcast, live on Radio Row here in San Francisco. We've got a ton of guests for you this week, but no one better to get started with than Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin. Damar, it's a pleasure to have you here, man. I've had an opportunity to speak to you before. I love what you do in the community. I love everything that you stand for. But first of all, we've got an important football game on Sunday. I always give out my picks on this show weekly. I'm just going to do it real quick. I've got Seahawks 24-22. I've picked against Sam Darnold. I've doubted him. He's proven me wrong every time. I'm tired of doubting Sam Darnold. I got the Seahawks 24-22. Do you have any prediction? Do you see the game going any way? What's the key to victory?
I think the key to victory is special teams. You got two great teams, two good defenses, two good offenses who can put up points. I think the key to the game is.
Thanks for the follow, Cool Ranch Revolution on Twitch. Much appreciated.
Teams, which they have great special teams on both sides. You know, Seattle having a great returner, New England having a great just Swiss Army knife and Schooler. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see how that phase affects the game one way or another. But
Yo, you are brain broken. I swear to God, honestly, I'm honestly getting sick of your shit. You're brain broken, okay, Stunna? You're literally contradicting yourself from one statement to the next. First you say, I'm saying the Kid Rock thing was political, all caps. All caps was political. And then the very next message, I just like the music better. It was political, and I also just like the music better. Which one? Pick one. Was it a political choice, or you just like the music better? It's wild.
Just through my personal relationships, I'm biased. I want to see my brother Stephon Diggs get his first Super Bowl, and you know, continue on and you know, implementing his legacy as a Hall of Famer, because the years I spent around him, you know, he truly is a Hall of Fame work ethic. He has a Hall of Fame play style, and it's good to see him bounce back on his feet straight to a Super Bowl. So,
DeMar, how you doing physically? How you doing from
Straight to the Super Bowl victory. I have no idea who that guy is. I don't pay enough attention to football, so we're going to move it along. What else does the AP have in store for us? Oh, well, you can't have the Super Bowl, I guess. In theory, one cannot have the Super Bowl without one food. Or at least a couple, honestly, possibly a couple of foods. But at least this one particular food we're about to talk about, without this food, the Super Bowl, they just wouldn't have it. They'd cancel it. I'm, of course, talking about the glorious buffalo chicken wing.
And we're back on the AP's On Football podcast, back on Radio Row. Jackson Dart, Cam Scadaboo, and I was just telling these guys, my 12-year-old girls asked for 2 jerseys this year, his and his. I was able to find yours, Jackson. I couldn't find yours, Cam. I know what that indicates. He's a pretty popular fella. So are you. How do you feel about that?
No, they just didn't make mine in mass production. They made his in mass production.
That's what it means? That's what it
They're playing catch up a little bit. They're playing catch up. They didn't realize how many we're going to sell.
They're still getting there.
And yeah, they're getting up to it.
But how do you feel about, your popularity, both of you, skyrocketed. And like I said to you before, we're not talking about Giants fans in New York. It's across the country, right? I'm down in Florida. I'm in Tampa. What do you think it is about?
Why is every single one of these segments branded? Anybody else notice that? Every single, the bounty branded chicken wing segment from AP. Can't do it. I can't do it. It's just wrong. It just feels wrong. It's too much. Why can't you listen to music and not care about politics? Dude, you're here making such stupid arguments. I don't have time for this. I really don't. I could sit here batting down. You're gish galloping, essentially. You're just throwing out like a trillion different. You just keep saying like some of the worst arguments ever, and I would just spend the rest of the stream batting down. I honestly, I'm about to time you out. I'm done. Actually, I won't time you. I'm just done listening. I am not looking at vertical chat anymore. Hopefully, there's a mod in there right now. Hopefully, it stays reasonable. If I'm
Joining us now is the Hall of Famer. When everybody looks at running backs, Barry Sanders, they look at you. They start with you. I've got two daughters who are 12 and play flag football. One of them's a running back, one's a quarterback. They sat down and watched Barry Sanders highlights, and one of them has on a fraction of your jukes, just a fraction, and I was so proud. I was so impressed.
That's all you need. That's all you need, man.
What is it like to walk around here, to be a legendary figure like yourself, to have people talk about you as one of the greatest, if not the greatest backs in the history of the NFL?
No, I'm grateful, honestly, because I've always been a fan of running backs. When I was your daughter's age, 11, 12, I was keying in on every running back, from college to pro to high school. So, but no, it's great to be in this position, and I think, just very grateful.
When you look at this game on Sunday in the Super Bowl, you've got a team in New England that's got 2 really good running backs. And you look at...
I just realized nobody can see anything that's going on right now. I got distracted. I'm actually shocked that Barry Sanders is still alive. For some reason, I thought this dude was dead. He's getting old, isn't he? He's got to be in his 60s or something. And for a football player, I feel like you make it to your 60s without having the serious CTE and or just dying, I think is something of an accomplishment.
Zach gets injured, but how important will it be? Because there's always focus on Drake May and Sam Darnold and the defenses. Mm-hmm. How important will it be for them to establish that run game?
I think these 2 teams like running the football. Yeah, they don't mind lining up and running at you. And obviously, Trayvon Henderson had a fantastic year. He put up a lot of highlights. And it's coming from Michigan, seeing him at Ohio State, and that kind of thing. I've seen quite a bit of him, and just great to see how he's doing on this level. And also you go to the other side of the ball, or other teams rather, Kenneth Walker, who's from Michigan State, played in the Big Ten, and saw him play quite a bit in college as well. So I like the running back competition on both sides. And
Okay, I'm getting bored of the football talk. I'm not going to lie. We're going to keep this moving. Not going to sit here talking about the possibilities of the game already happened. The possibilities are now over. We've opened the box on this Schrodinger's cat of a game. We'll get to the outcome already. Most of you probably already know what happened. All right, let's go back to talking about the halftime show. We're just going through this thing chronologically here, essentially. Here is the I've Had It podcast with Jen and Pumps. What do these ladies got to say about the Super Bowl?
The Super Bowl is finally here, and Fox News and the right-wing media sphere are having a complete meltdown because Bad Bunny, who is the most popular artist in the world, will be performing at halftime. And we remember the backlash. And then we see that President Trump, because he is so profoundly unpopular, plus his cankles probably can't make it to the suite, he's not attending the Super Bowl because he knows he will be booed mercilessly. When I saw this, I just thought, what a thin-skinned titty baby. He knows people hate him, but he can't stand it. Donald Trump will not be attending the Super Bowl after being You're a warned little baby. he would likely be resoundingly booed by the crowd inside the stadium, according to the report. And you might say, he tells us all the time he's more popular than any president in history. The economy's better. I mean, that he's doing so much that people have told him it is the best first year in office of any president in the history of the world. That's what he continues to tell us. But then you look at actual data and facts and not the horse shit that he shovels. And here we go. New polling finds that 63% of voters disapprove of the way ICE is enforcing immigration laws. And remember, he's underwater on everything. If you go into this article, Trump's approval ratings by some metrics are at 29%. Some are 36%, the lowest approval ratings of Donald Trump since 2017. And here's the thing. Nobody is telling him that, but he obviously knows because he's crying around about
Everyone's saying it. People are coming to me. They're saying, sir, you have the very highest disapproval ratings in history. I say that is fantastic. We're winning. We're making America great again. Highest everything. Highest disapproval. Highest inflation. Highest cruelty rate in history.
great his poll numbers are. So, I'm kind of excited for the backlash from the Super Bowl on the right because it's just going to be the meltdown of epic proportions.
Okay, the right wing always melts down at the Super Bowl because it's always some fabulous artist, and open-minded people. To be an artist, you typically are open-minded, and open-minded people's politics are typically left because the more open-minded you are, the more inclusive you are, the more creative you are. And this kind of stuff dies in conservative thought. So they always have a meltdown about the Super Bowl. My thing here with all this is, of course, Trump's not going to go because he's going to get booed. And of course, he has shitty approval ratings. Of course, on some level, he knows he has shitty approval ratings. I want to take it a step further. Where is the attack here? The attack from the opposition is that this party that tries to tell everybody what to do in their bedroom, this party that tries to kill people, and they're so cowardly, they have to kill people with masks on in the street. They are so triggered by a Puerto Rican that happens to be an American singing at the Super Bowl that they're going to have a stage 5 meltdown, yet they want to tell you they're such tough guys. This is a ruse. It's always been a ruse. These people are not tough. They worship a man that wears a full face of makeup every single day, that listens to opera blaring. And this old queen is far more concerned with his decorating projects in the Oval. And you're threatened by a musician whose name is Bad Bunny. These people that are over there juiced up on Fox, is all they do is sit around and freebase it, are so stupid that they think that Bad Bunny is not American. And I just read an article that Tulsi Gabbard has gone into Puerto Rico with voting stuff there. And so this is a time where the Democrats could really play offense and just ridicule the shit out of Republicans for being triggered by a Super Bowl halftime performance.
This is ridiculous.
Wait, Tiffany Haddish took paid trips. She took paid trips to Israel? Why is everybody taking paid trips to Israel? I don't understand.
Meltdowns. These are the people that were burning like their Bud Light stuff because they're so scared of trans people. Like, I've never seen a group of more scared people in my life. The more religious people are, the more fearful they are. And they have this blind obedience, weird cult-like thing. And here's the thing that's going to be fabulous. While they're watching the Erica Kirk, I had to hire a babysitter for my kids so I can work full time to tell other moms they need to stay at home and take care of their kids. Super Bowl halftime show with Kid Rock. We're all going to be jamming in the world of multiculturalism, right? Because that's the one thing that America has. That is our culture. Our culture is multiculturalism. And deep down, all of these people will probably be over to Kid Rock, and then they're going to be like, click, 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 back over.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Super Bowl is like the highest rated TV show every single year. So they're not going to be able to compete with the Turning Point USA is not going to be able to compete. But I love to browbeat Caroline KKK Levitt. I love to browbeat her, and we haven't done it in a while. But when she got up in the press secretary conference yesterday and said this, my first thought was,
Ministry of
says
Truth.
No one ever. Here we go. Play the clip, Kylie.
Just one more about this weekend. At the Mar-a-Lago Super Bowl party, after the first two quarters, are the TVs going to be on the halftime show with Bad Bunny or the halftime show with Kid Rock?
I think the president would much prefer a Kid Rock performance over Bad Bunny. I must say that.
Okay, that doesn't even happen. Nobody says, I want to watch Kid Rock when Bad Bunny is also there to be
MAGA
watched.
does.
I would much prefer to watch a washed up old 50-year-old white man speaking English completely out of his mind. Guy who has not wrote a hit song in over a decade. I want to watch that instead. Spanish, because Spanish. If I have to hear Spanish and bongo drums, my brain's gonna explode. Speaking of exploding brains, all of the snowflakes ran away from the Super Bowl halftime show for the safe space of the Turning Point USA halftime safe space, where Republicans could run away from the culture, do their own weird thing. Let's see what's up with this. Let's see what's going on with this. This is probably super fun. This is a great time. But everybody's having a really good time. I'll bet that like everybody here, this is not, I can tell you right now that there is no way in hell that this MAGA safe space alternate halftime show There's no way that people here are engaging in any kind of
authentic behavior. Coordinated, inauthentic behavior.
No way are they engaging in any kind of coordinated, inauthentic behavior. Oh no. It's all very real. They're real feelings.
Another dream, another voice, another story.
Welcome to the comeback of Gold Star Science, Beauty, and Backbone. Welcome home.
Teach your children how to blaze a trail of glory. Go lead in truth and go be the light.
Bold.
How much money has been made since Charlie Kirk died? She's been really... Is that fucking Pete Hegseth? Why is Pete Hegseth speaking at the Super Bowl? The regime-approved media, Pete Hegseth. Secretary of Whiskey. He's got something to... Oh, he looks very sober right now. He looks incredibly sober. He has not had a single drink tonight.
And every American who still believes freedom is worth defending. Thank you for your courage as an organization, your clarity, and your leadership. And for this halftime show that the War Department is proud to support.
Six Dragon, thank you for trying to make Vertical great again. I appreciate that.
This year we mark 250 years since a band of citizens pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor. For 2.5 centuries, Americans have answered that call on farms and factory floors,
Why are you holding a football?
In labs, in cockpits and foxholes, and in every uniform our nation has worn. Freedom is not automatic. It is defended by a strong nation and a ready force, and that's our job.
Yes. Unleash the militias, says Pete Hegseth. We must protect the homeland from the fascists. Wait, no, sorry. He was saying that we need to do imperialism. I misinterpreted that for a second. Wow. Why does he have what's with the football? Why does he have the football? Is he about to play in the game, or is that just a prop? What's going on there? What's up with that?
Our veterans and the families who serve alongside them, we see you, we thank you, and we've got your back. So I hope you're enjoying this game. Happy Freedom 250, the things that really matter. God bless our warriors.
Happy Freedom 250.
God bless our great republic.
Wow. What a symbol. What a patriotism. Oh, apparently patriotism is late by multiple minutes. When's the halftime show actually start? When does the alternate halftime show start? I must see it. It's probably epic. Oh god, I gotta see it. It's gonna be so good. Oh my god, I can't wait. Oh. Nice. It's a guy playing guitar who can't actually play guitar. Nice. He missed at least 2 notes just now. I'm sure that was on purpose. This sucks. Ass. Trash. Garbage. You paid money for this? Oh my god. That's sad. Somebody spent money on producing this event? Oh god. I'll bet millions of dollars are spent on this safe space. I bet millions and millions of dollars were spent on this 2026 Republican safe space. Oh god, I bet it was epic. I bet I gotta see the Kid Rock part. Where's Kid? I need Kid. I've been told the Kid's performance was so good, it was worth skipping the Bad Bunny show. So I gotta see the Kid performance. Where's Kid Rock? Is he headlining? Is he the very end? Where is this bastard? How many songs is this guy gonna play? I mean, I'm an hour and 7 minutes into this video. Out of an hour and 16 minutes, I still can't find Kid. Where is Kid? Where is 60-year-old Kid? Where is old man Rock? Where's elderly Rock? Where's almost collecting Social Security Rock? I'm an hour and 10 minutes in now. I still don't see senior citizen Rock. Where is Rock? Oh, there he is. Oh, there he is. I found him. I found him. He's over there. It's elderly Rock, my favorite performer. You don't know, back in the 90s, he was very popular. You're on the radio. And if you kids don't even know what a radio is, but Kid Rock, you always heard him on the radio saying, "I'm Kid Rock," and it was great. We loved it. Everybody loved it. He was a cowboy badass. That's what he said. We believed him. And now he's an old man just like your grandpa.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our brother, Robert Ritchie.
Awful. Weak.
This is ridiculous!
You can tell your old man you'll do some largemouth fishing another time. You got too much on your plate to bait and cast a line.
This is terrible.
You can always put a rain check in his hand till you can't. You can keep.
Ugh. Is this guitar even tuned?
Forever with that girl whose heart you hold, swearing that you'll ask someday further down the road. You can always put a diamond on till you can't. Till you can't.
I hate the existence.
If you got a chance, take it.
Why do trans people exist? I'm elderly Rock.
Take it while you got a chance. If you got a dream, chase it. 'Cause
why am I doing this right now in this Republican safe space? I'm supposed to be an American badass, but I need a safe space. American safe space badass.
won't chase you back. If you're gonna love somebody, hold them as long and as strong and as close as you can. But till you can't. Till you can't. Now there's a box of greasy parts.
There's a box that Donald Trump is putting all the immigrants in, and all of his supporters like me who are elderly and washed up. Well, we like to see all the brown folks round up and put in the box. That's the box. It's full of rusty bread and maggots and disease and human beings that we're putting there in that box. And we need a safe space where we can go and forget about those immigrants. We used to think it was the Super Bowl, and now we need a safe space away from it. Oh, God, 2026. I thought the woke was gone. We need a safe space from the woke.
Sitting in the trunk of that 65, still waiting on you and your grandpa to bring it If you got a chance, take it.
If you got a chance, take it. And leave the United States because this country is trash. Take that advice right now. Heed my advice and forget it at your own. Fuck yeah! Because this garbage country is going down. Republicans and the regime need a safe space. You need a regime-approved safe space for every single event now. If it's even just slightly too woke, you people are like rush off to Turning Point USA events. It's honestly one of the saddest things I've ever seen. Remember when Republicans, remember when Charlie Kirk, just for a second, I just want to go back here. Do you remember when Charlie Kirk used to go to colleges and claimed that all of these, all these children and liberal professors, all these students, these woke, libtarded students, they needed safe spaces, and they were making safe spaces in schools where Republicans weren't allowed to speak. Remember that? Oh, we know all those woke snowflakes. They need safe spaces. Remember that? Remember when Charlie Kirk would go and say those kinds of things to students on school campus, the place that he never went because he didn't go to college. Remember when he used to do that? That's how I remember how he became big, right? Like literally going to colleges and claiming that colleges were now safe spaces. You literally looking at a Turning Point USA sponsored safe space. It's full circle. From criticizing the liberals about safe spaces to Turning Point USA safe spaces. Enjoy that. The hypocrisy knows no bounds over there. The right-wing corners. Back to the real halftime show. Was that Lady Gaga? Was that Lady Gaga? I missed that.
History was made with
saw?
this year's halftime show.
We were just talking about this in the commercial. A packed crowd in.
Was that Mademoiselle Gaga? Couldn't quite tell. It was a fuzzy image and sound from the AP. It was Lady Gaga. Ah, fascinating. All the stars at this here show.
History was made with this year's halftime show.
We were just talking about this in the commercial. A packed crowd in Vega Baja, Puerto Rico to watch native Bad Bunny perform in Santa Clara, California. The first Latin artist to headline a Super Bowl halftime show in Spanish. It included a cameo by Lady Gaga, and the wedding, by the way, was real, with Bad Bunny acting as the couple's witness. There were some local fanfare for that event specifically. This was lovely
You're
Rita on
telling
Northwest
me-
4th, where fans showed up not to watch the game.
Bad Bunny did a wedding at the Super Bowl is wild. That's wild. That's a first.
That event
That's gotta be a
specifically,
first.
this was lovely Rita on Northwest 4th, where fans showed up not to watch the game, but to watch the artist. Organizers telling us they expected about 100, but instead got 4 times that.
We are calling it Benito Bowl. It is a representation and a celebration of Puerto Rican culture, and we are just excited about what it means for so many of our cultures, especially at this time.
Well, there was also plenty of Puerto Rican food and drink karaoke and a costume contest.
So fun. And you know what?
That was in Portland. That was the Portland's coverage. I just tried to chuck some stuff in here while we were streaming from the post, what do you call it? The post game, post halftime stuff. I hastily threw some clips in here so we could get as up to date as we could, possibly. Now, if you haven't heard yet, the Seahawks took down the Patriots, trouncing them in this year's Super Bowl, taking home the trophy and all the glory. The Seahawks defeated the New England Patriots 29-13 in Super Bowl. Wait, goddamn you. You're moving too fast. In Super Bowl, what is that, 60? Super Bowl 60? I think it's Super Bowl 60. Earning their second NFL title in franchise history. The Seahawks got on the board in their opening drive with a Jason Myers field goal. Seattle's defense set the tone early, recording 2 sacks in the first quarter. In the second quarter, the Seahawks defense added another sack while Myers remained perfect, kicking 2 more field goals to give Seattle a 9-0 lead at halftime. Kenneth Walker III powered the offense on the ground, rushing for 94 yards in the first half. Walker finished the game with 135 rushing yards. The Seahawks defense continued their strong performance in the third quarter, forcing a Patriots turnover that led to an A.J. Barner touchdown on the following drive. The New England Patriots got on the board in the fourth quarter with 2 touchdown passes from Drake May. However, the Seahawks defense had forced 2 Patriots turnovers in the second half that paved the way for another field goal and touchdown. The Seahawks defense finished the game with 7 sacks, tying a Super Bowl record, and Jason Myers set a new record for most field goals in a Super Bowl. Well, there you go, everybody. It's a breakdown of the game. Now you know a little bit more. Tomorrow at the water cooler, or wherever you may find yourself. Now you know a little bit. You know what happened. Jason Myers, the field goals, all these things. You now know it. You didn't know it before. You're welcome. Dang, you had it T-voted for later. I'm sorry. I should have said spoilers. All right. Continuing on in the post-game coverage. Here is Kenneth Walker. I think he's the running back. Right? Yeah. Kenneth Walker, running back. Kenneth Walker the third. 1, 2, 3. Numero 3. Kenneth Walker.
Brother and my dad. My dad, he comes out to Seattle all the time and watch games, but he never goes to the game because he don't like crowds. So this is his first NFL game, and we won a Super Bowl, so it means a lot to me, and I know he's proud of me for real. I wasn't the one that convinced them, actually. My agent convinced them to come out here. So I didn't think he would come. They ended up miking him up and everything, so he got out of his comfort zone.
There you go. Kenneth Walker III had who I assume is Kenneth Walker II, his father, come out to his first game and witness. That was his dad's first game. Witness him Winning a Super Bowl, that's got to be quite a moment for him. He's certainly seemed pretty touched by it. I'd be excited. And he was named MVP of the game. So, I mean, win, win, win. Win, win, win. I mean, that's got to be quite a night. If you're Kenneth Walker number 3, you got to be thinking, hell yeah. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. All right. All right, well, that's it on the Super Bowl for tonight. And actually, I'm just realizing we went way over the third break of the show. I'm just going to keep going until what would usually be the fourth break, and then we'll take another break. Since we're already this deep into it. Jesus Christ. 5 hours and we're 45. We're halfway through the third half right now, aren't we? Wait, when did we take the last break? Was it, wait, or am I, wait, I'm trying to remember. Wait, how long? Go back. When did I take the last break? Yeah, it was over 2 hours ago. Yeah. Yeah, that happened.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
At the end, he said, God bless America. Really? Interesting. I missed that part. Unfortunately, I didn't even get to watch the game. I was too busy trying to get ready for the show. I didn't even get to watch it. I'm sure we'll get more from that later this week. I didn't have much time to find clips between, like the game, like the, people actually putting out clips from the game and the actual beginning of the show tonight. I also woke up super late. Like I took a nap like right as the game was starting and woke up like an hour before the show. Oh. Thankfully I did basically all of my preparations before taking that nap. Otherwise I would have been screwed. All right, let's go from the spectacle on national television, the Super Bowl, to a different situation. Actually, hold on. I just want to watch this. Wait, why can't I do this? You won't let me do it? Oh, that's stupid. Why would you do that? That's super weird. Really? You can't click an end card? Is that true? That's super weird. Why is that a thing? Oh my god, that's so weird. Okay. Fuck it. Alright, let's go to this thing that happened on live TV in the Oval Office.
Oh no. Did it happen again, y'all? It may have happened again, y'all. It may have happened again. Take a look at this. Christy Yamaguchi Main, which I love that name, says, I know there's a lot going on right now, but why the hell didn't anyone tell me Trump sharted on live TV so loud you can hear it, and the aides had to rush all the press out the room? There's been a lot of talk about this for a while, bro, that homie cannot control his bowels, that he's had issues going back maybe literally decades, that he's got some loose bowels and some accidents happen from time to time, let's say. I'm trying to keep this as PC as humanly possible.
I made a huge, tiny
stories
mistake.
in the past. We'll get to some of those in a minute. But first, let's take a second and judge this one. So this clip is 37 seconds. Honestly, listen closely at the 3-second mark, because I think it happens pretty early at the 3-second mark. And then you'll see how quickly he tries to shut the whole event down. Ready? Watch this. Here we go.
Chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up. We're going proactive on these new chemicals.
Okay, now listen again. Again, 3-second mark, you'll hear a little bit, right? And by the way, take note, it's not like there's a microphone right there by him. So the fact that you hear this without a microphone being close, right? So 3 seconds in, right? And look at the woman in green behind Trump as you listen at the 3 second mark. Ready?
Chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up. We're going proactive on these new chemicals.
That's great. No, I hear fantastic things. Thank you all very much. We really appreciate it a lot. Thank you, Oz. He's doing a fantastic job. Thank you all very much.
I love how for a second he's like, it feels like right there. He looks like he's like checking it, like he sort of shifts his posture, like he's like moving his butt into the seat, like he's like he pauses while he's talking, and he's like checking to see if it was poop or just a fart.
No, I hear fantastic things. Thank you all very much.
Like right there, do you see what I mean? He's like sitting there. He's like, oh no, it's poop. It's poop. All right, thank you, everybody. Like, you just couldn't watch it again.
No, I hear fantastic things.
Right there. Right there, he shifts. You see what I'm saying?
Going proactive on these new chemicals.
That's great. No, I hear fantastic things. Thank you all very much. We really appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Okay, that's a poop. That's a poop. That's not a fart. That's wet. That's wet. Thank you, everybody.
Fantastic job. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, please. Thank you.
Mr. President, can you respond to the new Fox poll
Look
that
at her,
says...
look at her touching her nose. You see her holding her nose? Look.
Mr. President, can you respond to the new Fox poll that says people think ISIS and tactics are too aggressive? Photographers, reporters, we're done. Thank you. Cameras, we're going. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
One more time. 3 seconds in. Listen to it. Look at the woman in green. Watch how quick he wraps up the conversation. Here we go.
Chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up. We're going proactive on these new chemicals.
That's great. No, I hear fantastic things. Thank you all very much. We really appreciate it.
By the way, he wrapped...
Thank you. Okay, that's poop. Okay, that's good. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Kyle, for that. We all needed that. Yep, that's poop. All right, everybody, get out. We have a mess. Got to clean up. National security issue. We might have to call in the National Guard. State of emergency. There's an invasion in my pants. And I think it's mostly Big Mac today. A little bit of Taco Bell, mostly Big Mac. Now, I don't know if everybody saw earlier this week. If you missed it, you probably need to. The president posted this. Okay. I would not be showing this to you if it were not for the fact that this was posted by the president. If it were not for the president posting this, I would not be showing this to you. But earlier this week, Donald Trump, he posted this despicable, racist image to his Truth Social. So this is the truth, apparently, according to Donald Trump's own Truth Social. As you can see here, it's an image of the former president and first lady as apes. Yeah.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Look, I didn't post it. But some people have...
We're an open forum.
Rightfully.
Any public policy or political issue, news of the day. John in New Mexico, Republican.
Hello, is that me?
That's you.
Oh, my word. I am a registered Republican. My dad was the president of American Pipeliners Association, so I came by it rather naturally. Voted for the president, supported him, but I really want to apologize. I mean, I'm looking at this awful picture of the Obamas. What an embarrassment. to our country. All this man does is tell lies. He is not worthy of the presidency. He takes bribes blatantly, and now he's being a racist blatantly. They were supposed to deport the dangerous criminals. They were not supposed to go after small children, storm schools, bring terror upon, the little kids and the women and children, not just the immigrants in the school. All the children are scared. This is not a decent man. This is not an honest man. He openly takes bribes. He's pathetic as a president, and I just want to apologize to everybody in the country for supporting this rotten man.
John, did you vote for him in all 3 elections?
I did. I was sucked into the stupidity of creating jobs, and there are no more jobs in New Mexico. Things are worse than they were before. You cannot find a primary care physician. Our governor just passed some laws to try to help. If you are a young physician, we want you in New Mexico. Come here. There's a great need for you.
All right.
Wow. Things seem to be going badly for the president. Every single thing he does seems to be upsetting everyone. Not just the woke, not just the liberals, just seemingly everybody. It's getting rather upset with the president, including his own voters. 3-time, he's a triple Trumper. He's a triple Trumper. He's like, dude, this is even too far for me. It's too far for me, even. Honestly, it's about time guys like that sort of realizing that they've been lied to. It's honestly, it's been going for so long. It's been fascinating to watch it go on as long as it has. All right, now we're going to move on to talking about the elections. It's time. It's time. Gotta talk about it. It's the midterms. It's 2026. But before we get to talking specifically about the elections, I figured we would go to talking about security of the data of Americans. Specifically government data at Social Security offices. Because a whistleblower last week came out and said that DOGE, the lawless government agency, which Elon Musk, the richest man on the planet, ran for about a year, a little less, what is it, like 8 months or something like that? And had its hands in every single possible agency of the federal government. Seemingly zero restrictions, full access to absolutely everything. And apparently, shockingly, even though people like myself were literally saying this was going to happen, that they mishandled the data of perhaps millions of Americans.
The Social Security Administration now says members of Elon Musk's DOGE team working at the agency last year accessed and shared sensitive data. In a court filing earlier this month, the Trump administration amended what it had previously disclosed, writing that one DOGE employee at SSA signed an agreement with an unnamed political advocacy group to analyze voter rolls to, quote, find evidence of voter fraud and to overturn election results in certain states. In another instance, a DOGE member shared personally identifiable information of 1,000 people in an encrypted email attachment, though the government says they aren't sure what specifically was shared or whether it was accessed. And SSA also said DOGE shared data on third-party cloud servers that are, quote, outside SSA's security protocols, so the agency doesn't know what information was shared.
So it's possible all of the data in the Social Security Administration's servers went illegally outside of the Social Security Administration's security protocols onto cloud servers where they could have been accessed by anybody. And in fact, that data may still exist on those servers right now. In some cases, you know, they're storing stuff even after the fact. You sign like agreements, they can like kind of do whatever they want sometimes. It depends on what service you're talking about. But it's possible the entire Social Security Administration's data, going back to the beginning of time, may now be sitting on, I don't know, an Oracle server somewhere, run by Larry Ellison, or, you know, wherever else. It's completely against the law and endangers all of this personal, private information. Stuff that I would point out could potentially be used in election fraud. People's addresses and things like that. How much money they make, whether they filed their taxes, all sorts of things. The Social Security Administration has access to a lot of data, as it turns out. And it's incredibly negligent for them to do such a thing. All right. Now let's move on from the data of millions of people to the votes and the representation of millions of taxpayers. Let's talk about the House of Representatives and how it, over the years, has become completely unrepresentative of the population and what sort of things we might be able to do to fix it. Vox.
435. That's how many people are in the House of Representatives, the lower chamber of the legislative branch of the United States government. The country's founders expected the House to expand along with the country. But that number, 435, hasn't changed in about 100 years, even though the US population has tripled in that time frame. Some scholars think that imbalance helps explain why many Americans feel like Congress is disconnected from them.
Here's the thing that you really care about, which is, you know, whether you can get the ear of somebody who represents you, whether you can find that person in your district. The more people that person represents, the less likelihood you can get the attention of that person.
But this one congressman thinks it's time to think bigger than 435.
If you were going to make government more democratic, what would that look like? Why don't we continually expand the House? It's something that would make us more representative. It's something that would give more representation to the parts of the country where people actually live.
Representative Sean Casten of Illinois has presented a bill that would continuously expand the House as the country's population grows. But will adding more seats to the House actually be a good balance of effective governance and representation, or will it only add more chaos and gridlock? So 435 isn't in the Constitution. It actually says this: the number of representatives shall not exceed one for every 30,000, but each state shall have at least one representative. But we got rid of this idea pretty quickly.
That seems crazy today. We would have a House that would be astronomically large if we kept that number in place. It was thought of as a guideline, and the Constitution is in many ways an aspirational document.
Now, what the framers did enshrine was that the census would determine the number of representatives for each state. As long as the House was apportioned or divided off of that, it was constitutional. So for over 100 years, we did that, modestly adding seats through apportionment acts as the new states joined the Union. But after World War I, the population shifted to urban centers. Black communities and immigrants with different religious beliefs were changing the landscape captured by the census. And that was a threat to those in power.
As members of Congress are trying to create a new apportionment act after 1920 and the 1920 census, rural members stand in the way of that.
Yeah. Now, I don't necessarily think that we need one representative for every 30,000 people or whatever it was in the original documentation. But we do need an update, and it should be proportional to the number of people you have in a state, right? And it needs to be updated. It's gone too long without an update. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna just let you watch this for a second. I gotta grab a drink. Burb.
They don't want to give up power.
So after the battle between rural and urban factions, the House passed the Permanent Apportionment Act of 1929, fixing the number of representatives at 435 for the next century. Today, more than 80% of the US lives in urban areas.
It's this massive overrepresentation of rural parts of the country. Our purpose, if we're a representative democracy, should be to represent the people wherever they live.
This divide is magnified by how we split that cap of 435 among the states. Because these days we use something called the Huntington Hill formula. It can get pretty complicated, so I won't go over all the details. The important thing to know is that it assumes each of the 50 states has at least one seat in the House of Representatives. Then it uses a formula to divide up the remaining 385, roughly based on the state's population size as determined by the census. What gets tricky is determining which states get an extra representative when their population sizes are really close. Take Delaware and Montana. Their population sizes are similar. But after the 2020 census, the formula gave Montana an extra seat. This means that a Delaware representative speaks for nearly twice the number of constituents as a Montana representative. Is that fair? And is that the best system? For context, 761,000 constituents per representative is a way higher ratio than many other democracies around the world. This is why Representative Caston introduced new legislation to expand the House.
As your districts get bigger and bigger, you have to represent a much larger, more diverse set of interests. We come to have to represent the average of those interests rather than their specificity.
So if you're generally convinced that we should expand the House, here comes the tricky part: picking a new number.
Yeah, well, it's not that tricky, and we just need to do it. Honestly, the updating is the most important part, in my opinion. We just don't. We don't have adequate representation at this point. It's it does not represent the current state of the United States. It's it's antiquated. We have not bases. You know, it's been much too long since we did it, and it means that we have a less representative democracy than we should have. And you know what we also need to do is, of course, get our elected, supposed democratic leadership to do things. Get them to respond to the voters. And maybe Democrats, leftists, should take a page from a old political movement. You may have heard of it. Ye Olde Tea Party.
I get distracted. Someone just reminded me. In Indiana, there are Democrats running for every state Senate seat for the first time since 1974.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. All right.
So we will see. I mean, there's going to be... there's a lot of things happening on the electoral front. A couple of days ago, was it a couple of days ago? Was it the beginning of the week when that special election in Texas happened?
I think it was, yeah.
Was it 6 months ago, or was it like 4 days ago?
I think that was Monday.
Monday?
We got the news of that.
Elections on Tuesdays. It's throwing us. It's too much. We're already thrown off.
Like the NFL on Thursday.
Yeah. What are you doing?
So at the beginning of the week, there was a special election in Texas in a state Senate seat where the Democrat made up 31 to 34 points. Donald Trump had won that district by 17 points, and the Democrat ended up winning it by something like 14 points. So maybe it was 31. That's a 31-point swing. It was also a potential harbinger of what will happen in the midterms, because it suggested that the gains amongst Latinos that the Republicans had made had completely reversed themselves, And of course, those gains were in many instances in the redistricting in Texas, the basis of these new districts that it may have turned out to be a dummy mander. And now this in New Jersey, this is a Democratic primary. A Democrat is more than likely to win this district in the
Very
general
blue
election.
district. This is my hometown district, so I'm quite proud of this result here. It's a heavy homeowner population, one of the wealthier districts in the country. It's a northern New Jersey suburb of New York City, and this is Mikey Sherrill's old district, and now that she has become the governor of New Jersey, they had to hold this special primary. So this is the primary here. And we have the results. Over 90% of the votes are counted. There's still some ballots that need to be counted, but it's razor thin margins. Mejia, the progressive candidate, the WFP candidate, former Bernie 2020 organizer, endorsed by AOC, endorsed by Bernie, Warren, among others, is now ahead by around 600 votes. And there were a bunch of outlets that called it for Malinowski really early on in the night. And she had this late
Well, we should tell people who Malinowski is.
Yeah.
Malinowski is a former congressman. Here, leave that up. Malinowski's a former congressman, a moderate, I think you could say.
Definitely, yeah.
And by moderate, sort of like a corporatist, conservative. I mean, however, and he had been a very faithful, and this is sort of like maybe the icing on the cake. It is a 5-way race. And Malinowski was certainly favored. I mean, significantly.
Significantly.
I think. And Malinowski has been a faithful funder of Israel, although he did say he was open to the idea, just open to the idea of potentially conditioning aid to Israel based upon, how genocidal it becomes. And
that pissed AIPAC off. And they wanted apparently to make an example out of him, saying, like, you could be 95% of the way that we need you to be in terms of lockstep genocidally voting or whatever. But if you're not 100% with us, we're going to spend a boatload of money on and help one of your opponents. That's way there, who came in third. The DMFI, also the Democratic Zionist funding.
Majority for Israel.
Yeah, they also backed her. And they backed her by funding her campaign, but most importantly, funding a bunch of ads against Malinowski.
Now, the interesting thing about the ads against Malinowski, reportedly, they sent mailers talking about Israel as the topic. But in terms of like the TV spends, the AIPAC and its front groups did what they do typically, which is not mention Israel at all. Mm-hmm. And in fact, attack Malinowski as if they're attacking from the left. And they made a wild miscalculation in this instance, because the benefit of these attack ads ended up going to Mejia, not to Wei, who was their preferred candidate. And what's interesting about this is both that it may have two different implications that would both be positive, aside from having a genuine progressive in that seat, at least until 2026, where she would have to rerun it, but would be doing from the benefit of being an incumbent. It also might signal to the Democratic establishment, we need to stop having these people play in these races.
How do you think Haley Stevens is feeling right now that she's been getting all this AIPAC money and is tied to them? She could cut it off tomorrow, and she's still the AIPAC candidate in Michigan.
And honestly, it's time for Democrats to start spending money on smart things rather than on bolstering foreign nation states. Maybe they should start spending money on winning at issues and in elections, rather than trying to force some of these incredibly unpopular things. Maybe they should actually embrace some of the most popular things out there. Stand up for good things rather than supporting whatever their donors want. Honestly, maybe they should read the fucking room. People are sick of that. People are so sick of the establishment, corporate bought fucking politics, the APAC bullshit. Honestly, the fact that they haven't found a way to legislate away Citizens United at this point is mind-boggling. I mean, it's not. I mean, it's because they love the money. That's why we gotta get those fucking people out of there. People funded grassroots. Need some radicals out there. Like this Illinois Democrat.
Kat Abu Ghazaleh is the kind of radical Democrat Fox News warned you about. Kat believes you deserve universal health care, groceries, and housing. Where does she think we are? The richest country on Earth? Kat isn't a millionaire. She doesn't take PAC money. She can't even afford health insurance herself. How can she possibly relate to normal, hardworking corporations like you and me? And it gets worse. As a journalist, Kat's reporting helped lead to Tucker Carlson's departure from Fox News. Is that who you want fighting extremists in Washington? Kat claims the Democratic Party should not bow down to Trump or his billionaire friends. Does she think strongly worded letters count as bowing? Kat Abu Ghazaleh represents a new generation of progressive Democrats working to redefine the party's future, and she plans to do it with her ferocious attack cat by her side. Is this who you want representing us?
I'm Kat Abu Ghazaleh, and I approve this message.
My God, radical left Democrat Kat Abu Ghazaleh.
Looks like APAC has officially jumped
Taking
into my
over
race,
Illinois.
and a little bit early. A newly formed super PAC called Elect Chicago Women has dropped into the race, and they have put 6 figures in broadcast ad reservations starting today. According to Ad Impact, they are at over $300,000 in broadcast and cable reservations. At this trajectory, they will spend millions by election day. I know the name of the super PAC doesn't sound that intimidating, so let's be really clear about what this is. APAC knows it is deeply unpopular, which is why when it funnels Republican money into Democratic primaries, it makes sure to wrap that money in a feel-good name and hope voters don't notice. Even more than that, their ads, which are often baseless smear campaigns, don't even mention Israel. And thanks to Citizens United, these groups don't have to disclose their donors, which is how APAC can operate like this in plain sight. Laura Fine has no meaningful grassroots fundraising base. The only people rushing into this race with this kind of money are ones with Republican interests. APAC has already said it wants to spend in this election, and this is their vehicle. And to be clear, they've run this playbook before. Different names, but same structure and same outcome. Outside money trying to drown out voters with attack ads rather than accountability. Voters deserve to know who's trying to buy their vote. That's why we're not going to let some innocuous PAC name distract us from the reality of what's happening. It's also why we need your support more than ever. Of the top 3 candidates in this race, I am the only one that will admit what is happening in Gaza is a genocide. I am the only one that doesn't support anti-BDS legislation. And I am the only one that has consistently called for a ceasefire since October 7th. If we're going to beat APAC, we need your help. We need to be able to fight back as they flood the airways. This is a grassroots campaign, so if you can chip in any small dollar amount, it helps.
There you go. Help Kat Abu Ghazaleh get elected in Illinois. A woman who's there to fight for the people. Literally. Why do I have no sound? What's happening?
And now you'll see just how I won that championship.
Okay, speaking of Democrats, let's go here to Secular Talk with Kyle Kalinske. He's got news for us from earlier on Sunday. Apparently, a Democrat has blown out another Republican, this time in deep red Louisiana. I do declare.
All right, y'all. It happened again, man. It happened again, and if I'm being honest, I don't think it's going to stop. I think it's going to keep going. I think, if anything, it's going to get more pronounced as time goes by. But we have another special election where Democrats absolutely trounced the Republicans in what can only be described as a humiliating fashion. So last time we talked about this, there was an election in Texas that the Democrats last held the seat in like 1990 or something preposterous like that. And they wound up winning pretty convincingly. Well, now we have a Louisiana State House primary, or a special election primary, House 60. And you have Chastity Martinez, the Democrat, beats the Republican Brad Daigle. But get this. So this is a Trump plus 13 district. And the Democrat ended up winning by 27 points. 27. So that's a 40-point swing, y'all. 40-point swing. So look, by that logic, if you look at that math, there's not a single safe Republican seat in the entire goddamn country. Okay? I mean, you're looking at...
That's what I was saying. This is what I was saying. You know, we've been talking about the Senate races as if it's like, it's a done deal. We can only pick up like one seat, maybe with 2 seats. Now with these numbers, 30, 40-point swings, you can pick up a dozen Senate seats at this rate. 40-point swings. It's unheard of. It's unheard of. It shows you just how wildly unpopular Republicans have become in such a short period of time. Thanks to Supreme Leader Trump.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Got to be like Republican plus 30 or more to actually feel comfortable and confident right now. And what we're seeing is, even where Republicans decided to gerrymander, now that's backfiring too, where I read an article this week that even where Republicans gerrymandered, it looks like Democrats could still pick up 3 seats because of basically the snapback when it comes to certain demographics. So like Hispanics, for example, they voted more for Trump than any Republican in modern history. Well, now not only did they revert to the mean, where now they're supporting Democrats, they're supporting them more than they did in 2016, right? So it's not only reverting to the mean, it is more than reverting to the mean. And that's across the board when it comes to Hispanics, when it comes to independents, when it comes to young people. We're witnessing like the mass collapse of MAGA right in front of our eyes. And look, it should come as no surprise to people when these people have carte blanche and when they hold every lever of power. Look at what they do with it. The immediate thing they did, what did Trump do immediately? More corruption, like the most corrupt president we've seen by far, and it's not even close, whether it's his crypto stuff or his Qatar stuff or World Liberty Financial or the pay-to-play club that his sons opened up. You got all these insane avenues of corruption, but then you also have immense warmongering, country after country warmongering, launching a trade war, alienating us from all of our allies, unemployment going up, inflation going up, people struggling, can't afford stuff when they go to the grocery store. You got fucking Klarna, buy now, pay later for groceries, now that we're talking about. So you give them free reign, and they fucked everything up so thoroughly that now the default option for people is Democrats.
Boom.
Boom, boom, boom.
All right. Well, let's see. What do we got next? What have we next, Space Fams? Okay. Yeah. We're talking Democrats. Let's talk about a man who just got done winning an election in spectacular fashion. One Mr. Mayor Zohran Mamdani. He had an announcement
Now, a developing story here. Today, Mayor Mamdani announced a new crop of commissioners who will be at the helm of some of the city's most vital departments. Andrew Ramos is live outside the Bronx Museum, where the mayor held a press conference earlier this afternoon. Andrew.
And Alan, what was most certainly the most historic appointment made here today was that of Stanley Richards. He will be the new commissioner of the Department of Correction. Now, he is going to be the first ever formerly incarcerated person to serve in this role. Now, the new DOC commissioner was on hand here at the Bronx Museum for what was a marathon of...
I gotta say, I think that's a hugely important appointment. You know, the fact is that the penal system, the justice, whatever you want to call it, the prison system is honestly, in the United States has the highest, one of the highest levels of incarceration on the planet. I think the highest level of incarceration, like per population on the planet. And the experiences of these inmates, you know, of people who've been in jail, are often disregarded, and they shouldn't be. And honestly, one would think that somebody who's been in jail previously probably has a pretty good handle on what could be better. Honestly, when people are done in jail, they should be prepared to, like, better themselves and society. Hopefully they've been bettering themselves the whole time. Unfortunately, that's not what's usually going on. Certainly not enough. Mamdani's been making some very interesting moves over here out of Gracie
Major city
Mansion.
appointments where Mayor Mamdani announced 5 new commissioners. Richards formerly served as president and CEO of the...
You think Honduras is higher? You're right. I might be misquoting. Maybe it's not by population. Maybe it's just the number. Maybe it's just the sheer number of inmates, I think. I might be misquoting that statistic. Thank you for correcting me.
Organization that provides housing and re-entry resources for the formerly incarcerated. He will be at the helm of the Troubled City Agency, which has made headlines in recent years for uncurbed violence, staff misconduct, and deaths that have happened inside the system. Richards, who was incarcerated back in the 80s, brings experience the mayor says will be vital to moving the agency forward.
It is a testament to the thought and leadership he will bring to every member of corrections staff and incarcerated New Yorkers underneath his purview.
The future of Rikers is not endless confinement, scapegoating, or demonizing. It is safety, transformation, and rehabilitation.
Now, other appointments include ER physician and Queens native Dr. Alistair Martin as commissioner of the city's Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, Sandra Escamilla, who recently served as the executive VP of Children's Aid, is now commissioner of the city's Department of Youth and Community Development. Yesenia Mata, a former military police sergeant who has been tapped to become commissioner of the Department of Veteran Services. She is the first Latina to serve in that role. And finally, former commissioner of Consumer and Worker Protection, Vilda Vera Mayuga, will head the Office of Administrative Trial.
Well, there you go, people. A new set of commissioners announced by Zoran Mamdani last Sunday, if I'm not mistaken. All right, let's keep talking Zoran. He made another announcement earlier this week. Huge, shocking announcement. The opening of the roof of the Dinkins Municipal Building to the public. That's right. Here's the NYC Mayor's Office YouTube channel. Oh, boy.
That's on YouTube. I'm here at the top of the David Dinkins Municipal Building. This is one of the most magnificent government buildings in the world. As we begin to celebrate Black History Month, it felt fitting to honor the legacy of our city's first black mayor right here. From up here, you can see everything, from MetLife Stadium all the way to Bushwick. This building belongs to the people of this city, but for too long, most New Yorkers have been shut out of it. That's coming to an end. We're opening the rooftop of the Dinkins Municipal Building to the public.
Starting this June, the city will offer guided tours of this extraordinary civic landmark. You'll be able to reserve free tickets online and go up in small groups. We're restoring the building too, repointing the cupola, repairing the rotunda, and bringing the space back to its full civic glory. My administration will keep opening up public spaces like this, because New Yorkers deserve to see their city from a whole new height.
There you go. The Dinkins building. Open to the public now. A city municipal building that was, at least the roof of the building was formerly not open to the public. As Mayor Zoran just pointed out, it's got an incredible view down there in Lower Manhattan, unobstructed, really. Because from what I'm trying to, where it's located, I think it's got clear views all over the place. And it should be something to behold if you can get up there. Just gotta reserve yourself a tour. You can't have too many people up there. I assume a lot of people are rushing to get their spot. Zoran doing shit over here. Gremlin TV. Can't wait to see a great big wave of nothing come from these people that will benefit me or others in any way. It will benefit you, or it won't benefit you. You're the syntax. It's not clear what you mean by that sentence. Hope you realize that. I'm fairly certain I know what you mean, but I'm giving you a bunch of leeway on that. You seem competent. Let's go here. Zoran Mamdani's popularity. Let's talk about the numbers. And usually when I say we're doing, let's talk the numbers. I'm saying let's go to the great Harry Emden. But today, no. Back to Kyle Kalinske over at Secular Talk.
All right, guys, this is awesome, and I couldn't wait to share this with you. So we have a new poll here, New York poll. Zoran Mamdani favorability. Favorable, 48%. Unfavorable, just 32%. So he was net -8 in September. Right now, he's +16. Now, what I need everybody to understand is it normally doesn't go like this, y'all. It normally does. The second you actually get power is when people usually turn on you. And they turn on you because they're like, what the fuck have you done for me lately?
A 24-point swing from September to now is pretty incredible. Really
What have you fixed lately? Okay? And you know, politicians usually get in there and they're not great and they make decisions that fuck shit up or at the very least keep it the same. Very rarely do they do stuff right away that like actually helps people. And so this is an example. He gets in there, he hits the ground running, and his approval is skyrocketing even though he just took power. Okay? So you look at the net favorables in New York City itself. He's +48. That's incredible. In upstate New York, +1. Suburbs, -12. Among Democrats, +48. Among the GOP, -48. Independent, +12. White, +2. Black, +15.
So the only place that it's just the suburbs. It's just the Republicans. It's Republicans. It's in part of the suburbs where it would seem most of the Republicans are. Right? Just do the math. Fascinating. Absolutely everybody else seems to be pleased with Zoran.
Hispanic +36. And then you have among young people +35, middle age +20, and old people looks like
You meant won't. I'm not used to typing on my phone, so I type very poorly on my phone. Thank you. Yes, like I said, I thought I knew what you meant, and I was correct. I knew what you meant, and I think it's a stupid thing that you're saying. Also, what do you live in New York City? Like, what are you talking about exactly?
Even maybe. So this was a Siena research poll. So, like, what has he done that has made people go, oh shit, all right, I fuck with this guy? Well, number one, soon as he got in there, cracked down on shitty landlords right away. Announced a whole thing to crack down on shitty landlords. They're in the process of doing that right now. Bada boom, bada bang. People fucking love that, okay? He also ordered a deep cleaning of the subway, which is the first time in New York City's history anybody did that. And let me tell you something, as a New Yorker, those fucking subways needed that shit, dog. Those shits are disgusting. Just like,
This makes
like
me want to burn
worse
this
than the worst type
motherfucker
shit.
down.
So we did that. People love that shit.
Come on,
They just had a
Boogie,
winter
let's burn
storm in
this
New York. I mean, they had it all throughout the East Coast. Handled that shit phenomenally well. Motherfucker was out there with a shovel. And, you know, people were recording him from, like, blocks away. Like, oh, shit, is that the mayor fucking helping dig people out of their cars? Yes, it was. Yes, it was, motherfucker. So he handled the storm really well. People really like that. He already has Hochul on board for universal childcare, which is going to be a game changer for New York City. Just a total game changer. The city is so expensive. It's so unaffordable. He's actually tackling the affordability thing, and he's doing it by trying to take something off the plate.
Yeah. There you go. Zoran Mamdani. Popularity skyrocketing as he enters his term. 1 month in. Up big in the polls. Everybody seemingly pleased with his performance. Aside from Republicans in the suburbs. All right. I think we have... Dude. Oh my god. Are you for real right now? Is this real? Are you I'm sorry. I'm trying to pull myself together right now. Okay. Are you for real? Do we have a real life Cuomo voter, or are you a Sliwa voter? Are you Cuomo or Sliwa? I need to know. I need right now. I need to know. I cannot move on. Do we actually have oh my god. Is this one of Curtis Lewa's cat's sock puppet accounts or something? Are you one of Curtis Lewa's cats? Are you Mittens? Aww. Oh, you're a cute. Who's a cute kitty? There's been so many trolls, and I knew this was gonna happen today. I literally knew this was gonna happen today. We've been derailed so many times by trolls. How do they find us? It's the question I keep asking myself. All right, let's keep talking Zoran. Now he's going to solve skyrocketing grocery prices with a more perfect union from Friday.
Peanut butter, jelly, and bread. These are all the exact same products, but they're from 4 different stores and at 4 different prices. $17.27 from Gristedes here in New York City, $11.51 on Amazon, $10.49 at Walmart, and $8.53 for these. Literally half the price of these, but it's also a full 18% less than even Walmart. How is that possible? Now, of course, grocery prices are as high as they've ever been, and you probably even know a lot of the reasons why. More Perfect Union has been covering how consolidation, algorithmic pricing, and price maximization have made grocery shopping nearly impossible for most Americans. But despite a 28% increase in grocery prices since just 2020, doesn't it sometimes feel like no one is actually doing anything about it? Well, this isn't one of those YouTube videos where we just talk about all the things that are broken in our economy. In this video, we're going to talk about a real solution that could alter your family grocery trips.
Immediately, if not sooner.
There are two politicians who talk a lot about groceries.
Grocery stores, cheaper groceries.
That would be New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani.
Still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down.
And Trump.
Groceries? Grocery bills.
The groceries went through the roof.
Zoran Mamdani's answer to this is government-owned.
An ancient word,
stores.
it's called
These would be
groceries.
Non-profit stores set up as a public utility. But this isn't a new idea. And as critics will tell you, we've tried it, and they don't work. From Florida,
the town of Baldwin is expected to close its only grocery store.
To Kansas,
the future of a city-owned grocery store in Erie, Kansas is up in the air once again.
To Kansas City.
But it did close the Sun Fresh near 31st and Prospect.
Now, there are a few reasons people give for why this keeps happening and why government-run grocery stores don't have a great track record or even just can't work. Here are three of the most common arguments I see over and over again.
First of all, it's basic.
I think I scared away Curtis Lewa's cat. I feel bad now. I'm not a good guy.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Not a good guy. I'm so sorry, Mittens. Look, I made fun of you. Rightfully so. I'm sorry that hurt your feelings. You pledge your full and grand allegiance to the President Trump. I hope that's a joke. Vertical chat is unhinged tonight. Unhinged tonight.
Number one is that the numbers just don't add up.
The profit margin in a grocery store is 1 or 2%.
Critics will tell you that grocery stores are already just barely scraping by. Private grocers aggressively optimize inventory and labor. They buy on massive scales, whereas government-run stores might have procurement rules or political oversight. They would likely be smaller operations, so less leverage over suppliers. So it's effectively impossible to turn a profit. And if you can't turn a profit, or at least break even, so the critics say, the taxpayer will pick up the bill and it won't be worth it. Number two, do we want a government agency deciding what food we have access to?
Yeah, well, it's about.
You don't have funding for starters. The second is that they can't use all the loopholes and pay no effective taxes. What are you talking about? Are you that stupid? Are you that stupid? They don't need loopholes. Why would a government-run grocery store need tax loopholes? They're not going to have to pay any tax. Why would the government tax itself? Are you stupid? I think you are stupid. Did you just tell me that you think that the government's going to pay itself in taxes? Why would they do that? Oh my God. What a smooth-brained idiot. Vertical chat is unhinged tonight. A bunch of deranged lunatics. Bunch of PDF leg humpers over here.
These critics argue that a government grocery store won't have the same kind of pressure to honor consumer demand. Inventory could end up being decided by politics. And ultimately, Zoran's idea for a chain of city-owned grocery stores would increase government involvement in our lives, writes Representative Jen Kiggins from Virginia. Number three,
honestly, I can't get past this. I honestly can't even pay attention to what's happening in front of me right now because I'm so stuck on what this chatter just said. Like I can't get past it. Like this is a problem to me. Like this is an actual problem. How is it that people such as yourself exist? Who do you listen to? I need to know. I thump a lot. I need to know. I must know. Who is it that you're listening to? Can you explain to me what is going on that you think that government agencies pay taxes? Why? Why do you exist? I don't understand. Ah. Makes no sense.
This is ridiculous.
I have to go back.
Taxpayer will pick up the bill and it won't be worth it. Number 2, do we want a government agency deciding what food we have access to?
Yeah, well, it's about social control.
Because critics argue that a government grocery store won't have the same kind of pressure to honor consumer demand. Inventory could end up being decided by politics. And ultimately, Zoran's idea for a chain of city-owned grocery stores would increase government involvement in our lives, writes Representative Jen Kiggins from Virginia. Number 3, a lot of government agencies just suck. So why wouldn't this one?
Oh, the government stinks. The lines are too long at the DMV.
Essentially, the bureaucracy and slow decision-making that make the DMV or the Social Security Office inefficient or unresponsive or just unpleasant would carry over into your shopping experience.
Regulating a really low profit margin industry with opaque prices, I'm just not sure the state can handle it.
So really, the critics say, privatization becomes the only serious answer. I'm going to break down each of these arguments for you by the end of this video, but whatever critics might have to say, and we can take a guess as to how Trump might feel about government-run grocery stores.
We want government out of our business, out of our wallets, and out of our lives. This is what we want.
He kind of already has them, because the largest chain of government-run grocery stores, and it's where this sandwich is from, is run by the military.
My name is Bill Moore. I am the former CEO and director of the Defense Commissary Agency.
Bill oversaw the almost 250 commissaries across the country and around the world, from South Carolina to South Korea. And his mission at the agency is very simple.
The Defense Commissary Agency is a global grocery chain whose mission is to provide groceries to military families at significantly lower prices.
This dates back to 1825, when the Army started selling goods to military personnel from commissary department stores.
1825? But 200 years ago, you're telling me we've had communist grocery stores?
A communist.
200 years?
A communist. China.
Houses. Before long, the privilege was extended from officers to enlisted men, and over the years, it's really come to be seen as a significant non-pay benefit of being in the military. One retiree in 1979 said it like this: "In 1946, when I joined the service, I was told that certain things would happen if I lived through 20 years and didn't get killed in combat. I'm entitled to commissaries. It's part of the deal." In the late 1800s, while the rest of the country's food supply was consolidating and privatizing, the military made the decision to build their own retail system rather than plug into what the rest of the country was doing. And by the 1930s, the commissary was extended from service members to their families, such that
Oh God. Oh God. I'm dying. Violet, you just said a silly thing. For 420 years? First off, that's only half as much. That's only 100 years, because a score is 20. So you're really saying 4 and 1 score. You're saying it different, and it's confusing my brain. It's confusing my brain. So really, what you want to say is 8 score and 40 years. And that would get you to 200 years.
spouses and dependents could shop at commissaries by themselves. I decided that to fully understand how the commissary works, I needed to go out and talk to one of these military families.
So we are here in West Point, where we're going to meet Rachel Sally, and she's going to tell us about all things commissary.
Nice to meet you.
Rachel and her family live on post here at West Point. She runs a successful travel agency, and her husband, who is a captain in the US Army, teaches history here. The commissary is their primary grocery store.
It's super helpful here, plus there's only one other grocery store in town. So the options here, if you need something in a pinch, like just go to the commissary.
Sure. Yeah. How much is your monthly food budget?
In a perfect world, try to stay under $1,000 for the month, and we really only eat out like once a week.
But actually, on average, households of 3 to 4 people spend almost $1,500 a month on groceries. Rachel was super nice and even let me and cameraman Evan follow her around the commissary while she shopped. We weren't allowed to film inside, but the first thing we noticed was that it really just felt like, well, as Rachel put it,
like it's a normal grocery store.
Now I was shocked at what I saw in the commissary because the New York Post had written that government-owned grocery stores led to Soviet-style markets that left customers stuck with just one brand or generic brands of items like bread and milk. Well, that definitely wasn't the case there. And in fact, the commissary seems quite responsive to consumer demands. DECA has altered their entire pricing model to address customer feedback.
The commissary model for many, many years was to sell all products at cost plus 1%.
This is called a cost plus model, and they would do this across the board. So if the commissary bought paper towels for $13, they sold it for $13.13. If they bought a loaf of bread for $2.50, they sold it for $2.55.
But frankly, it created a perception with our customers that we were not saving them money.
See, there are these things called known value items, or KVIs.
So think milk, eggs, cheese.
So usually a grocery store will sell.
The reason for that is America is very stupid and can't do math. It's sad. It's not even hard. It's not even difficult math. It's just arithmetic.
Milk for less than they paid for it.
I probably shouldn't mention a specific company, but these large stores right outside of installations, they would sell a gallon of milk for $2.50. We were selling milk at cost for $5.
And so that gave the perception that everything was more expensive when in total, everything was still cheaper. But DECA was responsive and implemented what's called a variable pricing model.
We started selling milk at a loss, and we would recover that loss in other products, but products that weren't as important to a struggling military family.
The thing is that there are other grocery stores to shop at, which is why.
And technically, that is also what grocery stores do. Like for-profit grocery stores, is they sell certain items at a loss. Because they expect to make it up in other places.
Okay.
Just to get you in the door, right? Like Costco does this famously with their hot dogs, right? And you know, like I think like the rotisserie, whatever, like the rotisserie chicken or whatever, like they lose like $1 each, but they expect to make it up on you when you go walking through the goddamn store.
Laser focused on maintaining the relevance of the commissary benefit. Because if there were systemic dissatisfaction and DECA started bleeding customers, it could also lead to any number of consequences, including DOD investigations and congressional hearings. The next thing we noticed was that prices were definitely lower than what we're used to. But how is this possible? Because even private grocery stores just squeak by on 1% profit margins.
How much money do you think you save?
I do feel like the savings compared to like the nearby grocery stores is huge.
DECA by law has to provide a 23.7% savings on average.
But key to understanding how those savings are achieved is understanding DECA's funding. The Defense Commissary Agency is part of the.
Yeah, I mean they guarantee 23%. But honestly, if we go back, and I can't remember exactly where it was back here, but I mean, if you go back to what she said she was spending, they're spending like 33% less. It sounded like if she's spending $1,000, the average family of 4 spends $1,500. That's a third.
DECA gets about $1.5 billion a year. This is the primary way they're able to save military families money. So in a sense, yeah, the critics are right. Profit margins are extremely thin, and if you want to save working families appreciable amounts of money, you're gonna have to create subsidies. And guess what? At one point, in an effort to fight food insecurity, the Defense Secretary asked Bill what he could do to help military families even more.
I said, well, with some additional funding, we can at least increase the savings to a round number of 25%. They increased our budget, so the subsidy became greater, which allowed us to lower the prices.
Yeah, and that's what something like a government-run grocery store can and would do in theory, right? Because the profit incentive doesn't exist. There isn't a CEO and shareholders at the top demanding more profits. Any extra money could be used to lower costs, you know, because they don't need to make any more money because they can pay all the bills. They can pay the electricity and the gas bill and the, you know, the maintenance people and all the oh my God, my brain just broke. All of the cashiers and, you know, stockers, like all these sorts of things, those are all paid for now, right? And it's just a matter of the fact that, you know, if if a company had extra money, maybe they wouldn't do that. And in fact, they don't. They never do. Over and over again, they get more money and they say, actually, we're going to raise prices on you so that next year we can make even more money than we made this year. That's why things constantly get more expensive. Okay. We gotta take a quick break. We've been going for 6.5 hours somehow. Not sure how that's happened already. But it has. That means we gotta take a quick break. Don't worry though, we'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Without your support, we would cease to exist. But thankfully, we have a lot of great ways for you to show your support to contribute to the funding of the production of this show that your eyes are currently, hopefully, enjoying. Things like YouTube Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer, you want to go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon. But we got a new addition to the Galactic benefits or contribution places that is thrown over the last couple months. And however, with that said, the very best way to get the most basic benefits for your dollars still remains Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens, like the pool, the bar, the lake, the street. Shoutouts at the end of every show. Secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. All right, everybody, enjoyed the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. All right, everybody. It is that time once again. The time for you to get back to your seats so that you do not miss a single second of the fourth half of the Galactic Stream. Okay, people, we're back. Columbia Rican. Where were you earlier when we were doing the Super Bowl? Had a bunch of trolls in here. Had a bunch of Bad Bunny trolls. Some like big Kid Rock fan or something. It was weird. People were being weird. And you missed it. Okay, now let's talk, as we go on, let's move along here. From government grocery stores. Yeah, from government grocery stores, talking about vegetables that 99% of American farmers refuse to grow.
What you talking about?
I don't know. Let's go here to PBS Terra and talk about it.
New York City. Makes it special. My name's Christina Chan, and I'm the farmer and owner of Troy Division here in Chester, New York.
Grace, what's your number?
What number are you on? There are 3.4 million farmers in the U.S., but only 1% of those farmers are Asian.
China.
Our farm's mission is to provide culturally relevant produce grown locally for the Asian American diaspora of New York City. On average, we grow about 40 to 50 different types of crops each year. It's pretty challenging to find organic and locally grown Asian vegetables in New York City. So most of the time when you're buying vegetables from the grocery store, those are being trucked in from far away. And often overseas, those vegetables are conventionally grown, and they can come from Florida, California, or maybe in like the Dominican Republic, so warmer climates where it's also cheaper for them to grow conventional produce. And so that's why it felt really important to us to bring Chinese and Asian vegetables into the conversation of the local food scene, where we are championing flavor and important environmental practices. We believe that Chinese food should be valued in the same way that all the other vegetables we love are valued. right, I did the math. We're picking 62 each. We'll cut everything and then we'll collect it. Everybody can take each side of a bed. All right, 62. So right now we're harvesting this really beautiful sprouting cauliflower. This is the type of cauliflower you usually find in like Chinese cooking. And all of these heads are gonna go to our CSA members. We have a CSA in the city with 4 different drop sites, about 300 members. And hopefully the second round of this that we planted will go to our mutual aid partners and get distributed at no cost to those who need it most. So this is our Napa cabbage patch over here. And you know it's ready to harvest when you touch the tops of the heads. And when it's nice and firm, there's no give, that's when it's...
Okay, hold on. I'm not necessarily here for the horticultural, agricultural tips here. We're going to talk about just the American... the Asian American cultural experience, or the lack thereof, in the efforts of a small number of people to change that. Skip ahead a little bit. Let's see.
For their vibrancy, because we are able to harvest within the same week they get to our customers, sometimes just even the day before. Load her up. So right now on the farm, we have a whole bunch of different things ready to harvest. It's like that beautiful time of year where all of your summer crops are still flourishing and all your fall crops are really starting to come in. We have sprouting cauliflower, we have Napa cabbage, flat cabbage. We also have choy sum, and we have gailon, which is Chinese sprouting broccoli. We have baby bok choy, we have daikon radishes, Taiwanese eggplant, shishito peppers, sweet potatoes. The list goes on. It's just like a true time of bounty. Growing up, food felt like the one thing I really had in common with my family. We all wanted to eat the same food. We all had the same palate. We all loved sharing the same dishes and going out to a restaurant together. So that was the one thing we could always talk about and like find joy in. And so when I find myself coming back to farming and realizing, oh, I want to grow these Asian vegetables, it allowed me to really reconnect with my food and my heritage in like a much deeper way. We farm in a really special kind of soil called the black dirt. Some people also refer to it as muck soil. And so what makes this soil really special is that it is really high nutrient content and has really high organic matter. It's about 40 to 50%, and most soil has about 3 to 6%.
She really knows her farm stuff, huh? Getting all in there, the pH, and all these other things. Skip here, a little further down. I just gotta keep this moving. I'm still moving, like, honestly, I'm not moving as fast as I'd like to. I feel like lately I've just been not doing as many videos in the time I expect to do them. I don't know what that's about. I think it's just I've been talking more to, like, chat lately, like, as we continue to grow. Like, we get more, like, trolls and whatever else. We just don't get through, like, half of the shit that I want to. Oh, God.
One of the challenges we face growing East Asian vegetables can be sourcing seeds for the things that we like. Unlike growing like a tomato or a carrot, where there could be like almost like 100 varieties to choose from, sometimes we're really boxed in and have maybe 1 or 2 to choose from, if we have it at all. We do the work because we know that the system is broken. We're trying to create something new. To truly be food secure, you need to start with seeds. Without seeds, there are no vegetables, and I think often that gets forgotten. And for us, we like to practice seed saving for a couple of crops on our farm. There are a few different benefits to seed saving. One of them is adaptability to my local bioregion. So they maybe are more resistant to some of the diseases that I have here because I have
Was it that bad earlier? It was bad. I mean, we've had trolls in here all night. I don't know if it's the Bad Bunny thing or what, but we have had trolls in here literally like all night. I swear to God. One guy was trying to claim that it wasn't a political choice of his to watch the TPUSA halftime show. It was one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
And there's a lot of spiritual nourishment that comes with that.
Thanks for prepping.
Thanks for growing everything, guys. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Damn, okay. Great job, y'all. I think people have been really drawn to the farm because they see themselves reflected in this place. As anyone who's ever gardened can tell you, just putting your hands in the dirt, it's just a magical feeling that brings so much healing. And so being able to do that with people who you share a culture with, who you can share food with, just means the entire world to us. Often when you greet each other in Chinese, the first thing you'll ask the other person is, have you eaten yet? And that is a way of conveying your care and your love for somebody. That's why so many of us care about food, I think, is it's just so embedded within even just the language. And for me, it feels like growing this food and being able to give it to my community is my way of saying, have you eaten yet?
Oh, this is making me so hungry right now, and I've already gone through my Super Bowl pizza. It's very sad. I bought one of those like half pizzas, whatever you call it, like the Detroit pan, the $5 fucking Little Caesars pizza. Thing's gone. It's done. It's very sad. I'm very hungry. Oh my God! I forgot. I had that saved in my X bookmarks, but I totally forgot about that. I totally forgot about that. We'll probably talk about the Bad Bunny thing once more this week, I'm guessing. So we'll do it then. We'll do it then. I know exactly. Yeah. No, was XQC really the one to figure it out? Because that's actually shocking. He's one of the dumbest people I know. So for him to figure anything out before anybody else is perhaps unprecedented. Chat. No, chat. But oh my God, I can't even right now. Fucking XQC. How? All right. Let's move on from Asian Americans and agriculture. The people fighting to connect with their culinary roots to another state. That was in New York, and of course it's much more difficult probably in New York than in Hawaii to connect with Asian roots, I would think, seeing as they're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. And people in Hawaii are fighting for stronger worker protections. This week from Hawaii News Now.
State lawmakers are advancing a bill aimed at cracking down on wage theft to help workers recover lost pay. Raquel Kahlo explains why stronger protections are needed for employees.
This bill would give workers tools to get the pay they're owed and hold employers accountable for not paying them.
This bill will not just protect the rights of migrant workers, but all workers here in Hawaii.
I almost need to watch that now. I almost need to watch that. I almost can't get past that. I have to see that. I didn't get to watch it yet. I've been... Really? XQC, he showed up in the middle of the... He actually unironically went to the TPUSA stream and tried to chat, and nobody ever responded to him. It's just crickets. It's kind of hilarious. It's kind of hilarious. It's pathetic. They view-botted the safe space. Like, it tells you just how sad and pathetic these people are. Turning Points USA. The foundation created. The 501c3 created by the man whose entire existence in politics is predicated on him going to college campuses and declaring that these were now, in fact, liberal safe spaces, is now putting on view-botted safe spaces for the Super Bowl halftime show. It's unbelievable. It's full circle. Full circle. The fullest circle of all time.
Low-wage earners in restaurants, care homes, and other industries that are living paycheck to paycheck.
HB 2446 lets the Department of Labor work with community groups like the Hawaii Worker Center, an organization that helps workers report wage theft safely. This comes after the 2024 case involving Max Restaurants, where they were hit with a huge fine of $307,000 in back wages after over 20 employees weren't paid what they were owed. At the time, many did not speak up due to a fear of status concerns and language barriers, showing why stronger protections are needed.
I strongly support HB 2446. Many martialist workers experience wage theft but do not report it due to language barriers, fears of retaliation, and lack of access to trust support.
Yes, indeed. We need stronger worker protections in this country, especially for immigrants who are often in, the more undesirable jobs and are marginalized easily by the capitalist class due to their fears of being deported or otherwise being faced with consequences if perhaps their status is not, up to date or whatever. Let's keep going here. Trying to transition to Hawaii, the environmental news portion, because that's right, we've made it that far, people. We've at least finished the first portion of the stream, the first segment, the U.S. news segment. Now we're moving on to the environmental news segment. Can we make that fun today? Can we make that Sunday fun day levels of value-taining? Let's find out. Hawaii news now, once again, to the Honolulu Zoo. What's going on over there?
2 new residents are moving in at the Honolulu Zoo.
They might have you singing a tune from the Lion King musical. Meet Vitani and Little Bit, the zoo's newest warthogs. The 7-year-old and 9-year-old females come to the islands from the Living Desert Zoo and Gardens in Palm Desert, California. The pair arrived in Hawaii this morning via a Pacific Air cargo flight.
And they'll become new companions for the zoo's longtime male resident warthog. I have 2 new residents.
Well, there you go, folks. 2 more warthogs for the Honolulu Zoo, apparently. They're kind of cute, even though they're objectively ugly. They're cute. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. All right, now to Oregon. They are celebrating the birthday of a young elephant.
Happy birthday to the 2. I hope you are happy today. From Everett.
Everett wasn't the only one excited to celebrate the Oregon Zoo's most popular toddler, Tula 2.
She's pretty precious, and She's very adorable.
They're almost the same age, so he had to come out and celebrate.
The crowd was huge, and Tula 2 was not afraid to strut her stuff. And she didn't seem to mind getting up close and personal with my camera.
She's growing into be quite an imps. You know, she's definitely full of herself. She knows she's the center of attention.
She's just utterly charming.
Keepers say Tula adds a positive dynamic to the zoo's Asian herd. She bonds well with her auntie Shine as they bulk up on some birthday bamboo.
She'll be putting on more weight. She'll be getting bigger as she goes. She'll be getting into more trouble, I'm sure, with, mischief, if you will.
With elephant years similar to human years, trainers say Tula 2 is advanced for a toddler.
Genius elephant baby at the Portland Zoo in Oregon, or the Oregon Zoo in Portland, whatever it's called. Either way, baby elephants running amok. All right, now let's go across the country to New York. News 8 WROC. Bird watchers gearing up for the annual Great Backyard Bird Count.
The Great Backyard Bird Count, co-sponsored and organized by the Cornell Lab of Ornithology, takes place next weekend, February 13th through the 16th, and some 1 million bird watchers are expected to participate.
So the data will be collected to count the bird population just before migration. Participants will spend about 15 minutes over the 4-day period watching birds and uploading the type and number of birds they see through an app. Well, today we talked with the Birdhouse, a local bird seed and hardware store over in Pittsford, about the importance of the Great Backyard Bird Count.
People from all over the world put in that data, and it really gives some good, stable estimates of what the birds are, if their populations are increasing or declining, and if so, especially if they're in decline, maybe some areas that are in some need of some conservation. You never know what birds might be counted this time of the year that are completely unexpected.
And they say the most common birds that you could see in your backyard: cardinals, blue jays, chickadees, woodpeckers, and even a hawk if you have a good eye.
There you go. You could be counting birds next weekend. The Great National Bird Counting Championship. What's it called again? The Great Backyard Bird Count. I totally forgot what it was called. Could be fun. Could be fun. You can participate. You can be part of history.
It's science.
Be part of science. You could be participating in scientific research. All right, let's go from birds to cats. And it's, of course, been incredibly cold in New York lately. One cat. One cat was rescued from the bitter cold on Long Island. Long Island, please. Go,
so what could have been
Long
a
Island, go.
heartbreaking ending in the bitter cold actually turned into a second chance at life for a cat on Long Island. John DeBacker, who runs a cat rescue organization, says he received calls Tuesday about a cat wandering the Northern State Parkway. A driver spotted the cat huddled against the bridge by exit 31 this morning and called John.
I was not expecting to see him at the time, but I was quite amazed that he was there, right there. So I approached the cat very slowly and very cautiously because there was traffic only inches away from him. And if he ran, that would have been the end of it. He would have got hit by a car. But luckily, he was very appreciative of being rescued. So I lured him with food and I quickly picked him up. and he sat in my lap the entire ride to the vet.
It is a miracle this cat survived the conditions that we've been experiencing out this week. So John tells us the cat, who has been temporarily named Destiny, had some frostbite on her ears, but Destiny will be available for adoption once she receives a clean bill of health.
There you go. One feline saved by a local hero here in Long Island. Destiny. What is Destiny's destiny? That's a question we should all be asking right now. Hopefully it's healthy. All right. Staying on Long Island. From the highway to the aquarium. CBS New York from 11 days ago. How are the animals at Long Island Aquarium coping with the bitter cold?
Winter is coming.
Days now into our bitter cold, you may think that penguins would be right at home. But as Caroline Gustaf reports, it's actually too cold, even at the Long Island Aquarium.
They're dressed to the nines, just not.
Too cold for the penguins?
Could you jump up? This is ridiculous.
9 degrees. 20 penguins make the Long Island Aquarium home, and even these birds need a warm-up.
It can be too cold even for a penguin. There's a lot of penguins that never see ice in their lifetime.
These guys have about 70 feathers per square inch.
They're South African penguins, and when temps plunge below 30 degrees, it's more than cold feet. Their waterproof feathers aren't built for Arctic air. They're indoors, waiting for a warm-up. They're among the 5,000 creatures at the aquarium for whom temperature control is critical. A giant generator keeps it all running through storms.
Some of our habitats are 42 degrees, some of them are 84 degrees. We do have our life support systems here. They support life.
Some residents thrive in the chill. This river otter family frolics in frigid waters thanks to their thick fur. Harbor and gray seals bask in icy salt water, but other outdoor habitats need a little help.
Smile.
The sea otter steals the show, 400 pounds of blubber, but still a little radiant heat behind the scenes, warming things up between tricks and kisses.
A very sweet kiss.
And who is that keeping warm under a heat lamp?
Our owl is normally outside most of the time. We do spoil her also, and we have a radiant heater for her.
Carefully monitored by staff staying overnight through storms to ensure everyone is warm or cold enough.
Doesn't matter what the weather is, you know, snowstorms, hurricanes, anything, staff is going to be here.
Now this part of the aquarium has to stay downright balmy. It's 80 degrees here for the 600 to 800 butterflies in this tropical habitat.
That's hot. That's hot.
So hot.
That's hot. So kid goat. So kitty goat. Thank you for the follow. You have a theory you need to share. You think the CIA meme creation had a quarter square? What meme? I'm not sure which meme you're talking about. All right, let's go. Wait, I lost my place. I got distracted by the messages over on Twitch. Was shit happening over there? God damn it. Where are we? Going from Long Island Aquarium up to Rhode Island, Providence, where one man found a very strange creature in his driveway while shoveling. And turn that down. How did that get so loud again?
This is new in the night team and quite a talker. A lizard in a blizzard. A Providence man makes this unbelievable discovery while just shoveling in the storm.
Can you imagine that? And now he's being hailed a hero for possibly saving the reptile's life. The night team's Leanna Falk has a story.
A lizard in the middle of the street in the middle of a blizzard.
A true double take moment.
So I'm like, this can't be happening. This is not true.
Buried under nearly 2 feet of snow on a busy Providence street, a black and white tegu barely moving and running out of time.
So I said to my
2 feet of this fucking lizard. Oh my god, under 2 feet of snow. Wow.
A black and white tegu barely moving and running out of time.
So I said to myself, you have to hurry up and get down there and rescue this thing because it's not going to survive.
Francis Hardy rushed the reptile inside, warming her any way he could. T-shirts, heating pads, even a hairdryer before calling for expert help.
It needs to be with the professionals, people who really know what's going on.
Those professionals work here at ET Reptiles. They found the adult female tegu weak with an apparent respiratory infection and suffering frostbite to her tongue and toes.
A little bit of muscle damage, the tips of the fingers or claws, and it had frostbite on its tongue.
She lost a few toes and vets started her on intensive care, slowly warming up from an 85-degree tank toward her goal heat of 115.
Everybody said to me, listen, just the fact that you had enough sympathy for a creature to get out there and grab it, you did enough.
The tegu, now named Frankie, remains under close watch as the next week proves critical.
It may seem insignificant as a lizard or what have you. It's still a life.
It's completely legal and common for people to own tegus, but the team is still trying to figure out who Frankie belongs to and how she ended up in the snow.
That's something I keep wondering. How the fuck did this lizard get out in the snow in 2 feet? What? It's wild. And I'm fairly certain these things have like the same sort of habitat as like monitor lizards. It's like a Komodo dragon, basically, right? Like tropical. It's a tropical fucking lizard. It's clearly somebody's pet. It's not just hanging out. It doesn't just like live in Rhode Island. Not just like hanging out in the park. You know what I mean? Like clearly that's somebody's pet. You would think. All right, let's go down to Tennessee. Our animals down there were dealing with the snow as well. Look at this rhino. Like what? He's like, what the fuck is this? What am I supposed to do with this exactly? This is unnatural. These rhinos are supposed to be nowhere near the snow. This is an abomination. Why are these rhinos in the snow? Oh my god. It's just like they're just not built for the snow. You can see this motherfucker just like just slipping around, like the legs, like these fat fucking rhinos just sliding around on the snow on their ill-suited hooves. It is, it's kind of comical, honestly. It's ridiculous. I love rhinos too. I'm just saying, it's weird to see them slipping around on the snow. It's something is wrong about it. It confuses my brain. All right, let's go from Tennessee on down to Florida, where they too have been dealing with the cold. Everybody's been getting hammered by cold and snowy, wintry weather all across the states, even down in Florida.
There we go. We're here in our Aldabra tortoise yard, and these guys love the sun. They're solar powered. They come from a place off of the coast of Madagascar in the wild, and there it's very near the equator. So it can easily be in the high 80s, 90s, almost year round. So during the summertime, these guys are very well adapted to the weather here in South Florida. But this time of year, they need a little bit extra care. So what we do is we have a barn that's provided for them, and inside the barn, there are two big industrial heaters that heats up that barn to over 95 degrees. During the day, we open the door, and if it's a sunny day like today, they like to come out and kind of recharge their batteries in the sunshine. But then at night, when it starts to cool down, they will go ahead and walk themselves right inside. They know where that heat is, and go ahead and spend the night in there.
Manatees cannot survive in water temperatures below about 68 degrees Fahrenheit. So as the water temperatures drop, especially after a few days of consistent cold, they have to seek out warm water refuges. And power plants, such as the one right here at Manatee Lagoon, help provide that clean, warm water resource that the manatees need. So in the winter months, as the water temperatures drop, we see hundreds of manatees gather here in our warm water refuge.
Water doesn't change temperature very much. You know, hot water during the summer might be 90 degrees, cold water, especially along the East Coast, might be 70 degrees. So it's only a 20-degree difference, whereas an animal on land has to deal with maybe a 100-degree swing. So it really just has to do with the type of environment that that animal is used to being in. So because manatees are used to being in a more stable environment, then they need to find that warm water refuge during the wintertime.
Okay. Well, there we go. Animals down in Florida trying to keep warm however they can. Zookeepers doing whatever they can to keep the animals in their care warm as well. I love manatees as well. Your lifelong BFF work with rhinos and otters. Otters are one of my favorite animals. They're cute but fierce. You saw a video earlier about a baby hippo and a baby rhino that were both abandoned and became best friends. That sounds sweet. Okay. While we're talking about cold things, might as well go up to the down to the Antarctic, where scientists and researchers have been drilling into the Doomsday Glacier, trying to figure some things out. PBS NewsHour from last week on the story.
A month-long expedition to Antarctica has brought scientists and researchers to the widest glacier on Earth, the Thwaites Glacier. It's also nicknamed the Doomsday Glacier because of its potential impact to raise sea levels if ice continues to melt. Our science correspondent, Miles O'Brien, is on that trip. The primary challenge for many of the researchers, they're trying to drill a small hole on the glacier at the place where ice, land, and the sea meet some 3,000 feet below, the so-called grounding line. The instruments they drop into the seawater could yield unprecedented data. Miles has been visiting the base camp today and has this look at the challenges of what they're doing, part of our recurring series, Tipping Point.
So, how do you drill a hot water hole into a glacier 3,000 feet? Well, the first thing you need is a lot of hot water. And fortunately, there's a pretty much never-ending source of snow here. behind me, these are called flubbers. The team here, there are 10 people here, had to shovel over the course of the past week or so 20 tons of snow into those containers. They are truly practicing oceanography the hard way. It's hard work. The weather was terrible, but they got what they needed to do this hot water drill hole. Let's take a look at what else is going on here. Okay, so shoveling 20 tons of snow is just for starters. You got to melt it. So those 3 boxes over there, those are generators. They're connected to those 3 boxes with heaters. There's 2, 4, 6 of them. That turns the snow into water at 194 degrees Fahrenheit. It gets sent through this black hose. This is the key drilling hose on that black spool, and it goes down the hole. There are 2 other spools there that are very important. The orange spool, which they're using right now, is how you drop down instruments that don't need to communicate with the surface, things like cameras and so forth. The silver spool right there, that's coaxial cable. It can carry data. So if you have an instrument where you want to keep reading the data as it goes down, you use that. Hard to believe, 3,000 feet below where I stand, we're actually floating on the Amazon Sea. But this is how you get all the scientific instruments, get the data that scientists are so interested in finding about why this glacier is melting so quickly. This is the science tent. This is the stuff that's going down the hole. And everything here has to be working before they begin drilling. So I don't want.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to skip ahead to the end of this video. We're not going to watch the whole thing. You get what's going on here. A bunch of science shit is happening. That's what's happening.
In this vicinity, they may not be melting as rapidly, but Thwaites is sort of a keystone which holds them back. And this glacier alone represents about 2.5 feet of sea level rise all over the world. The other glaciers added up about 10 feet. So it's worth paying attention to.
So what happens from here? What are the next steps?
Well, they got to figure out how to get through this crevasse and make sure that all the instruments go through that open space. I'm sure they'll figure that out.
Nadia, yes, I see your messages on Twitch. The ones about Gaza, I assume is what you're talking about. I don't see them on YouTube, but I do see it on Twitch. But right now, we're not talking about Gaza. We're not anywhere near Gaza right now because of how slow I'm moving. I've only gotten through, let me think, 80 videos, 140... What is that? 60%? I can't do the math right now. My brain is broken.
But the clock is ticking. They only have so much fuel to keep those heaters going, keep the snow, turning it into hot water. And the ship has to leave for New Zealand. At last day of work here is February 7th. So they're under the gun to get this done. They need about 3 days of drilling and science operations, so into the weekend. And hopefully they'll get through this little obstacle right now, and by the end of the weekend, they will have made a little bit of scientific history.
And Miles, can I ask you what it feels like atop the glacier there? What's the temperature?
It's down low 20s, but I got to tell you, Jeff, the wind here has a quality which is very distinct coming off the ice. When you feel the wind, it just cuts right through you. So I am well bundled up, as you can see.
Yeah, I assume it's like being on top of a giant ice cube or inside of a human-sized refrigerator. Cold as fuck. Anyway, just a little science being done down there in the Antarctic. PBS News on the story. Get PBS back their funding, please. Let's impeach Donald Trump and get PBS back their funding. How's that sound? It sounds good to me. All right. Oh, now we're here. Okay. Let's go from the Antarctic up to Greenland. Talk about sled dogs.
Illegal.
Criminal sled dogs.
Right to jail, right away.
Crimes.
We were filming with dog sledders in Greenland in the Arctic Circle when we realised that one of our cameras had gone missing. And Zhenya, AP's photographer, and I racked our brains. We looked high and low and we couldn't find it. And then we both independently concluded that a dog had probably taken it. We went back in the pitch black to the site where the dogs were to search. I saw some dogs running away from the point where we both thought we'd last seen the camera lying on the floor. There, amazingly, on the ground, was lying the 360-degree camera. And what's even more amazing is that the dog had hit record. In the footage, you can see the dog basically using Zhenya's $700 camera as a very expensive chew toy. It's
Illegal.
chewing the camera and then it picks it up and runs with it and hides underneath a sled. What's great though is that it came out from under the sled with the camera, otherwise we would never have found it again.
These Zoomer sled dogs stealing $1,000 cameras, using them as chew toys, then doing a TikTok and going and taking a nap. Jesus Christ.
This is ridiculous.
Honestly, I thought that story was hilarious. A dog is based. All right. Speaking of dogs, this is the sort of story that we could only do on a Sunday fun day such as this. It's the only time I could ever justify doing this next one. Nova PBS official from last week, 4 days ago. Let's talk about whether dogs can talk. Can dogs talk? Let's talk about it. I'm talking to you about dogs talking right now and whether or not they can do it. And can we do that right now? Can you and me, let's try that for one moment. Just say, are they just pushing our buttons? Yes, this dog is that's the right look. Really? Really, that's the pun that you've come with, sir? Good Lord. By the way, your pal StreamLord, watch this entire documentary. Full 1 hour of 53 minutes and 55 seconds. Now, I listened to it like one and a half times. But I mean, still, it took me like 45 minutes to get through this puppy. Oh my God. Time I'll never get back. But honestly, I would have stopped if I wasn't genuinely interested in what I saw here. And like just desperate to just to know the answer to this. The more I listened to watch this, I was like, oh my God. Can dogs talk? Maybe.
As an American-based supplier to the construction industry, Carlisle is committed to developing a diverse workplace that supports our employees' advancement into the next generation of leaders, from the manufacturing floor to the front office. Learn more at carlisle.com.
All right, as somebody who has owned a dog, worked with dogs in the past, I just want everybody to watch what she does. After her owner comes and does leash on.
Stella.
She straightens her neck out, and that's exactly what dogs do when you go to put their leash on. But she's done nothing aside from click a couple buttons. She seems to understand what's being said by those buttons to some degree. Like, understands it's a cue for something. To what depth, I mean, I don't know, but I could be interpreting something here. You know, that I could be attributing something to the dog that's not true, but it just been taught to you. Honestly, this is one of the sort of things that I love. We don't really get into this sort of thing that much around here because we're constantly talking news and whatnot. But like this sort of philosophical, like intermingled with this sort of like linguistic research, it fascinates me. I mean, because like it really calls into question like what is language, like what counts, as communication, like what counts as actually talking and speaking. Or like it calls a lot of things into question. I don't know. I enjoy this sort of. Can we have an impeachment party if it happens? Of course we will have an impeachment party. Of course, all of us. So yeah, there's people who are convinced that dogs are communicating with the buttons, and other people who are much more skeptical. Now, let's keep talking about this. I'm just going to move down. We cannot watch this whole thing. It's an hour long. I already feel like I've gone too far. Where should I go? Outside pool soon? No, outside pool later, but wow, what? That's not soon. That's a different time. That makes me sad. It's wild. That's wild. Honestly, though, there is a semantic concept. There's an abstract concept going on in that sentence itself, regardless, right, of whether or not it understands the word sad. Outside, honestly, the concept of outside pool, right? Like the concept that the pool, you're inside, that you're in a different, that you can't get out to the pool, right? Like there's a separation between inside and outside, and the outside is where the pool is. It's like understanding like a concept, like some like, you know, to some level, it's actually kind of impressive when you think about it.
While 50% of
And even knowing and like grasping that, like even if it doesn't know what an emotion is or what sad is, like knowing that the word sad elicits some sort of response, the response that the dog wants in this particular scenario, it implies an understanding of concepts.
Impresses.
Really? I got PBS? Really? At 2 PBS? Copyright claim? Stream suspension? Well, I guess we're back from being canceled. Jesus Christ, that took a while. My God. That was annoying. For PBS, that's public broadcasting. Used to be, at least. The hell? What in the hell? The world doesn't make sense anymore. Now I'm in trouble for using the content that my tax dollars paid for. It's weird.
Weird.
It's weird. Well, I guess we're done with that discussion. Let's go to the UK. Where dozens of flood warnings have been issued. Great deal of rain expected soon.
York is well known for its historic charm. These picturesque medieval streets are loved by tourists. But here, just like for the rest of the country, it was another damp day. 2026 has started with a record-breaking wet spell, leaving some people downcast, while others showed typical British stoicism and even optimism.
Looking on the train, how much floods we've been having and stuff like that, and it's quite horrendous, really.
I don't feel like I've dried out, but yeah, it's winter, isn't it? It's expected, I guess.
On a day that's not raining, the mood is up. It would be up even further if the sun was out.
Definitely getting wetter, but can I worry about it?
This is ridiculous!
Sun was out.
Definitely getting wetter, but can I worry about it? I embrace it and get on with life, really.
Please feel free to try them on and see if anything works.
This time of year is already tough for businesses at the town's outdoor market. The usual cold combined with the rain has made things even harder.
If it's damp, then it is quite tough to stay here for like 10 hours a day in the cold and the wet. And I think that has got an impact on people as well, because
All right, damp and wet. Damp and wet in the UK. I am starving right now. I need food. Did you know that you can help buy me food on Throne? You just go on Throne and literally buy me snacks. And they would show up at my door down on Earth. All right. Holy shit, we are 8 hours in. 8 hours into the stream. And we still got a bunch of shit left to talk about. I'm running out of steam, though, which is bad. Which is bad. It's a bad sign. Oh, God. I am actually getting tired. I don't know how. I shouldn't be tired at this point. I think it's taxing to stream for a super long time, to be like seated in the same spot talking constantly. I shouldn't complain. I was also hoping to start the stream earlier. I'm not gonna lie. It's throwing me off that it's already 6 a.m. It's making me sad. Now, all right, I just want to go back in time. We're going to go all the way from the United Kingdom to China. Well, actually, the United States. So that we can talk about China. If you don't remember this, let me refresh your memory. This was last month, Donald Trump at some weird White House gathering. You started talking about renewable energy, things like solar and wind power. He had this to say at the oil and gas round table.
Shooting too. With your glasses, sir, go ahead, please. Hold it. Next to you. Yes, glasses. The gentleman with the glasses.
All right, thank you, Mr. President.
With those very big
glasses.
Yeah, Ferrari, actually. Mr. President, I have two questions. What do you want the European Union to do in Ukraine? The European leaders seem pretty divided on Ukraine. And then, if you can reiterate this straight message that you have to the Iranian leader, to Khomeini, the message that you have.
You're talking about Iran?
Oh, Iran, yeah.
What
the
do
first
you
one
want
is on
Iran
Europe.
to do?
I'm sorry?
Where are you from?
Italy.
Oh, nice place.
Yeah.
Okay.
The first question
So
is
what
on
are you
Europe.
asking about Iran for?
Well, if you can answer about Europe and what you think the Europeans should do on Ukraine, and then a message.
Well, look, Europe has been doing so much for Ukraine, but it hasn't.
You know, that really speaks to Donald Trump, the psyche of Donald Trump. From a nice country like Italy, why do you care about Iran? It's like the man has he has no humanity. He's like, he does not share anything with the rest of humanity. Why should I care about, you're doing great, I'm doing great. Why should we give a fuck about anybody else? Iran? Weird question, Italy. Okay.
Enough, and obviously that I would say that President Putin is not afraid of Europe. He's afraid of the United States of America, as led by me. There's no fear of Europe. You know, Europe's fallen behind, and Europe, and JD said it very strongly. I don't know, he took a lot of heat, but I didn't give him any heat. Europe is a different place. Europe is changing. Europe has got to get its act together. I love Europe. I guess I came from Europe, essentially. My roots are in Europe, but Europe is a different place. They have to get their act together. Now they've said they have a great NATO leader, and they've gone up to 5% from 2% GDP. That's a big step. But they have to be very careful with their immigration policy, and they have to be because, I will just say, to be nice, that there are certain places in Europe that are very important that are no longer recognizable. I'm being very nice. I'm being very diplomatic when I say that. They are not recognizable. And they have to be careful on energy because they're putting windmills all over the place and losing a fortune. They're destroying their country. They're just destroying the beautiful landscapes, the beautiful everything. They're doing, and by the way, in case you people don't know, I'm not much of a windmill person. I can proudly say, Doug, that we have not approved one windmill since I've been in office, and we're going to keep it that way. My goal is to not let any windmill be built. They're losers. They lose money. They destroy your landscape. They kill your birds. They're all made in China.
They kill your birds.
All you have to do is, China. Just about all of the windmills are made in China, the structures. All you have to do is say to China, how many windmill areas do you have in China? So far, they're not able to find any. They use coal and they use oil and gas and some nuclear, not much, but they don't have windmills. They make them and sell them to suckers like Europe and suckers like the United States before. They are the worst form of energy, the most expensive form of energy, and in 8 years they're rotted out anyway. Go take a look at Palm Springs, California, and take a look at what that looks like. It looks like a junkyard of steel. So we don't approve, and I've told my people,
a junkyard of steel. Very nasty. China, they build them, they don't use them. Yeah, I only bring this up because I ran into this story from a few days ago out of France 24.
Mountains green, now in two senses of the word. This scenic hillside just outside Beijing has been harnessed for solar power. And 1,000 kilometers away, black panels as far as the eye can see, this time sprawling across the desert. This mammoth solar farm was built in record time in Longyuan.
2 years ago, this was just a desert. We've since installed 6 million solar panels, 2 million of them in the space of less than 6 months.
The electricity produced is then transported to Hunan, 1,700 kilometers away.
We can produce 578 million kilowatt hours. That's enough to power 4.5 million homes all year round.
This is the second largest solar farm in the country. The panels are equipped to rotate and follow the movement of the sun to max out on production.
You can see there that they're moving slowly. Every morning at 6 o'clock, all the panels turn to face east.
The mega farm is 6,300 football pitches in size, so its supervision and maintenance are partly delegated to drones. Drones which spray water to clean the panels when there has been a sandstorm, and which are coordinated from this control room. They make 12 patrols a day, checking every inch of the site.
Sounds inefficient. I mean, wow. This is quite an operation here.
China.
Oh, China.
China.
I check that none of the panels are broken and that they're all pointed towards the sun. China has become the world leader in this field.
The country's wind power rollout is every bit as ambitious. 3 years ago, this factory didn't exist. Now it's producing blades of up to 130 meters in length and other components, rotors, nacelles and hubs, churning them out at breakneck speed. A single turbine takes 5 days to produce.
We manufacture about 800 units per year, but that can go up to 1,200.
Blades are made out of composite materials in these gigantic moulds. And outside the factory, they are already preparing the next generation of turbine blade, which will have to face wind speeds of up to 120 kilometers per hour.
We're carrying out a resilience test on this new model.
No! I was just told by the president that China does not use these things. What are you talking about? I'm so very confused. You're telling me China has windmills?
Illegal.
Last 6 to 8 months. The blade needs to have been bent back and forth more than 4 million times.
China is installing solar and wind capacity at the same rate as the rest of the world combined, and in doing so aims to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 7 to 10%. But despite this, the country is far from kicking its fossil fuel habit. On the contrary, its coal consumption is on the rise, accounting for 60% of Chinese electricity.
Well, there you go, China. Adding as much renewable energy as the rest of the world combined. But Donald Trump said that they only use oil and gas and coal. So, there you go. Weird. I guess all that just must be fake. Must be fake. It must be the fake news. Must be the fake news from France. The liberal French media. As to Europe. It's AI, it's Sora 2, all fake. Alright, well, for time's sake, we're gonna do one-ish piece of space news. 2. Count it as 2. Let's start here. Piece of technology I ran across recently that made me quite certain that we are now living in the Star Wars timeline. I don't know at what point. Probably early. Pre-Andor, I guess. Pre-Andor. But we're on the path. Hold on, I just realized there's no sound. This shit is wild. This is wild. And I watched this. I was blown away. Literally. When I realized that this guy is basically just riding around on a jet engine. You ask how I know this. Well, I found this. The way I found this video was through the next video we're about to watch. We're watching these in order, chronological order. This is from a YouTube channel called Volonaut. It's called the Volonaut Air Bike. This was the official launch video from 9 months ago. It's basically just like it's like a fucking... It's like a jet ski seat attached to a literal jet engine with handlebars. That's basically what this thing is. Here's the first video I found of this device. I mean, do you hear the sound? It's clearly a small jet engine. Listen to it. Listen to it. It's a fucking... This shit is insane. This guy has just strapped himself to a literal rocket. Oh my god.
This is ridiculous!
It's kind of crazy. We basically got speeder bikes. We officially have speeder bikes, everybody. They're not quite as fast as they are in Star Wars, but I mean, how much more tweaking do we need for it to get to that point? I mean, really. If we were at this point, with this guy just sort of floating around all over the place, can't be that far off. We really can't be that far off. I mean, look at it. Look at it. What is happening?
I'm taking crazy pills!
Well, here you go. Speeder bikes 2026. It's here. It's here. There's the space news for you folks. Oh, wait, I almost forgot. One other piece of space news. Coming from a very strange and unexpected source. One of our least favorite people here at the Galactic Spacecast. Bill Maher. Bill Maher, apparently. Hot take on space. Oh, I almost forgot. I almost forgot about this. Before we get to Bill Maher with his hot take on space. Segue. This isn't quite speeder bikes, of course. This is human-sized drone racing, but I saw this and I couldn't help it. Come on. I honestly think that speeder bike racing would be more exciting. I really do. I think we got to work that out. Got to contact Volanaut and say, hey guys, Jetson 1 is eating your lunch right now. We could be doing Volanaut racing. We could be doing air bike racing right now. We could do speed. We should really just be calling it speeder bike. Stop calling it air bike. Just call it a speeder bike. Lean into it. If you have to, call up Star Wars. I don't know how that would work, but let's just rename it. We need speeder bike racing immediately. Not that this isn't fun, but I do feel like there'd be something about that other bike. I just gotta see it. I have to. All right, Bill Maher. What the fuck does this guy have to say?
What kind of guys are you? Are you like, I know Brian, you're kind of a Lego guy. Chris, have you identified with any kind of guys?
Well, I became a bowling guy. We did bowling guys and we covered it, and I remembered, hey, I kind of like bowling, so I got a ball and shoes, and I started going to this local bowling alley where nobody is taking it seriously. It's all like families and stuff, and I'm putting on my really shitty looking shoes and pulling up my custom ball, and then oftentimes bowling a much lower score than a family who's just in there enjoying themselves. But I got decent. I got my whole goal before the end of 2025 was to bowl a 210 pin, which is not that easy to do, and I did. I cracked it. I got a 200 on like the 29th of January. So I got decent.
That's pretty good. 200's pretty good. I mean, 300 is like the top.
Score.
Which I've bowled, actually. I haven't.
Brian's got a ring from his dad, a 300 bowling ring he stole from his dad, and he's erroneously claiming to have bowled a 300. So
that's your Nobel Peace Prize?
I don't know if erroneous is the right word. I think lying.
Yeah, no, it's not a lie. Nice. My dad, this is what happened. This is what happened. I bowled a 300. They were out of rings. So my dad was like, here, you can have one of mine, and gave it to me. So
yeah,
likely story.
That's how
Likely they were out of rings that day, and so my dad just gave it totally just a coincidental situation. Sure.
I mean, Brian struggles. I've seen his bowling score. He struggles to hit triple digits. In fact, I had a terrible game when I was bowling, and I was like, "Holy shit, I'm like at Brian level right now." That's what I was thinking.
What about let's talk. When was this Bill Maher clip from, Matt?
Oh well, this is a new clip I think that we haven't seen.
I thought we'd sort of use the alien guys to explain the premise, but they sort of did that. But we have a new alien guy, which is I know a guy that Brian and Chris are familiar with, which is Bill Maher, and we have a short clip here of him talking about aliens.
Is it on his show where he gets drunk where he's drunk and stoned? I love the show where he gets extremely drunk and stoned and then explains how he's an alcoholic sex addict for an hour.
It looks to me like the aliens kind of want us to know that they're here. It doesn't look like they're hiding it much anymore. They may be saying, Jesus Christ, these people are taking a long time to come around to what is fairly obvious, you know. And as I said to you on Real Time,
This guy's been on multiple times now.
Not upset about it because obviously they have the capability to do great harm, and they're not. They seem to be just monitoring.
As I said to you on my other totally manufactured fucking inauthentic show that you were also on, because I can't come up with anybody new.
Inauthentic behavior. Coordinated inauthentic behavior.
That could change.
The reality of it is, like, we've evolved technologically at a really rapid pace over the last 80 years, but our morals haven't, right?
Right.
We're still invading sovereign nations. We're still threatening nuclear war.
Right.
We're a violent species.
They may be in the process of deciding.
Can I say that thing when you get really high and you kind of don't see anything or hear anything? That's where he's at. He's so high there.
Yeah, have you guys watched his show? It's actually I was on a podcast called I Hate Bill Maher. Somebody has a whole podcast.
What's it about?
It's Will Weldon, who's a really funny comedian, and we watched an episode of Bert Kreischer, The Machine. I don't know if Sam, if you know Bert Kreischer, the topless comedian.
The topless comedian?
He takes his shirt off when he does his comedy.
Okay.
And I went and saw him live in Vancouver to a huge crowd, and he comes out to Fortunate Son, and before he even says a word, he rips his top off, and the crowd goes insane, like they just saw like a last second touchdown in the Super Bowl. Like, it is the biggest response I've ever seen for anything. But yeah, he was talking to Bill Maher, and they were discussing their alcoholism, and it was really remarkable how fucked up Bill Maher it gets, like really early in the episode. And yeah, I guess he's like got that confidence about him where he doesn't, because I would feel embarrassed if I got that fucked up and went on like a live show.
No, you wouldn't.
In that vein, did you see when David Spade was on and he goes, "You're one of the only guys I could talk to about dating young girls," and David Spade goes, "No, not anymore. No, I'm a lot older now."
Yeah.
The Kreischer thing. Chris went to see Bert Kreischer, so I, as a olive branch to him, I've decided that possibly I might go see Jim Brewer when he performs across the street from me, and get VIP passes so I can get a picture with him.
I've decided that he's coming to town. He's not coming to Canada, unfortunately. That's a big issue with all the problems we're having between America and Canada. We're missing out on some of your best comedians. Won't come here anymore.
You are not funny.
Brewer. I can't. I want to go, but I want my wife to go because I want somebody that doesn't know that Jim Brewer's bad and crazy to be there with me
and just videotape her the whole time, just to watch her reaction as she's totally like it becomes clear to her. It probably wouldn't take long. Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern.
There we go. I thought that was a good Sunday Fun Day clip for us today. Are there aliens among us? Bill Maher seems to think so. Honestly, not his craziest take somehow. Somehow, not his most disturbing take. In fact, one of his least problematic takes, as it turns out. Boy, oh boy, that guy sucks. Oh, we deserve that, though. We needed the laugh. I needed the laugh. I mean, it's been a rough week. Sunday Fun Day. Honestly, we skipped Sunday Fun Day like 2 weeks in a row. We didn't even have the stream last week. The week before that, we just talked about... My God, was that the week Alex Pratty died? Was it just 2 weeks ago, or was it 3 weeks ago now? I'm trying to remember. I think it was 3 weeks ago. Oh, God, it's all melting together in my brain. We are still here, it's true. It's true. You didn't get? Did you? You did or you did not get your nap? Confused. Okay. Well, since I'm not taking breaks right now, I don't know if everybody's noticed this, but I'm not taking breaks just so I can get through all the content tonight, because I really was looking forward to tonight's Sunday Fun Day show. So we actually have some number of fun, actual fun stories to do tonight. I was like, yay. Finally. A teeny bit of sun, a glimpse. A tiny bright glimpse in the distance. So I'm just trying to get through all this. Because honestly, some of these were from like last week. I'm trying to pepper in here. Like I'm trying to make up for like multiple weeks of lost Sunday Fun Days in one day. I don't know how well I'm doing at that. I feel like we got derailed with the stream getting stopped in the middle of it, and now we're like in the final third of the stream. Because we can't go over 12 hours. So I'm not going to do breaks. What I will do, though, is remind everybody that if you are enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit that like button. It helps us out, as well as the bell icon so that you get the latest notifications. You don't miss this. You don't miss a single episode of the stream. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. Otherwise, we might cease to exist. That's right. Without your donations, viewers like you, people who watch and enjoy the stream, contributing, I might just go floating off into that deep, dark void, never to be seen again. We got YouTube, we got Twitch, Cash App, PayPal. We've even got Throne, if you prefer sending gifts directly to my Earth apartment door. But of course, the very best way to get most space benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon. Okay. Let's go to the United Kingdom before we talk about the Olympics. Let's talk about a different sport. A game, well, really not a game, but a keeper of a game. A former game's keeper. Sort of like Hagrid, I guess. Although this guy doesn't look at anything like Hagrid, which was, you know, it's whatever. Apparently he's been sentenced over a plot to kill a bird.
Illegal.
Here is Channel 4 News from last week.
Pleading guilty, former North Yorkshire gamekeeper Raxter Dingwall makes English legal history at York Magistrates today. The first time ever a keeper has been successfully prosecuted for hen harrier crime. Among our rarest and certainly most persecuted birds of prey, hen harriers are routinely killed by gamekeepers under pressure to provide large numbers of red grouse to shoot on our moors. The case hinged on this undercover video and audio obtained by the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds, RSPB, and first broadcast by Channel 4 News. It shows Dingwall, then head keeper at the Coniston and Grassington estate in the Yorkshire Dales, planning to kill a hen harrier with other keepers.
It was like just grey on its wings. It wasn't all, you know, all white.
Right. They all discussed killing other protected birds earlier that day, a buzzard and a raven, goiks and bombers as they call them. It was October the 2nd, 2024.
You had any joy up there this afternoon?
Shot bombers, you almost drove it to me, really. I saw that bomber come down and then got it on its way back up the gill.
There was 3 goiks when I come down that track. I've got one when I was up the back of the wall.
The RSPB successfully fought to get this covert evidence admissible in court. They said today was groundbreaking.
It's extremely difficult to bring any kind of justice for hen harrier crimes. This is the first time in an English court that has happened today. And that's despite hundreds of incidents over the last 5 years or decades even for this bird. So it's good to be here with this case. It's good for the public to see what is going on on grouse moors well away from the public's eye.
There you have it. One former gameskeeper sentenced for a plot to kill a protected hen harrier. Courtesy of Channel 4 News. Thank you, Channel 4, for that fascinating story. Who knew that bird murder was a crime? I'm shocked. It's saddened, honestly. Where's Quaximus for this story? Where's Donald Duck? He always disappears for the most relevant of bird-related news. And it's disturbing to me. It's disturbing to me. Should be disturbing to everybody. This guy's just constantly disappearing whenever news gets relevant. It's almost like he has no solidarity with his winged brethren. All right. Speaking of flying, you can't get to the Olympics from the United States, or really anywhere, unless you live in Italy, without getting on some mode of transportation, and for most, it's going to be flying. Unfortunately, flying sucks now. I don't know if you heard. And to talk about why flying sucks now, we've got more perfect union on the case from last week.
Doesn't it feel like flying economy these days is kind of a humiliation ritual?
Straighten out your legs there.
This shit crazy as hell.
What really sucks is that I'm flying Southwest, which used to be the one good airline.
Transparency means we don't dream up ways we can trick you into paying more. You get 2 free bags and 0 change fees.
Southwest's quirky, cheap, free-for-all business model was also very profitable. But the flight I'm on today is one of the last that will have open, equal seating. Baggage isn't free anymore, and flight credits now do expire. They've also added a bunch of new fare classes and other premium options that you have to pay extra for. They're becoming like any other airline. As I started looking into it, I found out that the story of why Southwest got shittier is part of a bigger story of why air travel as a whole has gotten shittier. So, what broke flying and how do we fix it?
I won't sit there and take crap anymore.
I was looking at some airline ads from the 60s and 70s, and I couldn't help but notice how comfortable and glamorous flying looked back then. And yes, this was economy class. Why was it so luxurious? Well, back then, the federal government considered air travel a public utility, something necessary for society to function. And so they regulated the airline industry like they would, say, water. The feds decided how many airlines could exist, where they could fly to, and what they could charge for a ticket. With all of that regulated, airlines competed to stand out from each other with what they could control, a high-quality flying experience. Pan Am had these 2-person dining tables, American Airlines had a full-on piano bar, and some continental flights were made to look like a pub, where travelers could stand around and...
Oh my God. Wow. Now you're packed in like a can of sardines. Look at these guys. Look at these fucking guys partying over here on the airplane. It looks like Air Trump won.
Movies or get free popcorn.
Or play exciting electronic pub pong games.
Won.
Airlines were in a race to the top for who could provide the best service. So even the cheap seats were comfortable and luxurious. But when I say cheap, I mean expensive. In 1974, the lowest fare from New York to LA was nearly $1,500 adjusted for inflation. And that didn't mean airlines were making insane profits. Remember, the federal government would set the ticket prices depending on the airline's overhead costs. Prices were high just because running an airline has super thin profit margins. Infrastructure is expensive, as are planes, which are quite laborious to clean and maintain in between each flight. And then there's the whole issue of fuel.
The oil-producing countries of the Arab world decided to use their oil as a political weapon.
We are heading toward the most acute shortages of energy since World War II.
It was just expensive to fly, so only the wealthy flew. Then came a spunky new airline that would bring air travel to the rest of us.
Southwest Airlines invented low fares.
That's true.
Why should flying be expensive?
It shouldn't.
Southwest's very first flight took off from Dallas, Texas in June 1971. They had just 3 aircraft, which only flew between these 3 cities in Texas. Their main rival, Braniff Airlines, had nearly 70 aircraft and flew hundreds of flights per day all around the world. A decade later, Braniff Airlines had gone out of business and Southwest was on their 10th profitable year in a row. How'd they do it?
We're fast, we're fun, we're inexpensive.
That's basically the whole business strategy. We'll take them one at a time. First, they were fun. They made their identity as the Love Airline, as in Dallas Love Field. Tickets were issued from Love Machines. Snacks were Love Bites. Their free in-flight drinks would be Love Potions. The flight attendants, called Lovelies, dressed in knee-high boots and go-go pants. Okay, so that last one didn't age super well. They also had colorful planes and customer-friendly policies like 2 bags fly free. Southwest was fun for their workers as well. They were the first airline to set up a profit-sharing program. And they didn't lay anyone off for the first 54 years of service. They were also...
Wow. Profit share for employees and no layoffs for half a century. My God.
fast. At the time, the average turnaround time for an airplane was about an hour. That's how long it took to unload passengers, clean and run maintenance, and load in the new passengers. Southwest cut that down to 10 minutes. How? 2 main ways. First, the Boeing 737. This was a big jet that was cheaper to buy and operate than the others on the market. Southwest made their entire fleet out of them. That way, they could use the same pilots, mechanics, and parts for every single plane. The second way, open seating. No assigned seats, you boarded the plane according to how early you checked in. This encouraged passengers to arrive early, which in turn speeded up loading. And it also meant there was no need for different fare classes. Every seat cost the same. The 10-minute turnaround allowed Southwest to fly double the amount of flights per day than a competitor like Braniff. And it cut out another very important cost.
Because most of our flights are short, this is what our meals look like on Southwest Airlines. It's also what our fares look like.
That's right, Southwest's peanut fares, flights so cheap they could cost peanuts, is why peanuts became the iconic in-flight snack for decades. Which brings me to the third part of their strategy.
We're inexpensive.
Remember that very first Southwest flight from Dallas in 1971? Braniff was charging $60 for that flight. Southwest's ticket price was $20. Now, wait a minute, you might be wondering, how could Southwest set their own prices and schedules when everyone else was regulated by the feds? Well, Southwest found a loophole. Because they only flew within Texas, they were considered a domestic airline, not subject to federal regulation. At a time when most airlines were focused on luxury, Southwest's focus on affordability and their first come, first serve mentality earned them the nickname Greyhound of the Sky. They kick-started the democratization of flying, and then it was supercharged by Congress. The Airline Deregulation Act of 1978 turned over the flying industry from the bossy federal government to the magic of the free market. New airlines could enter the market without federal approval. They could set their own fares, routes, and anything else. The idea was more competition would be better for customers, and at first it was. After deregulation, ticket prices dropped. And over the next few decades, airlines added more flights to more places, which was great for the growing middle class with disposable income for travel. In the 80s and 90s, an economy ticket on a major carrier got you food, baggage, wider seats, and 4 or 5 inches more legroom than today. But now, airline ticket prices are going up even faster than inflation. And flying in economy
Immediately,
usually
it's not
feels
sooner.
something like this.
Get me the off this goddamn place!
What happened after deregulation was not the world that the deregulators imagined. It was actually something more like the Hunger Games. And what you had was this period of unbelievably cutthroat competition.
That competition led to 2 big changes in air travel. The first was cream skimming. By 1983, 5 years after deregulation, dozens of new airlines had entered the market and started winning over big airlines' customers. Many of them followed Southwest's no-frills, peanuts-only model. And also this. Remember how Southwest focused on just these 3 really profitable routes in Texas? Well, that wasn't so great for everyone else in Texas. They need air travel too. This is why the federal government used to decide who got which routes in the first place.
The regulators made sure that no airline got too many of the good routes or too many of the duty to serve routes.
After deregulation, startup airlines could skim the cream legally. They focused on the most heavily trafficked routes. So of course, big carriers dropped their duty to serve routes. Remember how I said that prices dropped after deregulation? Well, that was mostly true if you were going to a big city or a popular vacation spot. Small cities and rural areas actually saw prices go up since they had fewer airlines now. Toledo, Ohio went from having service from 5 carriers under regulation to having no major carrier service today.
Who's going to start a Fortune 500 company in their hometown if their hometown doesn't have an airport? It has real impacts on economic growth and vibrancy of our communities. By the mid-1980s, you have some senators saying that they regretted their vote for deregulation and they apologized to their constituents for having voted for it.
Ah, when deregulation goes wrong, you get vampire capitalism and fees for absolutely everything. Fees, high prices, workers who are living paycheck to paycheck, some on food stamps and things like that, and then flying people hundreds of miles an hour and the tens of thousands of feet in the air. It's all such a good combination. Pissed off passengers, underpaid pilots. What could go wrong? America. Fuck yeah! Speaking of America, we have landed, galactic viewers. Your flight to Milan, Italy, is now arriving at the gate. Hope you've enjoyed flying with Galactic Airlines. Prepare yourselves for the 2026 Winter Olympics.
We are 1 week away from the Winter Olympics. Milan Cortina, this is going to be fun. I love the Winter Olympics. Both of us have had the chance to cover the Winter Games. So you covered 2022 in Beijing.
That's right, yep.
And before that, you were like back to back because you were in Tokyo right before that as well.
Exactly, and those were both COVID Olympics, you might remember.
Yes.
So it was super stressful for us, for the athletes, and people's parents weren't there.
Right.
It was kind of crazy, but in Beijing at the Olympics, we were in a bubble. So there were Chinese attendees that were separated by glass and fencing. I mean, with wire over it. We could only eat, at the restaurant in our hotel.
This is going to feel so much different for both the athletes and for all of the spectators. I covered the Winter Games in 2010 when they were in Vancouver, Canada. I absolutely love the Winter Games. That might be the Canadian in me talking, but I'm really excited. We want to give you 5 things that you need to know ahead of the Winter Games so that you are fully locked and loaded, so that you've got your party tools. You can chat about whatever you want to talk about.
Know who you're rooting for.
We must know.
5 things to
Tell
know
us
about
now.
the Milan Cortina Winter Olympics. Number 1, Lindsey Vonn coming out of retirement, competing in the women's downhill at the age of 41. This is a big deal for her.
Absolute legend. You know, she has nothing to prove. She has this crazy lucrative career, but downhill skiing is so hard on your back, on your knees. I mean, it is an intense sport. So people going beyond their mid-30s is really rare. At 41, she's just a powerhouse. I can't wait.
But this is one of her favorite mountains to ski on. She talks about how much she loves it. She's crushed it. She's dominated a number of competitions here. So she really wants to be involved in this. But it's been 16 years since she won gold, 8 years since her last Olympic Games.
And you know, one interesting thing is that the tech, because I'm skier, I snowboard, so I'm always following, I nerd out a little bit. The tech with the skis, the bindings, it all changes really rapidly. So even from Beijing, there's a lot of adaptation that has to happen.
Is this really the top 5 things, guys? Really? Come on, WRAL. This can't possibly be the top 5 things. Lindsey Vonn, okay, great. She's old and she's skiing still, even though she injured herself. I think it was like earlier this year, or like last year. It was like it was recently. She like obliterated her back or something like that. She's back out there skiing again. All right, we're going to keep talking Olympics. Let's go through all of the videos I've got here. I've got a bunch of Olympic stuff. In fact, it's the majority of what I have for the rest of the night is talking about the Olympics. I mean, it's a moment. It's an opportunity for the planet to get together and compete in a friendly way and, celebrate our shared humanity, if you will. I have no idea who this guy is, but I was recommended this in my YouTube feed. Olympic athletes explaining their sports in 30 seconds.
Hold on, okay.
Go.
Good night. We cut. Okay, if you're on the highway, stick your head out the window and imagine you're going that fast on ice with 2 2x4s on your feet.
And that's the perfect description. Hey guys, we are right here. Hey guys, keep that in. We're going to ask some of the best athletes in the US, including some of the athletes you'll be seeing at the Winter Olympics in Milan Cortina this year, to explain their sport in 30 seconds or less. I think there's nobody more professional.
I flew in from Munich yesterday, so I'm a little bit jet lagged for sure.
You don't look it. You look,
Thanks.
yeah.
Thanks.
Nobody more knowledgeable about their own sports than the athletes competing in them. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Now, can you stop saying that so we can move along?
Imagine you're a human penguin and there's no brakes.
Done.
You're gonna go about 80 miles an hour and you have to just go with it, rock with it, and fastest person wins.
80 miles an hour?
I went 83, but you can go faster.
Acrobatics, backwards and forwards at the same time, grabbing skis with your hands, grab your skis.
It's a bunch of people going off big snow jumps, landing on steep landings, and sliding down metal railings that look like handrails that you would see in a city next to stair sets.
Landings are important.
Yeah, 30 seconds, easy.
That's nothing.
Nothing,
Yeah.
nothing. Pretty much, I ski around with a rifle as a backpack. I stop in the middle of my race and I shoot prone and standing targets. And if I miss any, I have to do a penalty lap. If not, which we don't miss, we get to finish the race and we win. Fastest skier, best shooter, fastest shooter.
Miss.
Don't miss,
Yeah.
and you win the race. It's biathlon.
Imagine you take skis that are ridiculously long, and then imagine you're an airplane.
Okay.
And so the way that you're gonna take
When you're an athlete and you're getting ready for the Olympics, there's so much more that goes into it than just getting out there on the ice or hitting the slopes. Is that what they say?
I don't think so. Is that what they say? I don't know. Maybe some people say that.
And then your skis are gonna literally lift you down the hill.
Wow.
My sport, it happens in an oval. No one can sprint at full speed, so you have to try to run as fast as you can for as long as you can. And you gotta be faster than the other people you're racing. That's the goal.
That's sort of the key to all racing. Oh, I love your rings. How's your sleep score?
It's been dead for the past few days. There's a small section of bumps in the snow, and then you have a jump, and then you have a long section of the
I believe what people say is shred the gnar, okay? Hitting the slopes is what boomers say. Okay, you shred the gnar. So you find the gnar first and then you shred it, okay? It's in a particular order.
bumps, and then another jump, and a short section. And you're trying to ski it as fast as you can, and do flips off the jumps. And then you do good.
And I think doing good is sort of the most important thing about that.
Snowboard cross is the most exciting thing you can do on snow. Think NASCAR, think football, crammed together into one. Predictably unpredictable.
I would say that we are on ice, we're really fast, we get really low down into position, and you race people, and you want to beat them to a finish line.
Yeah.
I didn't even need 30 seconds.
No, you did. You did.
I told you I'm fast.
You were pro. I know.
That's why I'm a short.
There you go. Seems like most of the Olympics is about going fast. We're just getting quick, snip sound bites here, but I think that's the most said thing by these athletes. Let's go fast. Go fast and beat the person next to you. Do it now.
Immediately, if not
good.
sooner.
All right. Let's go to another Olympian. A couple of other Olympians. From a place with no snow. A place which basically never, ever sees snow down in the Caribbean. The two-man Haitian Winter Olympic team. Are you dead, man? If you know, you know. If you know, you know. And from the greatest of whites to the greatest of blacks. Okay?
In one of Milan's
With a
grandest
Napoleon quote. Weird. It's weird to end it with what is an attempt at a positive Napoleon quote. I honestly didn't watch that one ahead of time. Okay. If he's, yeah. All right. If you say so, ma'am. That was Jamaica. Oh, right. You're right. Cool Runnings was Jamaica. Why did I... whatever. Just started thinking about Caribbean people doing winter sports, and all I could think of was Cool Runnings. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm terrible. I should be better. All right. Now let's go to the vibes at the Olympics. The ambiance, if you will. I'm trying to think of the Italian. I can't do it right now. Oh, my brain is just mush. Yeah. Talk about what's going on in Milan.
You are not funny.
In one of Milan's grandest piazzas, in a store where shelves are lined with souvenirs, it's not hard to find those excited for the Olympics. And considering this stuffed mascot will set you back about $100, there are plenty willing to shell out for swag.
We love Italy to begin with, and it was just a perfect opportunity to see the Winter Olympics.
These Albertans happen to be in the city for a conference and are staying to see the first Canada women's hockey game. So how would you describe the mood here?
I'd say it's definitely ramping up for sure.
For the days leading up, it maybe hasn't had that feel, but it's getting more and more. You hear more
There's more people celebrating it.
But beyond the most touristy areas, there are fewer signs of Olympic fever, and there aren't many chances for the public to soak in the atmosphere if they wanted to.
Quiet streets on Milan. People seemingly not feeling all that energetic about the Olympics this year for some reason. Very strange.
This is the only site in Milan where people are going to be able to gather to watch events on the big screen. And as you can see, just a few days before the opening ceremonies, still very much a work in progress. So is the neighborhood of Santa Giulia, home to the new hockey arena. This area is part of a multi-year revitalization plan that was supposed to accelerate with the Olympics. So far, not much has changed. So do you think people in Milan are excited about the Olympics?
Not so far, I have to say. We will see afterwards.
This professor of urban planning says there's been a lot of debate about development in the city, which has some feeling ambivalent or even against the Games. But he says that also happened before Milan hosted the World Expo in 2015.
But then after, it was quite successful and important also for the city. So I hope that after that something will happen.
So maybe after the Olympics, people will say, that was pretty good, wasn't it?
Yes.
Cope. That was Cope. They're not very excited right now, but maybe later. Right. Maybe they'll be excited after the fact about the Olympics? Yeah, right. There's never been a time where I've been like, like after the fact. Yeah, Olympics. It's like, it's an in the moment type situation. You're either excited at the time or what's the point? What's the point? I don't understand. Yeah, people not super jazzed about this Olympics. In fact, people have been kind of what's the word? Peeved, angry, upset. Mostly because of the presence of the United States. The United States, whose diplomats decided to bring ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement. You know, the guys and gals who've been, it's mostly guys, but guys and gals, there's a few gals in there, who've been murdering people on the streets of the United States. That's right, they called in ICE to do security for people.
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
I think that's what people are mad about. Look at this guy's face right now. Oh, France 24.
And we're joined on set now by Emily Boyle for the press review. Hi, Emily. You're starting us off with coverage of Spain's plan for a social media ban. What do the Spanish front pages look like?
Well, they
God damn it, I forgot. Hold on. Gotta skip ahead to the Olympics. Where art thou, Olympics? Please. Olympics. Olympics.
present at the Olympics.
Nope.
Of coverage, and you'll see why. This is an article in the New York Times. Team USA's clubhouse has had to be renamed. It was initially called Ice House, and it's now been rebaptized Winter House following backlash against the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency in the United States. Now, the New York Times also reports that Italians protested ICE's presence at the Olympics over the weekend after it was reported that ICE agents would be accompanying Team USA at the Games. Now, not all of the base camps are controversial.
That is incredible. I mean, they're so antagonistic. A bunch of petty children. Let's name the clubhouse Ice House. and bring immigration and customs enforcement. Let's bring the Gestapo and call our clubhouse the Ice House. People are going to love that. It's so based. The X memes are going to be hilarious. Like, that's basically what this is. It's pathetic. It's ridiculous. What a bunch of children. Speaking of children, little Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance were a couple of the U.S. diplomats who showed up to the Winter Olympics this year. Here's some footage of their arrivals. Whoops. Skipping ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Great, thank you. So have you done this before, Michelle? This is your first Olympics? Always winter Olympics. Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, the music is going to get me...
Thank you. Can you say thank you? Here, put on. Thank you. Do you like that?
Those poor kids. They've got some terrible, horrible parents. I feel bad for them. ICE is some sort of royal guard. I mean, it's basically they're like the SS. Something like that. I don't know. I don't know what to call them. The secret world police, I guess, not just limited to the United States. I mean, they are a national security apparatus because they're part of the Department of Homeland Security.
Democrat, Republican, Independent, we're all rooting for you.
US Vice President J.D. Vance doing his bit for the team on the eve of the Winter Olympics, where he's set to attend the opening ceremony. But there are fears the US team could be booed by the crowd in Milan because of the Trump administration's policies. There have already been protests in Italy against the US sending ICE immigration agents to help with security at the Games, and more demonstrations are planned.
I hope that the opening ceremony is seen by everyone of an opportunity to be respectful towards each other.
There's criticism from within the US team. Skier Lindsey Vonn is one of the biggest stars at the Games. She grew up in Minnesota, where 2 US citizens were killed last month during the immigration crackdown.
My heart is incredibly heavy, and I think the best thing I can do is to do exactly what I said: stand tall and have hope and show the world what America is, who we are as people, because we are more than what's happening right now.
The US-Canada rivalry is always a big talking point at the Winter Olympics, but there's a little more heat this year.
Tensions globally are high, and our sporting rivalry with our neighbor to the south is at a fever pitch. Attention and expectations will be higher than ever, and like everyone on the stage here in front of you today, I'm confident that Team Canada is poised to deliver.
Sarah and Andrew McGuinness have travelled with their 7-month-old baby Marjorie to support Canada's bid for ice hockey gold.
I love the Olympics because it feels like the whole world kind of gets to come together and right?
We all
That fucking baby is so cute. Oh my god. Yeah. Sweet kid. Okay. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Who was that? A whale. A whale just followed me. Oh, that is a tasteless comment. Too soon. Too soon, Whale. I'm sorry. Come on. Come on. We're trying to have a fun day. We're trying to do Sunday fun day here. We're talking. We're done of talking about Jeffrey Epstein. We're doing cute babies enjoying the Olympics. Not the thing you're saying. That's disturbing. It's disturbing.
Disgusting and probably illegal. Disgusting and probably illegal.
You just read the stream title and had flashbacks. We're done talking about Epstein. We were 9 hours in. You missed the Epstein files by about 6 hours. 6 or 7 hours, I would say.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
No, we are not talking about Jeffrey Epstein anymore today. But thankfully you followed the stream, which will give you the opportunity for future streams. And if you want to be able to watch back the streams, they're on YouTube as well. Although I guess, if you're
That's
fast enough, you could watch it on Twitch. But, it disappears pretty quickly. All right. Staying on the Olympics. Let's keep talking about the reception of the United States at the Winter Olympics. People not super pleased about us being there for some reason.
Joining us now is Olympic historian David Walachinsky. David, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
You know what? You're going to be attending the opening ceremony this evening. I'm sure that's exciting. Heather just touched on it. There's a lot happening, and it's all kind of spread out. So what are you expecting for the opening ceremony today?
I would say that there's a couple interesting things. As you said, it's in different sites, which is a bit bizarre, particularly for the lighting of the cauldron, which will take place in 2 different places. But also the Parade of Nations is odd, because people will be in Milan, they'll be in Cortina, they'll be in a couple places in the north. And I noticed one thing, kind of I'm guessing a political decision. The United States was put next to last before Italy, even though in no language, Italian, French, English, is the United States last. I'm guessing that they're expecting a lot of booing against the United States, and that would be cut short quickly if the next country is Italy.
Very interesting, too. I was reading about that, too. It sounded like NBC was lobbying for it in order to have that when normally, as you mentioned, they come out by the language and in alphabetical order of the language of the country that they're in. At least for you, and as we get into this, do you remember?
Well, it's all very strange. United States being booed, preparing to be booed. Earlier this week, bracing for boos. While America was bracing for boos, Olympians were stuffing themselves full of pizza. It is Italy after all. Here's Reuters from Wednesday.
Hello, ecco le pizze, pizza diavola.
A national dish, but
I've actually had pizza every single day, for pretty much every single meal besides breakfast, yeah.
I had a pizza margarita yesterday, mixed with a steak, and I actually put some prosciutto on it. It tasted amazing. It was like a deadly combo. Definitely some people looked at me with like a side eye.
And all over the world you can eat pizza, but I think that what makes our pizza special is the simplicity of the kind of pizza we make and the high quality of the ingredients that they are on the top of the pizza.
Okay, staying with the Olympics, let's just go straight into this next one. TRT World.
Ready or not, here they come. From the snow-covered Alps to Milan's grand stage, the games are about to begin. Before the medals, the deadlines. final checks, last-minute fixes. Organisers insist almost everything will be ready in time. Almost everything.
One of the venues is not entirely finished, and we know that, but nobody will actually perceive it. It's a fantastic venue in the end. I'm talking about, of course, the main hockey venue.
Lindsey Vonn, one of the faces of the Olympics, out of retirement after 7 years away. A champion, rolling the dice one more time. The American, already competing with a rebuilt knee, ruptured her ACL in January, airlifted off the course after a heavy crash. Now, 41, still refusing to quit.
I know my chances aren't the same as it stands today, but I know there's still a chance. And as long as there's a chance, I will try.
Execute that plan, Michaela. Let's go.
Michaela Schifrin is chasing more history on the slopes, already the most decorated alpine skier of her generation. And then there's 22-year-old Eileen Gu, born in the United States, educated at Stanford, competing for China. A global superstar with millions of followers and one of the most talked about athletes in Cortina. There's something new too. Ski mountaineering makes its Olympic debut. Think Tour de France meets Everest. Straight up the mountain, no shortcuts.
Ski mountaineer, you'd climb a mountain wearing skis and then ski down it. That's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
Okay. Now, one Canadian athlete has been facing backlash over an ad they did for America's Olympic team. Tate McRae. Oh boy, she is in hot water.
Canadian pop star Tate McRae faced criticism after appearing in and posting an Olympics ad that promoted Team USA. McRae didn't mention any Canadian athletes in the ad.
Tate McRae, I'm trying to get to Milan for an amazing opening ceremony and meet Team USA.
Commenters wrote, "The absolute ick every Canadian just felt. In 2026, what were you and your team thinking? Team USA? What?" McRae is Canadian and grew up in Calgary. The ad comes as many Canadians are upset about President Trump's threats to annex the country and make it the 51st state. The singer responded to critics on Instagram with a photo and a caption that reads, "Y'all know I'm Canada down." CNN.
Are you Canada down, Tate? That is your real name. Boo. Boo you, how dare you. You traitor. Maple syrup doth not run through thine veins, Tate. That much is clear. No. It's the special sauce of the Big Mac. The fuel of Cyclone Cheeto. You dirty traitor. Sorry, I'm angry for you, Canada. I really doesn't actually affect me. I'm just offended for you. All right. Stay focused. Stay focused. All right, to the opening ceremony. France 24. From yesterday.
It's a ceremony showcasing Italian pride and cultural diversity. Here are some memorable images from the opening ceremony of the Milano Cortina Winter Games. One of the first scenes, perhaps the most successful, tubes of primary colours poured down on dancers. A way of celebrating Italian art while embracing a touch of burlesque. In the centre, the masters of Italian opera, Verdi, Rossini and Puccini. Another highlight, the big star of the ceremony, American diva Mariah Carey in a sparkling dress performing the famous Nel Blu di Pinto di Blu. Shortly afterwards, Italian pop icon Laura Pausini sings her country's national anthem as Italy's flag goes up in the San Siro Stadium in Milan. The 92 delegations parade simultaneously at 4 ceremony venues. Tenor Andrea Bocelli took over from Pavarotti, who had sung in public for the last time in 2006 during the Turin Olympics, performing his famous composition Nessun Dorma while accompanying the final torchbearers. And the opening ceremony is a success. Many here are delighted by the show.
Honestly.
Yes, everybody is so delighted by the show. However, not everybody was delighted. No, in fact, some were dismayed by the appearance of some people. I think we all know who we're talking about. The United States. We're always ruining things. It's true. And people were protesting the United States ahead of that opening ceremony. I'm digging the music, by the way. It's I'm loving that. Loving that beat. I can't read all of this, but the first 2 words up here in the top left-hand corner, as you can see, it appears to be fuck ice. Riprendiamoci la guitao. I don't know what that means. If I know what this means, I know what this means. Okay, I'm just gonna skip ahead to this next video I have from the AP. Same protests. Those protesters were attacked by police. Eventually, late in the night. This isn't the attack. This is just fireworks. Then eventually the cops show up with water cannons. Okay. Let's see how the athletes feel. And by the athletes, I mean the U.S. athletes. About representing a nation slipping into fascist era.
I love the USA, and I think I would never want to represent a different country in the Olympics With that being said, you know, a lot of times athletes are hesitant to talk about political views and how we feel about things. I feel heartbroken about what's happened in the United States when, you know, I'm pretty sure you're referencing ICE and some of the protests and things like that. I think that as a country, we need to focus on respecting everybody's rights and making sure that we're treating our citizens as well as anybody with love and respect. And I hope that when people look at athletes compete in the Olympics, they realize that that's the America that we're trying to represent.
The U.S. State Department said ICE agents were deployed
to represent the U.S. right now, I think.
officials.
It's a little hard. There's obviously a lot going on that I'm not the biggest fan of, and I think a lot of people aren't. I think for me, it's more I'm representing my like friends and family back home, the people that represent it before me, all the things that I believe are good about the U.S. I just think if it aligns with my moral values, I feel like I'm representing it. Just because I'm wearing the flag doesn't mean I represent everything that's going on in the U.S.
I thought that this was a good opportunity to show that the rest of the world is not okay with what's happening in Minnesota, and that, yeah, it's not okay to just acquiesce and go with the status quo, but to say there's something wrong that's happening and to speak out.
We don't want ICE here because they're murderers. Sorry for my pronunciation. They're murderers, and they killed a lot of people, innocent people, and they've done bad things that I don't approve of, and we don't approve of, and we don't want them here. Even just for the Olympics, we don't want them here in general because they're awful people, and we hate awful people.
The political divide in the United States is
No.
prevalent, and
It's quite a succinct message from that young woman. They're awful people, and we hate awful people. Okay, that's quite clear. Thank you.
competition in sports is always a way to bring people together, and I think the Olympics is a great spot in that, where it brings every country and all athletes and all aspects of people from everywhere together. So I think that this is just a great way to show one country.
It makes me feel happy to actually know that people know that this is not actually, that this is wrong. It's just beautiful to see that so many people actually are here. And it's beautiful because even though ICE is trying to do their job, I guess, but it's doing it in the worst way. And we don't want them here. There's no need to be. There's no need.
Okay. We still got a little bit more here on the Olympics to talk about. Let's go now to see how... actually, no, I'll probably get fucking... Dude, any of all this stuff, the NBC sports stuff is always getting fucking copyright. Let's go here. Sky news from yesterday. Winter Olympics crowd ignores pleas not to boo as spectacular ceremony kicks off. Oh no. Aww. How dare they not? How dare they not boo?
How rude.
It's incredibly rude.
The scale of these Olympics is unprecedented. So one cauldron was lit in Milan, and 250 miles away in Cortina, a second flame will burn throughout the games. Spherical designs paying tribute to Leonardo da Vinci ignited simultaneously, connecting the most spread out Winter Olympics ever, being staged across 5 sites. The opening ceremony pushing football out of the San Siro. Mariah Carey paid homage to the host by singing in Italian, setting the stage for the stars of the show to arrive with the athletes' parade. Team GB's flag bearer here was ice dancer Lila Fear, and with the Union flag in Cortina was bobsleigh pilot Brad Hall. While harmony was the theme of the ceremony, I heard some booing when Israel's athletes marched in. Hostility over wars and geopolitical tensions hard to escape. There were cheers when Americans entered, but heckling when Vice President J.D. Vance was shown on the big screen. A plea from organisers for respect to be shown, not heeded.
This ceremony brought home just how vast these Olympics are, spread across a 10,000-mile footprint.
Please don't boo. Please. Oh, God. It's like the 1930, I'm trying to remember which Olympics it was now. Please don't boo. Okay, look, I know the fascists are all here, but can we please stop booing everyone? No? Fine. Alright, we don't go to this guy usually, if ever. But it's like, honestly, I couldn't find any videos on this. Probably because it's the weekend.
In an individual sport, what an honor for her.
There is the Vice President, J.D. Vance, and his wife, Usha. Ooh, those are not, those are a lot of boos for him. Whistling, jeering, some applause. Not a long shot of him.
That was J.D. Vance and his wife getting booed at the opening ceremony for the Olympics in Milan, Italy. The booing was so prominent that even the announcer noted during the broadcast that there were boos and jeers.
Thank you, Brian. That's it for you, pal. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yes, indeed. The J.D. Vance and the second lady booed at the Olympics. Although, as somebody in chat mentioned, they seem to be perfectly supportive of the athletes themselves, but not so supportive of ICE or the Trump regime. Very strange.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Let's see how Donald Trump felt about this. Apparently he heard about the booing. A reporter asked him a question about it.
To charities.
Do you decide if you win?
The Winter Olympics begin this weekend, Mr. President. I just spoke to Marco Rubio. I just spoke to J.D. Vance. They're over in Italy and representing us very well. They're doing a great job.
Did you see that the Vice President got booed during the opening ceremony, though? What do you make of that sort of frosty... The Vice President got booed during the opening ceremony. What do you make of that frosty...
No, I didn't see that. Is that true? Is that right?
Yeah.
It's surprising because people like him. Well, I mean, he is in a foreign country, you know, in all fairness, but he doesn't get booed in this country.
Really? He doesn't get booed in this country. Fascinating. That's weird. What? He was booed? But the... Huh? Are you still talking about Jeffrey...
Are you still talking about
Epstein?
Jeffrey Epstein?
Booed? That's weird. There's people like that guy. JD? Couch fucker? Everybody loves that guy.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Okay. Apparently nobody boos J.D. Vance back here in the United States. But that's the explanation for why he's getting booed abroad. It's because he's in a different country. Everybody loves him back here in the United States. All right, let's talk about a strange sport, which is drawing crowds in Milan, as Olympic organizers have been trying to gin up excitement for this slippery competition. I am, of course, talking about curling.
This hour, we continue our exclusive team coverage from Italy. The KS Olympics specialists are standing by. Mike Anderson is in Cortina with a preview of the biathlon competition. We'll hear from him in just a little bit after the show there. But let's begin with Alex Cabrero in Milan. And Alex, organizers have been trying to get people into the Olympic spirit, but trying one of the winter sports for themselves.
The Duomo was probably the most famous landmark in Milan. Thousands of people, locals and tourists, they pass through this area every single day. So for the past year, Olympic organizers figured it was the perfect place to try and get people excited about the Olympics. Milan is always moving, especially here outside the Duomo Cathedral, a famous landmark people come from all over the world to see.
We are tourists, so we are just spending here 3 days.
It's enough time for a few photos, and then, like most visitors, it's back on the move to the next fun spot. But in the plaza just outside the Duomo, there's one spot Olympic organizers have been putting together on and off the past year, hoping to get visitors to stop for a few minutes. Curling on a large sheet of ice set up to get people excited about the Olympics. As part of a 2026 Olympic sports village, people can watch or even give curling a try.
This is a mental sport, and it's like a chess.
Chess is all about strategy over strength. Turns out, so is curling.
You need a kind of strategy to make a point to win.
I don't think that guy's quite mastered it yet. I fucking love that. Thing just goes flying by on like
You need a kind of strategy to make
just
point to win.
hurtling across
What
the
attracted
screen.
Antonio Locante to the sport, he discovered it the same way a lot of people do.
I watch on television Olympic game, and I decided to start to play this sport.
Now he plays with the Jazz Curling Club in Milan and is excited to introduce others to the sport he says is often misunderstood. For him and for Olympic organizers, that's part of the hope here, that someone walking through one of the busiest plazas in the world might see curling, ice hockey, or another sport for the first time and think, why not?
There you go. Olympic organizers attempting to encourage random people on the street to try out Olympic sports. Seems fun. I'd do it. I'd do it. Hand me the what do you call that? The stone? Hand me the stone, sir. I will curl it up. All right. Well, that's it for the Olympics tonight. We still got more stories to talk about, but we've honestly made an incredible amount of progress. I'm kind of shocked. We might actually get through all of these if I don't take a break. Actually, nah, screw it. No, yeah, I just need to keep, I gotta keep barreling through this. All right, leaving the Olympics where the United States is being booed for its numerous horrifying actions over the last year, to the legacy of the United States, which has been destroyed by the Trump administration as it relates to the activities of the agency formerly known as USAID. ProPublica on the story. This is from last week. Oh no, a chatter has been deported.
This is a story of an
What happened?
American-made crisis.
Oh no. What did they say? Rob, G919D, what did you say? Oh no. You were deported by a moderator. That's very sad. Well, hopefully it was just deported. Are you sure you weren't detained? Oh my god, you might be in limbo right now without your constitutional rights. Must be a scary time for you.
Not a war, not a natural disaster, but decisions made in Washington, D.C. that allowed people to die of preventable diseases and starvation. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has insisted that
no one has died because the United States has cut aid. No.
He's asserted that life-saving operations were spared. ProPublica found that those claims were a charade. I'm Brett Murphy.
I'm Anna Berry Jester. In August, we went to East Africa, to Kenya and South Sudan to try and understand what the impacts of the cuts to USAID were.
You know, I am shocked. I am utterly shocked. I am beside myself. The Trump administration would lie about something. But Donald Trump runs a social media company called Truth Social. I thought he loves the truth. That's so weird.
I'm Brett Murphy.
I'm Anna Berry Jester. In August, we went to East Africa, to Kenya and South Sudan to try and understand what the impacts of the cuts to USAID were. USAID was the largest humanitarian organization in the world. It was started in 1961 by President John F. Kennedy.
The agency was built more than anything for emergency response. So when there's an epidemic or natural disaster, that's where USAID was supposed to step up. When Trump was inaugurated, they said they were going to do something like a review of foreign aid programs. But what they were really doing was slowly and methodically cutting all of those programs. It was not this amorphous they or the administration that was doing this. There were political appointees who had been brought in to lead this agency who were destroying it from the inside out.
People expressed that they were afraid they'd lose their jobs if they tried to save programs that they knew to be life-saving. Sources told us about this one day. They went up to the 9th floor and they walked by a conference room where all the political appointees were gathered, giving congratulatory speeches and sharing a sheet cake to celebrate everything they'd done to dismantle the agency in 1 month.
This is ridiculous!
In Kenya, they had cut food aid to one of the largest refugee camps in the world. There's over 300,000 people who live there. And then in South Sudan, they were in the middle of an enormous cholera outbreak.
So we wanted to go and see what the situation looked like on the ground.
On paper, it looked like all these programs that USAID was running were active, but what we found when we went there was that they were not.
By the way, I just want to respond to this message real quick. I can't help myself. Like, this is so stupid. Like, I assume that this right here... Wait, why can't I highlight this? Oh, I can't highlight it because he was hidden. Son of a bitch. All right. Before you got hidden, you said Obama laid out the law on immigration. We're a nation of immigrants, but we're a nation of laws. You must respect our immigration laws. You're literally, like, I assume that you're here trying to defend the actions of immigrations and customs enforcement, but those fuckwads are not following the laws. So you're here saying that immigrants should follow the laws, while the agency that you're defending is not following the laws. Do you see the hypocrisy? Do you care about the hypocrisy, or are you just a hypocrite and a piece of shit who none of us should care about? Just a question. Just a food for thought, really. I'm not looking for a response, of course, because you've been banned, or at least timed out. I don't know which one happened to you just now, but just think about it. Maybe come back with a third sock puppet account and
When we landed
Whatever.
in Kenya, the thing that we couldn't not notice as soon as you're there is how hungry everyone is.
People had not received any food for, I think, a month or two, and they were really desperate. They were really hungry.
Pregnant women who were eating mud for calories. A 20-year-old mother told us that she was actually considering suicide because she heard that the UN takes care of kids without parents.
Normally, the World Food
That's one of the most horrifying details in all of this. I mean, every single aspect of this is depraved, but that one truly just broke me inside. I was like, fuck you. Fuck you. Why do we live in this world of cruelty and indifference? These sick psychopaths who have no concern for the rest of humanity and only themselves. They need to be stopped.
program provides food monthly, and for a long time they've been given rations that would be considered, you know, a normal day's calories. Since the USAID cuts, they've been providing just a fraction of what they were supposed to get.
People inside of Kakuma, which is supposed to be one of the more stable and reliable refugee camps in Africa, they were leaving to flee back to the places where they had left for violence.
They told us they'd rather die from violence than hunger.
I spent most of my time with this one woman named Rose. I met her at first in the malnutrition ward. Her kid, Santo, was one of the sickest looking kids there. He was so malnourished. His skin had lost pigmentation. It was kind of peeling off. But she had wanted to leave because her other two sons were at home. And this is actually the situation that a lot of the mothers we found in the clinic were in. They had one incredibly sick kid who was almost dying in the hospital, while other kids at home who they could not look after for themselves, they didn't have food either.
And let's not forget, USAID cost like every single American like 50 cents or something like that. Like 50 cents a month or something was what it cost to prevent these fucking horrifying stories from existing. It's all it was. It's all it took. It was basically nothing. You could have forgotten about it. Instead, you clapped. You cheered on. All these things were dismantled by the Trump administration just so that Trump could get a tax cut. And so you could get some sort of sick and depraved enjoyment out of watching the suffering of other people. Are you happy now? Is this good for you? You sick fuck? Is this good for you?
Was right.
So you know what else would have been preventable? This cholera outbreak in
When
South
we got
Sudan.
there, South Sudan is in the middle of the worst cholera outbreak in the country's history. Been to, I don't think there's any other place probably on earth like it. It's a refugee camp of about 180,000 people, completely surrounded by floodwater, and the only reason it can exist, and it's not flooded out itself, is that there's a bunch of pumps operated by the United Nations and levees.
It is surrounded by water and only exists as dry land for the efforts of humanitarian organizations. Right when they were starting to get the cholera outbreak under control, all these programs got cut and stopped functioning that ran cholera clinics, that provided clean water and sanitation.
We are living in a 100% war situation.
You know, this is just the first part.
And when they closed, what had been a 5-minute walk to an IV bag became like an 8-hour canoe ride. And this is cholera. It is not an expensive or complicated thing to prevent or to treat. It's about sanitation and IV bags. 62 cents can...
Yeah, we solved cholera hundreds of years ago. That's a fucking Oregon Trail disease, okay? Cholera? It's ridiculous. This is fucking unacceptable. 62 cents could have solved this. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's just, it's insane. It's depraved. How can anybody be so cruel and unfeeling? It's like, I'd rather Donald Trump have a tax cut. I'd rather Elon Musk have a tax cut. Jeff Bezos have a tax cut. Larry Ellison have a tax cut. You know? That's what you want. You want George Soros to have a tax cut. Okay, fine. Fine. That's you. I think you're sick. I think you're sick.
Dangerous morons. Disgusting and probably illegal.
Speaking of the U.S.'s effects around the world, let's go to Ukraine, where the United States has all but, you know, the United States has for a year managed to do absolutely nothing but prolong the war. A war with a trend, just seemingly just constantly piling up just more and more civilian casualties. And regular, I mean, honestly, military casualties are still, still people dying. Devastation and suffering. Even those who are not dying are actively being bombed, maimed, dismembered, are living in a state of fear and are being deprived of simple, basic needs.
Я працюю на першому поверсі приймального відділення гінекології. Займалася своїми звичайними...
I work on the first floor of the gynecological admissions department. I was doing my usual duties. There were no patients at the reception at that moment. I heard a loud sound. A Shahed drone was flying. It was getting closer. I quickly grabbed my phone and stepped into the corridor. And then the explosion happened. I'm still a bit in shock. It's very painful. This is my workplace where I've worked for 20 years. Yeah, that was from earlier this week. I think it was Monday. A hospital, civilian hospital, bombed. A maternity hospital, actually. At least that's what the AP fucking title says. Maternity hospital. Is there a military objective at the maternity hospital? Are those babies terrorists? What are we talking about here?
This is ridiculous!
And of course, it's the middle of winter. Russia continues to bombard the energy grid, while Ukraine is in sub-freezing temperatures. Supposedly part of their strategy. Inflicting as much suffering as
Kyiv residents
possible.
camped in the underground as outside temperatures dropped to minus 17 degrees Celsius. While above ground, explosions were heard and air defense systems were activated. A renewal of hostilities which has left a bitter taste ahead of new ceasefire negotiations starting on Wednesday.
Yeah, ceasefire negotiations were supposed to start on Wednesday. Those probably went super good. Afraid I'm being sarcastic. I already know what happened at the ceasefire negotiations. I'm just trying to stay optimistic for all of you for the next couple clips until we get to that. Let's go here. This was Volodymyr Zelensky on Tuesday, claiming that Russia had broken the ceasefire, snubbing the United States and Donald Trump.
How rude!
Footage shared by Ukraine's leading private energy company, D-Tech, shows the damage from Russia's overnight air attack on a thermal power plant. Ukrainian officials said Russia launched 450 drones and over 70 missiles in strikes that wounded at least 12 people. The attack knocked out heating in cities, including the capital, Kyiv. In a post on X, President Volodymyr Zelensky accused Russia of exploiting the US-backed energy truce. He said Moscow had used the pause in fighting to stockpile munitions.
Ми очікуємо на реакцію Сполучених Штатів Америки.
In his nightly address, Zelensky said Kyiv was waiting for a response from the United States. Talking to reporters, US President Donald Trump said that the agreement with Russian President Vladimir Putin expired on Sunday. When asked if he was disappointed, Trump replied, quote, "I want him to end the war." A first round of trilateral talks in late January brought no movement on territorial issues. Moscow
Empty threats from Donald Trump again. It's not even a threat. He's just saying words. I want him to end the war. I want it. Look, I want it. Give it to me. I don't know. Just do it. I don't care. Now, of course, Donald Trump failed to renew the U.S.-Russia nuclear arms treaty, which expires. I think it expires like tomorrow or something. It's like it's already expired. Can't even remember now. There's too many things to keep up with. It's like a trillion things happening at once. Oh God, it's so painful.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Let's go here to a place hopefully can help us make sense of some things. Democracy Now!
This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman. Arms control groups are warning the world is moving closer to nuclear war as the U.S. continues to threaten to attack Iran, and a major U.S.-Russia nuclear treaty known as New START expires Thursday. Last week, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists set the clock.
It did already happen. I knew it. I heard it earlier when I was listening to this. Like, it was actually like, 'cause I was listening to this on. I meant to cover this. I was planning to cover this actually like Friday or something like that. Well, it's over, I guess. I guess we're back to the Cold War, the nuclear arms buildup. Great. It's so good. No way that goes wrong. Yay.
Week, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists set the doomsday clock to 85 seconds to midnight, the closest the clock's ever been to midnight in its history, due to rising threats from nuclear weapons, artificial intelligence, and the climate crisis. This is Don Holtz of the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists.
The doomsday clock is now at 85 seconds to midnight, the closest it has been in the history of the clock. Last year, we warned that the world was perilously close to catastrophe and that countries needed to change course towards international cooperation and action on the most critical existential risks. Unfortunately, the opposite has happened. Rather than heed this warning, major countries became even more aggressive, adversarial, and nationalistic.
We're joined now by Dr. Ira Helfand, steering committee member of Back from the Brink, a national coalition which has organized people in cities and towns across the United States to call for the end of nuclear weapons. Dr. Helfand is a longtime member of the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, ICAN, which received the 2017 Nobel Peace Prize. He's also the immediate past president of the International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War, which awarded the 1985 Nobel Peace Prize. And Dr. Helfand is co-founder and past president of Physicians for Social Responsibility. Talk about the dangers the world faces today and what this New START treaty is all about that expires tomorrow. Dr. Helfand.
Thanks for having me on, Amy. We are in a very, very dangerous moment. Things have been getting bad for some time. Tensions between the United States and Russia have been getting worse. Tensions between the United States and China have been getting worse. Tensions on the Korean Peninsula have been getting worse. India and Pakistan actually fought a war for a few days last year. It's an unprecedented situation. In the last year, 5 of the 9 countries which have nuclear arsenals have been engaged in warfare. Russia, United States, Israel, India, and Pakistan. And China's been making very explicit threats that they want to take over Taiwan, which would probably also involve military action. And any one of these conflicts has the potential to escalate to nuclear war.
Immediately, if
we
not
received
sooner.
last week from the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists really needs to be a wake-up call. We cannot afford to live in denial about this danger any longer. At one point in our history, back in the 1980s.
Yeah. And that's why we watched that the other week. Like, I mean, we literally watched the clip that you just got played by Democracy Now! On a stream, like, I think it was last weekend. Because I, too, agree that this is a terrible, tenuous time to be alive, and that we must wake up to the facts that we are living in right now. Cannot ignore what is directly in front of us. Peril. Peril.
And the danger was also very great. We all got it. Millions of people were marching in the streets because everybody understood how dangerous the situation was. Well, it's even more dangerous today. And the big difference is that people aren't paying attention to it. On Thursday, tomorrow, the New START Treaty is going to expire. This is the last agreement between the United States and Russia that puts limits on our nuclear arsenals. And with the expiration of this treaty, the path is now open for a very dangerous, very destabilizing arms race.
Yes, that's exactly what it opens up us to. It's so disturbing to think about. That's exactly where we are. We're open up to a nuclear arms race right now. So it's at a time when we need peace more than ever, and we have less of it than ever. It feels like. It's not quite, but we're just certainly in the 21st century. Feels that we are more destabilized. And I can remember at any time. All right, let's go here. Try to make sense of all of this at the Ministry of Truth. With the one and only Tsarina of Truth, Caroline Levitt. Make this make sense to me, Caroline. What's going on here? What's the plan?
On the nuclear arms pact, we saw the president's post on that.
Yes.
But can you say, is there a temporary agreement with Russia to stand by the terms of the New START treaty while negotiations are happening?
Not to my knowledge. Again, to your point, Jennifer, I just do want to reiterate exactly what the president said. He wrote just moments ago, the United States is the most powerful country in the world. I completely rebuilt its military in my first term, including new and many refurbished nuclear weapons. I also added Space Force and now continue to rebuild our military at levels never seen before. We are even adding battleships, which are 100 times more powerful than the ones that roamed the seas during World War II. The Iowa, Missouri, Alabama, and others. I have stopped nuclear wars from breaking out across the world between Pakistan and India, Iran and Israel, and Russia and Ukraine.
Thank you, Caroline. I think we get it. America, fuck yeah. And Donald Trump ended all the wars. So, no further questions.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Thank you, Caroline. Very helpful. So sorry for asking questions. No cross today. That means she's lying. Yeah, we've tried to tie her lies to the cross, but the fact is she lies whether she's wearing the cross or not. Like, the cross has nothing to do with it. I mean, maybe it's like that she personally knows ahead of time that she's going to be lying. But Caroline Levitt, okay, that woman, if she's speaking, she's lying.
It's science.
It's just a fact. Write that down. It's a scientific fact. If she's speaking, she's lying. Good old Caroline Levitt, the Ministress of Truth, our Orwellian spokeswoman. Okay, well, I guess I can't, I can't hold off any longer. Here's this. This is from Thursday. I'm sorry, Thursday. U.S.-Russia-Ukraine talks end with limited progress in Abu Dhabi. Oh. Really? Did they? No. TRT World.
I'm sorry for being away for so long. These are the first words newly liberated prisoners of war think to say to their loved ones. Their embraces are filled with joy, but emotions are also mixed. The time they spent in Russian captivity is time they will never get back.
We lived under occupation for 6 months. I've got a problem with my arm.
These 157 men were released as part of a prisoner swap with Russia that also saw Ukraine release the same amount of POWs. The agreement was brokered in Abu Dhabi, where Ukrainian, Russian, and American delegations met on Wednesday and Thursday.
Why is this guy here? Why is this guy here all the time?
Abu Dhabi, where Ukrainian...
Why? Why does this guy keep popping up all over the place? I was told that he wouldn't have a go. Remember when Donald Trump, back during the election, he said that, oh, Jared, he's too busy to do government stuff. Why is this fuckwit here right now? Why is this smarmy douchebag in front of me at another supposedly important diplomatic... So look at this guy, the defense minister of Ukraine over here. He looks like I feel right now. Like, what the fuck is going on here right now? Jesus Christ.
Come on. Russian and American delegations met on Wednesday and Thursday for a second round of negotiations in less than 2 weeks. All sides said the talks were productive.
It is important that the process is ongoing. We would like faster results, but if the next meeting is planned, it means there is a chance to continue the dialogue, which, of course, we very much hope will lead to the end of the war.
The Russians are going home not only with POWs, but the resumption of high-level military talks with the Americans, which were suspended in the lead-up to the invasion of Ukraine.
Among other things, we met today, and the discussions are proceeding positively.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you, Tom. Fuck you. He doesn't have a suit. He doesn't have a suit, huh? Oh my god.
You are not funny.
Oh god. You don't have a suit, buddy. That's why they didn't go well. That's why you have no progress on the peace. It's because no suit. You can't take it seriously. You can't have peace. Jesus Christ. Why is that? Why is that too close? Why is that just reality now? Why is the thing that you said that should be a joke? That should just be a joke? Like it should be a silly comment? Like, what are you talking about? It's stupid. Like, that's what I should be saying instead of being like, oh, that's actually the reality that we live in. Actually, the suit is the reason. Or at least, like, you know what I mean? Like we live in a topsy-turvy world where somehow, at one point, that was of relevance. It's disturbing when you think about it. We're talking about diplomacy. We're talking about a fucking war that's been going on for like over a decade. Really, if you really want to get down to it, it's a war that's been going on for over a fucking decade, and we're talking about suits. How is that relevant? Someone explain that to me. Oh god. Oh god. Excuse me. Space dust. It must have snuck into my helmet somehow. Good god. 10 hours. We're 10 hours into the stream, people, and I'm still doing no breaks, just so that I can get through everything. You know, I just want to do it. It's Sunday Fun Day. We deserve it. We deserve it so bad. We deserve a full Sunday Fun Day so bad. It's never been deserved more. However, just a reminder, if you've been enjoying the Sunday Fun Day stream, to consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. We got so many great ways for you to do that, of course. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, Twitch, Bit, subs, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and, of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon. All right, to the Middle East. Oh, wait, before we do that, almost forgot. In the wake of the lack of progress on the peace, Russia did another strike on another power station in Kyiv yesterday for funsies.
For more on this, we can cross now to Ukraine and speak to our correspondent, Emmanuel Chaz. So, Emmanuel, it's been another night without power. I hope you are keeping warm where you are.
Whoa, I have never seen one of these. We get like we get donos on Twitch, we get donos on the horizontal chat with the super chats and the super stickers. This is the first time I've ever seen one, and I honestly didn't even notice anybody was chatting over here. I feel bad. Dave Nasty, thank you for the 2 jewels. I have no idea what that is. I assume I'm gonna figure that. Do you mind telling me what you paid for those? I honestly have no idea. I've never seen one of those before. With the super chats and the super stickers on YouTube, it tells you all the time, right? Over on the horizontal chat, where most of our viewers are right now. Like, they donate over there. I see it. By the way, sorry for ignoring you, Dave Nasty. What have you been saying over here? Hey, y'all, this seems like my kind of channel. I dig it so far. Keep it up. Hey, I'm glad. I'm glad, Dave. Much appreciated. Sorry, I'm deep into this. We're 10 hours into this fucking stream. I gotta keep this moving. We're not even taking breaks tonight, just because of how much I am dedicated to getting the valuetainment out here tonight.
Are you not entertained?
You're about to be valuetained.
What more can you tell us about these attacks?
Well, indeed, this is the second large-scale attack of the week here again.
It's free currency that you get from live. What? What? I've never heard of that. That's crazy. Okay, I'll look into that. Huh. Jewels. I'm gonna look that up.
Ukraine and
Write that
against
down.
more particularly its energy infrastructure. Here in Kharkiv, there are still hundreds of residential buildings, including mine, that are deprived of electricity and of heating, critically so as temperatures are still ice cold here. So all across the country in the early hours, we had dozens of drones, missiles crossing the regions and targeting and damaging mostly substations and transmission lines of an energy grid that has already been battered by previous strikes in the past few weeks. Concretely, it means that for people here, there is no heat, no electricity, and that's for tens of thousands of people, not just here in Kharkiv, but also in Kiev.
Yeah, tens of thousands of people without power in the middle of winter. Imagine that. Sounds fucking horrible. I mean, down on Earth, my Earth apartment back down, back down in the United States of America. It's quite cold. So cold. I mean, without power, I'd be doing like a trash fire or something to keep warm. I mean, like literally, I would just be burning things to try and stay warm at that point. Oh God. Seems like indiscriminate civilian what's the term again? What's the international law term? I'm trying to remember. It's like when something you do is indiscriminately affecting civilians, you know it's going to do that. Disproportionate. No, that's not what it's called. I cannot think of it. My brain is just fried. I've been going too long tonight. It says you can buy 50 jewels. Oh. So you can buy them, you can get them for free, apparently. Fascinating. I wonder how you get them for free. Thank you for the info, Amanda. You just have them and you don't know where they came from. Well, I appreciate you giving me your jewels. I feel special. It's the first time I've ever noticed anybody giving me any jewels. All right, to the Middle East. Jesus Christ. What a week. Even on a Sunday fun day, we still got a bunch of trash news to talk about. Well, Israel has not only, of course, been violating the ceasefire with Gaza, with Hamas, the whole time, since the very beginning. They've also decided to go back to waging a war with Lebanon, their neighbor to the north. That's not anti-Semitogen, that's just facts. Okay, I'm not the one saying it. Here's the Associated Press from Monday. Last Monday, since it's already Monday now everywhere on planet Earth. God damn, the stream's been going long. Lebanon.
This is ridiculous!
Collective punishment. Yes, that's the word. Glitchmaster. Coming in the clutch, Master. Very impressive. You just saved me from a purgatory of never coming up with that word. A term. Collective punishment. That's exactly what it is. The bombing of those power plants in Ukraine is collective punishment against the people of Ukraine. The non-military people, the grandmas, the grandpas, the moms, the pops, the uncles, the aunts, the cousins, the kids. All those people, civilians, just living their lives and now living them in frigid Arctic cold out there in Ukraine right now. It's terrible. It's terrible, it's unconscionable, it's unacceptable. Kind of like bombing apartment blocks. Like old Israel's doing over here in Lebanon. But that's not all that's been going on in the Middle East lately. I'm gonna go in chronological order. Since I didn't even get to cover this in the week-ending report, part 1 or 2 on Friday or Saturday, let's go here now to Iran. This is a story from 5 days ago. This is Tuesday, when the United States claimed they had shot down an Iranian drone in the Arabian Sea. Isn't it the Persian? I thought it was I could have sworn it was in the Persian Gulf. Maybe, maybe not. Whatever, they're connected. I could have sworn it was up in the Gulf, but whatever. Whatever, I've been wrong before. Won't be the last time. I made a huge, tiny mistake. France 24, Tuesday.
The US military has confirmed the situation regarding a drone hitting a drone heading towards the aircraft carrier in the Arabian Sea. This drone shot down by an F-35 jet, an Iranian Shahed drone heading towards the vessel with an uncertain intent, according to US military, who've confirmed that the unmanned aircraft was brought down. This, of course, is raising great issues regarding the ongoing tension between the United States and Iran. Talks were set to resume between Iran and the US in Turkey on Friday. White House says these talks are still scheduled. However, this raises the tension even more between Tehran and Washington. Let's go to Tehran. Reza Sayed is our correspondent there. Reza, good evening to you. Clearly a breaking story. I'm wondering, what else can you tell us at this stage?
Well, first off, an important clarification. According to reports, this was a surveillance drone. It was not an attack drone, and I think that's a very important distinction that we need to clarify. Both Reuters and Associated Press news agencies are citing U.S. military sources, U.S. CENTCOM, and reporting that earlier on Tuesday, the U.S. Navy shot down this surveillance drone that was approaching, getting a little too close to the U.S. aircraft carrier the USS Abraham Lincoln in the Arabian Sea. According to U.S. Central Command, this drone was approaching. The U.S. Navy took measures to de-escalate. The reports say they did not heed this drone.
Measures. We took measures. Great. Good. So good and so great. Measures taken. Ay. Now, it turns out this is just a surveillance drone. It posed no immediate threat. But we decided to take it down anyway. For whatever reason. Every time you mobilize one of those planes, it costs like $100,000 or something stupid. I don't know the exact amount. I'm just throwing out a figure right now, but it's some stupid number. Every time like you like you take off from one of these carrier jets. Money spent, gone forever. They just do like the maintenance, like the wear and tear, like every like takeoff and landing like does a certain amount of wear and tear to the vehicle, and that's all I'm talking about. Gas costs. You gotta pay the pilot too, I suppose, and the people waving him on and off the plane and doing all that other shit. Yay! Meanwhile, we can't have healthcare, but billionaires can have tax cuts. Okay, let's go here now. Talk about the Epstein files again. What?
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Apparently. It's weird.
Weird.
In the latest batch of Epstein files that were released, they included also some video clips and some audio clips. And this is an audio clip of Ehud Barak, the former prime minister of Israel. And at the time, I believe he was the defense minister of Israel during this recording. He at one point was. We can maybe fact check and make sure that that's where this overlap occurred. Either way, Ehud Barak, very, very high up in the Israeli government, came up through the IDF, came up through intelligence and military within Israel. And what the files have kind of revealed is that they were business partners. I mean, the relationship that Barak had with Epstein financially, or at least in like their dealings with one another, appears to be among the closest, if not the closest, in the files. And here's this is 2013. So here is this clip of Ehud Barak talking to both Larry Summers and Jeffrey Epstein about the future of Israel.
The future of Israel. I mean, something will happen in Iran. Maybe we'll succeed. Maybe we won't. And that'll make it worse. But the demography seems terrible. Nobody sane seems to be procreating, and everybody insane in their own way seems to have 5 children. Whether it's Arabs or Orthodox, they have 5 children. If you're regular Israeli, you have 1.5 children.
The Haredim are more productive than the Arabs. Since we canceled some of the, we had exponential support function for productivity. So something bizarre. Rather to be an S-curve, it becomes exponential. And always when I meet a friend with 3 children, telling another 2 and you are deep into the social security trap. That's your job. You can sit idle. I don't.
You hear Ehud Barak, he's slaying right now at this Epstein hangout. Jeffrey is loving it. He's cracking up over here. Oh boy, Ehud, you're so funny.
What a pervert.
The future of Israel is waking up at the right moment before it's too late. putting a wedge on this drift along the slippery slope to.
Can we just pause here to try to like what they're talking about here is why the response to what happened on October 7th was so genocidal. Is because supporters of Israel have their eyes on demographics like nothing. You look at Dave Rubin. How could it be a genocide? How could it be this if the population actually has been increasing? Because the number one imperative for Zionism is that Jews outnumber everybody else in that region. That's been it. That's all it is. That's why there's objection to the right of return. How could we follow international law that says if you want to live peacefully, you can come, you have a right to return to lands that you were expelled from during a war? That's a non-starter to even liberal Zionists. Because what it means for demographics. Because if you allow people to go back, then Israel is just outnumbered. And the most important thing is that Israelis outnumber everybody else.
I mean, Biden would speak so fondly about Golda Meir, but back in the 60s and even the 70s, the Israelis were a little bit more explicit about like, no, we need more demographics, like we need more immigration, and they're saying it there about. I mean, of course, that was some racist comment about the number of children that these so-called Arabs are having. If the people still have,
yeah, it's disgusting. And it is, honestly, it is genocidal rhetoric in itself, suggesting that there's too many of a particular population, right? There's too many of them. They have to, you got to weed them out somehow. It's disgusting. It's inexcusable. It's despicable rhetoric. My God, we are streaming straight into Monday. You cannot believe what time it is right now. The Sunday fun day is going hard in the paint. Okay, let's go to Islamabad. Yeah, things are, how like 2 seconds ago we were talking about like the nuclear treaty and how like the organization of nuclear scientists decided that we were closer to doomsday than ever before, and how we got to do everything to prevent that. And like we have, like 7 or however many, nuclear powers on the planet that, need to chill out. Well, it's not looking great on that right now. I'd like to go to Islamabad, Pakistan, real quick. Talk about a horrifying tragedy that happened there in an attack at a mosque, one which I fear could reignite tensions between Pakistan and India. This is from yesterday out of Reuters, I think. Was it Reuters? Yeah. The Islamic State has claimed responsibility for the gun and suicide bomb attack that killed dozens of people. And that's all we have on it, is this one soundbite from Reuters. Now, hopefully, if in fact it is Islamic State who is behind this, it won't lead to more fighting between India and Pakistan. But let's not forget that more fighting has already broken out since the first time Donald Trump declared that the war, the original war that started, ended, right? I feel like it's really anything that could set this off again. But this hopefully won't do it. Fingers crossed. But dozens of people died in this attack at this mosque. If it were to come out, even if it were, honestly, I feel like in India, in Pakistan and India, there's a fair amount of fake news intended to stir up region, the tensions. Whatever. Fingers crossed, everyone. Let's hope that doesn't happen. Oh God, we're making progress through the list at least, and we're getting back to fun things almost. at least less terrible things first. Here, let's go to Thailand. Not too far away. Where they're preparing for a general election, or at least they were 2 days ago. I think they actually had it on Sunday. I could be wrong about the timing on that. I can't remember. Here's France 24 on Thailand's
Candidates
election.
finished their rallies Friday ahead of Thai elections on Sunday. And though the polls show a pecking order, it's anybody's race. The current prime minister took a gamble dissolving the parliament in December, betting on a patriotic response to renewed fighting with Cambodia to shore up support for his conservative party. He is looking to remain in power.
In my point of view, this government is patriotic. Meanwhile, I think the economy has been picking up under his administration. Since he came to office, he's brought smiles back to the country.
The Populist Party that led the government for 2 years until August 2025 has run a campaign of economic revival in the country, which has seen its economy stagnate. Its lead candidate is the nephew of a former prime minister who was imprisoned.
There we go. They just got done with the elections. I don't know what the results were, but assume to some degree the democracy happened in Thailand. I mean, it's technically like a constitutional monarchy in Thailand, if I recall correctly what the form of government is there. All right, let's go to China. Let's go to the United States to talk about China with Taylor Lorenz and why everyone on the internet is suddenly becoming Chinese.
China. I have to have my China.
Yet you want to tell me that the major issue of governmental repression is over in China? Do you not want to take a look at what's happening in the United States of America?
Lately, everything on the internet is looking a bit more Chinese. Right as US politicians are warning about China as America's greatest threat, millions of young people in the US are cheerfully declaring that they are becoming Chinese. They're embracing Chinese habits, foods, and customs like drinking hot water, taking off their shoes before entering the house, and telling others, "You met me at a very Chinese time in my life." But what's actually driving this trend, and how did it really emerge? There have been a bunch of videos breaking it down, but to dive deeper into the phenomenon, I called up my friend Caroline Kwan, a phenomenal pop culture Twitch streamer. Today, we're talking about how the entire internet became Chinese and what the memes reveal about the state of American politics, culture, tech, and life in the 21st century. Caroline, welcome.
Hi.
Thank you so much for being here. I have to tell you, before we get started, I texted Hassan initially asking him who should come on this stream, and he finally responded this morning and said, "I would love to help." I said, "I'm sorry, I already have Caroline coming on." He said, "I can't believe you're looking for other people. I'm the most Chinese."
I knew he was going to say something along those lines because the entire 2 weeks in China, this man kept telling me that he was more Chinese than I, which, since we're having a conversation about the China Max saying "you met me at a very Chinese time in my life" style of memes, sure, I'll give it to him because I didn't even know what those memes were. I didn't even know why all of the men I was with in China kept saying some variation of this. I was like, what is this? Where is this coming from?
I feel like it just came in the past few months. I know he said you're a fraud. He's the real white Chinese. I started to hear it like the end of last year, but I think it started before that. I feel like China's influence has been growing for a while. I mean, to start off, I kind of want to talk about like how China was viewed before this kind of like renaissance, because at least when I was growing up, China always seemed like this really foreign place. Like we didn't know people from China. I mean, most Americans' exposure to Chinese culture was through Chinese food, I guess, but it was always sort of not aspirational.
No. I mean, thanks to decades of anti-China propaganda in this country and painting China and therefore Chinese people as this scary, mysterious, foreign enemy. A lot of people, ironically, would enjoy Chinese food, but hold really negative sentiments towards actual Chinese people. Like the people who were making that food for them, they did not have any respect for, nor have any appreciation for, but they sure as shit love their orange chicken.
I feel like for those of us that are like millennials or were like in high school, like in the 2000s, like the aughts and stuff still, like right when kind of there was a lot of Chinese labor, and I think like iPhones were made in China, and that's like one of the first times I remember like hearing about it. And you would just hear about like factories, and I always had this belief that like, or this impression rather, that like everyone in China had to work that like 996 lifestyle or whatever. Like, you know, they would wake up and go to bed and work. And, you know, I was always like, gosh, thank God I live in America. You know, I don't have to work myself to the bone like they're doing over in, you know, the Chinese factories.
Well, it was this concept of
I mean, I think what that is that technically at one point that was more true, much more so than it is now. Like it's China's demographics have changed rapidly in the 21st century, right? Like they modernized, like they yes, like I cannot deny actually that there were people who were exploited, you know, and that, you know, in the modernization of China and all the factories, there was exploitation. We can't even get around that. We shouldn't even try to. But the fact is as a result of everybody going to China and giving China all their money, China took that money, and rather than just using that to enrich a few billionaires, they actually improved their country and tried to broaden the middle class. I mean, China's middle class is enormous now. And the standard of living in China has increased dramatically. And it's not that way anymore. But there are people who still rely on this, and it's just a racist trope now because it's untrue. It's just untrue, and it's intended to be used as a way to sort of demean Chinese people.
China! Communists!
In America, we have freedom and we are free and everything is wonderful and amazing here. And in China, they're all slaves. They're all miserable. They don't have any joy, any leisure time in their lives. There's no similarities between Chinese people and American people. And man, how great is it that we get to live in America and these poor Chinese suffering in China.
I also think just as the tech industry throughout the 2010s kind of emerged and we saw this very like American dominance in the tech world, like globally outside of China, there was this idea of like, we are as Americans, like the dominant culture. Like every country has Facebook now. This is their primary like vehicle to the internet, and China was sequestered by like the Great Firewall. And I mean, even when Musical.ly originally started, everyone was like, it's kind of a clone of this Chinese app, but it was always like the Chinese apps were always like considered inferior, or they'd be like, oh yeah, they have their version of Uber, but like we, the rest of the world, get like actual Uber.
Yeah, I think it was this idea too that Chinese people had to use these apps because of governmental control.
Ozgoober, thank you for the follow over there on Twitch. So we can't watch this whole thing. They go in. They go in over here. Taylor and Lisa? I always forgetting her first name. Carolyn. Why? Caroline. I don't want to call her Lisa. I'm just going to skip ahead to some stuff. Just going to try and hit the few different spots in this. It's like an hour long.
To lockdown,
Can't
how terrible
do it.
it
I'm
is.
gonna do it.
They were saving people's lives. Like Chinese hate that year because of COVID and this idea that like, oh, you know, Chinese people on there. And I don't know if you remember, but like some of the most popular
is praised for saving TikTok when the entire time the plan was to just put it into the hands of Trump allies, to have American MAGA billionaires be in control of the biggest social media platform that young people use.
Exactly. And let's be clear, the Democrats knew that, and the Democrats wanted to do it, and they wanted to do it because of Israel. Like, it's so crazy. When TikTok did go down for the 12 hours or 14 hours that it did, a lot of people downloaded Red Note in protest, which for a while was open and people could like see content from actual Chinese people on there. And I don't know if you remember, but like some of the most popular videos that came out of there were Chinese people talking about their lives and basically expressing pity for Americans.
I think it was kind of the opposite of how Americans had looked at Chinese people and gone, wow, it must really suck to live there. And then when Red Note's popping off, TikTok's down, it was like this collective move over to Red Note, but also, there were serious sentiments around TikTok potentially going down, but also it kind of in and of itself felt like this, I don't know, fun time, this camaraderie with TikTok users where it was like, fuck the old people in Congress. What's happening? What's popping? Where's the party? It's like when a party gets shut down and people are like, okay, where do we go next? That was kind of the vibe that I got. And so Red Note then starts popping off. People are talking about it. They're having just like a really fun time, almost making their way over to this other party where the people who have been there were like, welcome, it's actually really fun and we feel bad for you guys. And, sorry your party got shut down, but we're having a great time over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting how people gravitated towards Red Note so quickly. It's really quite a phenomenon. Somewhat unexpected, I think, for most. I think a lot of the people, the TikTok ban, all the people who were involved in the TikTok ban, it was a bipartisan Congress. They were the ones who passed that law. I don't think it went the way they were expecting.
And I think other East Asian countries like South Korea, like Japan, kind of got there before China did as far as Americans embracing aspects of those cultures. Anime, for instance, Korean skincare, those things are so normalized now and really popularized. And I think China is now having its massive cultural moment in that way, where it's more than just, oh, I like Chinese food. It's all these different aspects of Chinese culture that there seems to be an actual appreciation of. It's not like a weird appropriation kind of mockery thing. It's genuinely, oh, this is something that I actually want to adopt into my own lifestyle. Like, oh, the Chinese got it right.
Yeah, it seems like it is truly from a place of like appreciation. There's the viral post by this woman, Sherry Zhu, and I might be mispronouncing her name, a 22-year-old in New Jersey who has family roots in China. She decided to tell everybody in December, regardless of their race or ethnicity, that they were Chinese. I feel like there was this like viral post that was like, you are Chinese. And
You are Chinese, Bates fams. Interesting. All right, everybody's Chinese. Everybody is Chinese. Write that down. Speaking of China, did you know that this year, 2026, is the year of the horse? And actually, Lunar New Year is coming up. I think in like 2 weeks, a week. It's like a week or something like that. It's coming up soon, is what I'm trying to tell you. And apparently, one horse toy is going viral in China. Here's NBC News on this equine situation.
Well, it's almost time to ring in the Lunar New Year, the year of the horse. And while some people in China are celebrating, others are embracing a more melancholy start to the year. This plushie, which is being called Crying Horse, is flying off the shelves after a worker mistakenly sewed the smile on upside down. But NBC News correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer shows us how the stuffed animal is helping turn frowns upside down.
With the Lunar New Year approaching February 17th, China is decorated in traditional red and gold.
China!
This year marking the year of the horse in the Chinese zodiac, with an unlikely icon trotting into the spotlight and looking not so happy about it. That's because this horse plushie was designed to be sporting a cheerful smile, to be a mascot for good fortune. Except a factory worker made a mistake, sewing the faces of the soft toys upside down, accidentally mass-producing holiday horses with a distinct frown. The store owner who ordered up the toys says photos of the flawed, frowny faces with their wide eyes were posted to social media. And soon enough, China's internet was in love with Kukuma, or cry-cry horse, the store overwhelmed with orders, selling 15,000 a day. Cute, pouty, and viral, cry-cry horses struck a chord here.
Uguma, or Cry Cry Horse, taking over Chinese social media. A sad horse bringing happiness to all sorts of people. Fascinating. You're the horse people, embrace it. It's coming. It's coming, prepare yourselves. What's great is we get 2 New Years around here. We get to celebrate all of them. I've already got some of the decorations ready for this Lunar New Year's. Probably be reusing a lot from last year. Oh, and Ramadan's happening soon too, isn't it? Wait, when does Ramadan start? I think that's soon. All right, let's go to Taipei, where one man wowed audiences far below and people worldwide. Alex Honnold, renowned free climber, climbed Taipei's 101 Tower. I have no idea what she's saying.
101，对，然后觉得透过这活动可以让大家看到台湾。
Honestly, though, there was a lot of stuff going on this week, and this was not the biggest piece of news. In fact, I'm not sure anybody cared. I'm not, aside from Alex and his girlfriend. I think he has a girlfriend. There's a lot going on this week. It was hard to care about this. I'm not gonna lie, but it means Sunday Fun Day. You know. Sunday Fun Day action. Might as well get in there. Let's see how Alex feels about his accomplishment.
And so, I first saw Taipei 101 over 10 years ago and was like, wow, that's incredible for climbing. That would be amazing. But at the time, didn't get the opportunity to actually climb it. And at the time, I thought about climbing it without permission. Don't tell anybody. But I was kind of like, oh, I know I can do it, and it would be amazing. Like, maybe I should. But then out of respect for the building and respect for all the people on the team who had allowed me access to look at it, I was like, well, obviously I'm not going to poach this. Like, I'm going to, respect the people and just see if it ever comes together. And so then for the project to come together more than a decade later, I'm like, oh, it's so great. What an opportunity.
Oh, great. What an opportunity. Okay. Awesome, Alex. Awesome. I'm glad you had fun, pal. It's almost Tuesday for you? Are you an is that why Oz Goober? An Australian, another Australian chatter. We have a bunch of Australian chatters around here. Good day, mate. Alright, that was bad. That was a bad one. I can do better than that. Alright, let's go on now from Taipei to South Korea, where apparently Netflix is going to be live streaming the return of BTS, K-pop's kings, coming back after their mandated military service. Oh boy, that's big news. That's big, that's big. That's big right there.
After a long hiatus, K-pop fans from around the world are gearing up for the return of BTS. The group set to release a new album on March 20th, their first since being discharged from mandatory military service. A day later, BTS will stage a free concert in central Seoul, and Netflix wants part of the action. The streaming giant have announced they will stream the comeback concert to 190 countries around the world, the largest live K-pop event to date.
We are looking forward to the
largest live K-pop event to date. Otherwise, the biggest K-pop event in history. A historic event of a Korean variety. Boy, we've made it so far, people. I gotta give you all a round of applause for your great triumphs, your stoic ability to stay through the entire stream. Nearly 11 hours of galactic content tonight. We'll still, of course, do, as always, the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream. But we're down to the last 2 clips of the night. One in Japan and one in Australia. To NHK World Japan from this time last week for a light show transforming the Yokohama waterfront. Oh my god, I've got to pee. I'll be right back. Enjoy this this magical ambiance.
The waterfront area in Yokohama City near Tokyo is well known for its beautiful scenery. A magical illumination event there in December added to the ambiance using cutting-edge technology. The producer shared his thoughts behind the light show.
Beautiful, lovely.
Light and music resonate throughout the city's waterfront, turning the entire area into a glowing spectacle. Now in its 6th year, the illumination event featured a record number of 46 participating sites. From the giant Ferris wheel to the Yokohama Customs House, the event is supported by both the public and private sectors. Yokohama attracts many day trippers from Tokyo. This event is designed to encourage visitors to also enjoy the city at night. More than 75% of the electricity used for this dazzling show comes from renewable energy. Used tempura oil collected from households and restaurants is recycled into biofuel to support decarbonization and sustainability.
Well, there you go, folks. Sustainable entertainment on the Yokohama waterfront in Japan. I had to pee so bad. I really was bad. Oh my god. All right. I did it. right, people. Final story of the night. It's in Australia. Here's 7 news from Monday. Let's talk about the valiant efforts of one young teen. An epic trek to save his entire family.
One of the hardest decisions I ever had to make, because to say to us and try and get show and get some help, everything goes through your head as a mum. Did I make the wrong decision by sending them?
Yeah, I just said, all right, not today, not today, not today. I have to keep on going.
Joanne, we'll start with you. Can you just tell us a little bit about what happened on Friday?
On Friday, we were actually packing up to come home, and we were going to have one little paddle along the bay and maybe spot fishing. And we got out there, and it seemed nice and calm to begin with. And then we Austin rode out a little bit and followed him to go. We'll come back in. The board flipped and we lost an oar. And so I went out to get him, grab him, take him back in. And in the midst of all that, the waves got a little bit higher. We were still very close to shore, so we were pretty good. And then we flipped again. We lost the second oar.
I flipped again, and then I lost the second oar.
So the second oar went, and then we had Bo here who came out in his little kayak to pull us back in, but the kayak started to fill with water, and we jumped out and emptied it. So it was in the ground part of it, and got back in, and I tried to row it in, but it kept filling up with water, so I couldn't pull the paddle boards back. I could see the danger in it. We're getting dragged out a bit too far. And the waves kept coming and getting stronger. So Austin hopped in the kayak and he tried to pull us back, and it started to sink a little bit as well. One of the hardest decisions I ever had to make, because to say to Austin, try and get to shore and get some help, this could get really serious really quickly. Look, in the beginning it was, we're going to be fine. Austin's going to make it back, and as we could see him in the distance as he was getting into the bluer water and the lighter water, I was like, oh, he's got this, that's fine. As time went on, I was like, why? I haven't seen anyone come. And then I thought, well, the hotel will raise the alarm, because obviously we haven't signed these back in. So, even if we overextended our time, after 3-4 hours, well, they would come looking for us. So we're all good, and we kept positive, and we were singing and we were joking, and we were falling in a lot. The waves got bigger. As the sun went down, I thought something's gone terribly wrong here. And my fear was that Austin didn't make it. And it's everything goes through your head as a mum. Did I make the wrong decision by sending him? Because I knew he was the strongest and he could do it. I would have never went, because I wouldn't have left the kids at sea, so I had to send somebody. There was no boats, there was nothing that we can get hold of. And then as it got darker, I thought there's no one coming to save us. This is us. And we were cold, we were shaking.
Austin did an incredible thing. He saved your lives. How do you feel?
Oh, I can't, there's no bigger word to describe him other than proud. Like, I'm speechless at his efforts, but
one young man making a difficult journey to save his family. Thankfully, he succeeded. Well, people, we did it all tonight on this Sunday Fun Day. My God, 11 hours of content from the United States to Australia, from China to the Caribbean, from the Epstein files to ICE, to the Super Bowl and the Olympics, everything in between. Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afro, Bonix, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet, Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Gorbitist, Obsessive Audio, Moenoip, Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Dask, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchbeat, Carl, Gaslight Tocracy, Paige Larson, Frizla, Benny Hanna, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, and Glitchmaster. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Well, before we move on to the late night after hours Galactic Chill stream, I have to do one more shout out here. One more shout out. That's right. What do we do here? Yeah, I guess this is fine. I gotta talk about another group of people. That is the Galactic Benefactors. These folks have decided to go just a little bit further in their patronage of the Galactic News Network. They said, nay, Galactic Patron, not enough. I must take it far and beyond. People like PB, who's been here since the beginning. Nadia, Yvette Chambers. She was just in the chat. Great individual. Moenoip, one of our galactic modesses of greatness. Selena Mary. You're not here now, but you're in our thoughts. Donald James X. A man of much awesomeness, a great patriot. Guitarist of epic proportions. Omega Star. Another galactic mod. On Twitch. Many doctors. So many galactic mods are also patrons and benefactors. It's crazy. Mrs. Jen. Where are you, Mrs. Jen? I miss you. We all miss you. We still appreciate your benefactoring. Disco Wolf. Thank you. You are my most favorite wolf. Techno Apoc. Another galactic benefactor. Narwhal by Nature. One of our aquatic Patreon peoples. Now, this isn't an updated list, unfortunately. I forgot to update it before the stream tonight. I was telling myself, hey, Streamlord, remember to update the benefactor list. I didn't do it because I'm an idiot. So I'm going to go back. I'm going to reread the list. But I'm going to read it off of the actual list of who's a current benefactor. Because I suck. Because I suck at my job and I didn't do a thing. But the fact is, I made it harder on myself by making the benefactor animation more complicated to edit. So whenever somebody decides to be more generous, I create a bunch of work for myself. Not that I don't appreciate it. That's the thing, is I do appreciate it. But then I forget to do it and I feel bad. I feel like a bad guy. I feel shitty. Thankfully, I can do this, at least for now, until I update it again. If I just do this, I can easily Find this. Here we go. Galactic benefactors. Current tier. God damn it. Organized by tier. You piece of shit. By the way, to any new Galactic patrons, remember to respond to the Galactic questionnaire that I've sent to you. Okay, here are the current Galactic benefactors. Donald James X, Mini Doctors. Mrs. Jen, Calibrating. Joe, Mish, Icebreaker, Disco Wolf, D-Derb, Hermit Horologist, HPX, Manda the Pivot, Rizla, Glitchmaster, and shit. I think this person hasn't given me a name yet. Alright, the person who hasn't given me a name yet, I don't want to dox you, so thank you for being a benefactor. Here's your shout out. Your anonymous shout out. I think you, hopefully you know who you are based upon the list that I just read. Oh god. Alright, so what we're gonna do now is we're going to raid. We're gonna raid the 7 people from Twitch. If you're on Twitch, you can find us on YouTube in the horizontal stream right now. That's gonna be where we do the late night after hours Galactic chill stream in a second here. I think I'm gonna raid someone else on the YouTube on the vertical. I think I can do that. Earthbag homie is sending 50 jewels. Sent a bronze medal. Thank you so much, Earthbag. Much appreciated. I totally missed that dono. So generous. Honestly, don't know how much money that is, but thank you. Thank you for that. All right. Oh, you know, I can't raid that way out of this, can I? I'm just going to end the vertical stream and then raid out of the Twitch. Sorry, vertical. If you're on vertical, go to the horizontal stream. It will continue shortly.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, vertical's over. Ones in chat. Can I get some ones in chat, please? Yes, the link is in the chat and Twitch to find the YouTube, or it's in my bio as well. All right, the vertical's shut down. We're raiding out of Twitch. And we're about to start the Galactic Chill stream. I'll raid... Yeah, I'll raid this guy. I haven't raided him in a while. That's how late it is today. Okay, great. Fantastic. All right, everybody, I see a bunch of ones in the chat. Raiding into the discourse over on Twitch. The very low number of viewers. It's weird. Some days Twitch is beating YouTube on views. Other days it's losing. Tonight it's the loser. Aw. Don't worry, we still love you, Twitch. Just come to YouTube and hang out with us there. And we'll see you in our next stream. Raiding now. If you're hearing my voice, you're probably on YouTube right now. Let's get to the super secret late night after hours Galactic chill stream, I guess. What do you say? What doth thou say? What do I want? What do I want tonight? What do we need on a Sunday fun day? Yeah, This should bring us, especially considering how cold it is out there. We need images of warmth. Something tropical.